Hello and welcome to everyone to the 2025 USHL Phase I Draft Show. My name is Frank Butler, Senior Director of Player Personnel. I'm joined by both Brendan Collins and Ian Moran from Neutral Zone. We have a great show for you today. Brendan, what are you expecting out of today?
Really looking forward to it. First and foremost, thanks for having us here. We appreciate the league having us on, and we'll give you feedback on all the players, for fans, for people to know kind of who you're getting today, what the player is as a prospect, give a little bit of their journey and how they got here, and we're excited.
Ian?
Yeah, I mean, the Phase I draft is a real building block for the organizations. Phase II, the players are much closer to being there, but the players chosen today will make big impacts probably in 2 years. So it'll be interesting to see the planning. There's some new management with teams right now, so we'll see what they have in store. But I'm looking forward to it. It's always an exciting day for the kids.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Phase I draft starts with the first pick is going to be at 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern. So we have a ton of stuff before the pre-show here. We'll have an interview with our commissioner, Glenn Heffernan, coming up. Ian's going to interview him. And then before we do that, let's kick it over to our sponsors quick.
We'd like to thank the following sponsors for their support of the USHL and the Phase I and Phase II drafts: Bauer, CCM, Gemini, K1 Sportswear, Casper Sports, OT Sports, Tidal Wave Sports, Team Apparel, Athletic Sports Systems, Howie's Hockey, Official Game Puck OGP, Sport Testing, Force Sports, Headversity, Hockey Yak, Speedio, Sidearm, RinkNet, and Hockey Tech. We'd like to thank the following sponsors for their support of the USHL and the Phase I and Phase II drafts: Bauer, CCM, Gemini, K1 Sportswear, Casper Sports, OT Sports, Tidal Wave Sports, Team Apparel, Athletic Sports Systems, Howie's Hockey, Official Game Puck OGP, Sport Testing, Force Sports, Headversity, Hockey Yak, Speedio, Sidearm, RinkNet, and Hockey Tech.
All right. So before we get started with some of the interviews and talking about some of the tenders in the draft process, Brendan and Ian, can you guys talk just a little bit about, kind of Neutral Zone and what it is you guys do and what your staff's comprised of and the hard work you guys put in throughout the year?
Yeah, so pretty much what we're trying to accomplish is we're trying to help teams, general managers, agents, all hockey professionals with compiling lists of the best players throughout North America and even into Europe when it comes time for the NHL draft. So we have scouts. We have over 125 scouts on the men's side located all throughout North America. Break them up into regions: Western Canada, Ontario, Eastern Canada, Eastern US, Midwest, and then West. And then, a lot of the reports that we talk about today, a lot of the players are going to be coming from evals off of those scouts. So yeah, what we're trying to do is basically evaluate players, give them a realistic idea of where they stack up among their region. How does a kid in Connecticut stack up against kids in Massachusetts, but also how do they do against kids in Minnesota, in Ontario, Western Canada. So that's really kind of the driving force of what we're doing.
And then my actual job with the Neutral Zone is the NHL draft. So I watch the draft eligible players, first, second, third year eligibility. Spend a ton of time watching on video, travel a ton, and try to get a thought of maybe not where they are right now, but where they'll be when they're 22, 23 years old and they're potentially reaching the NHL. I think the first rounders are pretty easy they separate themselves from the pack, but the second, third, and down to the 7, it's going to take those players some time to get there. And, realistic goals, 22 or 23. So that's when I'm doing the NHL draft. That's what I'm thinking about. Hockey wise, I'll go to any rink and watch any game. It doesn't really matter. If it's the NHL kids, I'll watch from U14 up. I think one of the interesting thing with us, Brendan, what you said is we try to rank and evaluate the players, but we don't just rank and evaluate the players that are, surefire Division I players. We're watching kids at all the different leagues, all the different levels, kids that are going to be making, real impacts at, Division III schools. A lot of the Division III schools don't have the resources to get out and travel and see all the players. So I think we can give them a foundation for what is out there and to build their classes. So I think we're pretty unique with the amount of coverage we have and the extent to which we travel to do it.
A lot of Marriott nights, I'm sure.
Yes, for sure.
So I think it'd be good for, some of our viewers and obviously, some of the kids that are getting drafted or maybe a few years out from the draft. Ian, can you talk a little bit about what you guys look for and try and identify in players that, I guess I'd say would make them elite at the next level or kind of your checklist you guys go through per se?
For me, number one is brains. I think there's no doubt about it. Brendan and I talk about it, and I think all the time about how does a kid process the game. If he's doing things that are a little bit, I think they're a little quirkier out, I'll watch to see if the rest of the team's doing it, to see if maybe it's coaching, it's the system, and maybe they're trying to do something different. But to me, it's brains, then competitiveness, and then skating matter. But brains, competitiveness, do they want to win? Obviously they want to win, but how badly do they hate to lose? Will they give second and third efforts? Will they just compete to the bitter end? A lot of times guys will leave, there'll be blowouts and people will leave. I like staying. Brendan knows I like getting there incredibly early. I'll watch kids warm up to see how athletic they are, and I'll stay until the games are over when they're walking out and they're going to meet their parents in the lobby to see how they treat their moms. But in blowouts, I always find it interesting to who keeps playing to the final buzzer, who's playing hard, who's competing, who's supporting their goalie, that kind of stuff. But brain's number one for me.
Not a big leave with 5 minutes left in the third period, beat the traffic guy.
I'm the worst. I'm there ridiculously early and stay way too late. I can't help it. I drive Brendan bananas because I'll get there hours. I'll get there before the players just so I can watch them warm up.
Brendan, what about you? Anything Ian missed there that you guys kind of look for on your checklist of abilities?
No, I think Ian's, obviously played in the NHL. He's got a perspective of what it takes to get to that level. Brains is obviously where you differentiate all the kids at this level. Kids that are going to get drafted today and tomorrow, coaches know they can skate, they can shoot, they can pass. They're looking for the kids who can process it at the next level. I would say that I think a big part of this is if you talk to all the USHL GMs to identify the talent aspect of the players, you get a pretty similar rendition of, yes, this kid's big, he's strong, he can shoot. This kid is small, he's quick, he's agile, he's a playmaker. That part doesn't change. What changes is take the combination of those skill sets. How are they going to translate at that level? How is that going to project onto their team? Are they a fit for their team? And that's where one GM might think he's a first rounder, another GM might think he's a fifth rounder. So the art of the scouting, I think, is more taking that combination of skill sets and putting it into how does this kid going to do at the level he's headed to play at.
Absolutely.
So that's what we're trying to accomplish.
And, what I think would be interesting to hear, and, probably from both you guys, and Brendan, I'll start with you, is just kind of the growth of one individual player. I mean, you can pick out in your mind from when you see them in, September and October to when you see them in March and April at nationals. Just talk about, some of the things that kind of develop throughout the year and some things that you notice that, kids gain or abilities that, develop or expand on.
Totally. I mean, this birth year, this age group, I should say, you're obviously kids are growing, kids are getting bigger, stronger, all that. But I think what you really see after really kind of studying this age group, because we also do the OHL drafts, the Q drafts, that 15, 16-year-olds, some of them start identifying the type of player they are. That's really important because in having a versatility to their game as well, because you might be the leading scorer for Little Caesars, but if you go to Youngstown next year, you might be on the fourth line. How does that kid handle that is going to be a key part of. So when I see him, and to answer your question, October, November, has that kid figured out what he is, how he can impact the game, and if he's a goal scorer and he's not scoring and it's say it's nationals, it's playoffs, competitive situation. Is he going down and blocking shots? Is he supporting the puck? Is he doing little things to help his team? If he's not, I can tell you right now, that kid might be the leading scorer on the team. He's going to fall tonight in the draft. And people say, what's going on there? A great example would be a kid we're going to talk about later, Michael Tang, who's a tender. He plays on the Toronto Titans. They have their leading scorer went 59th overall in the OHL draft. Their third leading scorer went 5th overall. So points and those things, like, you don't get to be a USHL GM by accident. They know the game. They know what they're doing. They're looking for kids who can translate. So that'd be my long answer to your
Absolutely. And Ian, you just talk a little bit about that as well.
For me, it would be consistency. I think there's a lot of kids you'll see early in the season that come out and they're flying and they're ready to go. And then you can see them in a random Saturday night in November, December, and the level's not there. I think as the players get older, the biggest thing would be the consistency they can bring. And it could be a game or a weekend where they're not feeling great, but their B game or A game, however you want to say it, but their B game has gotten better and better, where they still find a way to contribute. So I guess it would be finding the role, like Brendan was saying. But to me, it's consistency, because there's a lot of kids at this age that can be great, in one day, and then you see them the next day and they're a passenger and they're not moving their feet. And whether that has to do with physical maturity or where they are, the inconsistencies with that will definitely impact where a player is chosen today.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you talk about, playing 200 feet and being versatile, right? Like if you're the leading scorer on your team, right, and you're not scoring, what else are you doing to contribute, right? Like that's super important. And I think you guys probably see that, day in and day out. Obviously our third year doing this, so I'm excited to be back with you guys. Brendan, I know it was a little bit of a hassle for you to get it back out here to Green Bay, Wisconsin, but we appreciate you being here. Let's tee up the video for our Commissioner Glenn Heffernan, and then we'll be back right after this with Ian and our Commissioner Glenn.
Logo. All right. Well, hello, Glenn. Thank you very much for having us. Looking forward to the draft. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me back.
All right. So we're hoping to get some insights into the game. What are the key factors that makes the USHL the premier league for junior players for development?
Well, I think we're calling it an athlete healthy approach. Our model of training, competing, and recovery. 92% of our games are played Friday, Saturday. Our players aren't spending a lot of time on bus trips and whatnot, but I think that ability for us to be able to get that practice to game ratio, it gives us the ability to really develop a player to their highest potential.
So that's my next question. A few weeks ago, we saw the joint announcement with USA Hockey and the USHL about the Declaration of Excellence. Is that really what this is all about?
So that's part of it. It's kind of taking what's working and amplifying it and making sure that it's consistently applied across the league from every single team. That's probably a core focus of it. But it's to continue to improve on the practices that we're already doing, and that's with additional resources from the NHL and so on.
All right. Are there any specifics you can tell us? Or
well, there's going to be a heavy focus on off-ice training and development, and the necessary equipment and technology behind off-ice training.
Okay.
So that's
so you brought the strength coaches all together, right?
So at the start of last season, and we'll do it again this year, we brought all of our strength and conditioning coaches together, and with some of the best people in the field from GVN to University of Michigan, Detroit Red Wings. And one of the most, probably the most startling statements to me is here, one of the gentlemen that that was introducing some of the material. He's got master's degrees and all kinds of certifications. And he said, what I'm about to present to you, I just learned 2 years ago. So It just tells you how fast this changes and how you have to stay up on top of things.
So are there like courses for the strength coaches to follow, or?
Well, there's definitely certifications, but there's new information and new technology constantly being developed. And hockey is finding ways to get at that information. Now at the National Hockey League level, those teams don't share that information.
Right.
But colleges are a little bit more willing to do some of that. And obviously Brian Gallivan at GVN has done some things to perfect it. I mean, like basically eliminating soft tissue injuries, things like that. And having that information is really beneficial to athletes.
I love that the Red Wings are willing to share so much.
Well, I mean, that's your secret sauce, right?
No, for sure.
You're not going to share that information, of course. And, every team has that approach on certain things, but to see the guys at GVN willing to share the information that they learn to develop these best practices, it becomes really, really important for high performance athletes.
So do those guys have the same thoughts as the Red Wings as far as building the base, or are the Red Wings guys farther along down the development path? Obviously they're farther along.
Well, I think they're getting different disciplines from multiple people, from medical doctors and so on. I think ours is more at the foundational level, and that's obviously a level that I don't drill down into.
Right.
But I was really pleased to see, they had both NTDP teams there, and you watch the 17s. And honestly, when I saw them in September, I thought it was a Bantam team coming in, and then the 18s came in 1 year older. It was night and day.
Oh, it's a dramatic.
It was
difference.
boys to men, and so when you see that. And being able to develop at that level, that's what's critical. And more of our teams are doing that work. And that's what's important.
All right. And then as far as the technology, I'm a guy who I watch a ton of Instat and watch Flow Hockey all the time. Do you guys have anything technologically that you can separate yourself with? I'm psyched I got technologically out so smoothly there.
Yeah, well, that's there's definitely some things happening in that space. We work with SportLogic. We're talking to numerous wearable tech companies, but there's also cautionary tales in there that we rely on some good guidance from some of our NHL players that are involved with the league from an ownership standpoint. And so we take some cues from them. We want to make sure that we're doing right by the players in that space. But there's definitely a push, getting force plates to every single team.
Yeah.
Those are some of the things that we're talking about and making sure
great.
that we can provide the resources for every team to be able to do that.
That's tremendous. And then obviously the USHL development of the player is very obvious, but what about the focus on development of the coaches and the general managers? I think most recently we saw Bryn Chiswick move on to be the first general manager for North Dakota.
Yeah.
He had been a very good, as you can see by Waterloo right now, but a very good GM for Waterloo for years.
He's brilliant.
Yeah.
It's great to see, some of our coaches advance. I just heard from Mike Leone, who's just commenting on how the season went to me, and to see our guys advance. It's all part of it. I mean, from officials to administrators, even ticket sales. We want to see our folks advance all the way up the ladder, and so I think that's all part of it. Coaching development is a hands-on skill. Like as an assistant coach, you work in the league as an assistant coach. You learn from a head coach who ostensibly moves on to a higher level, and you get to hone your craft. It's being in it every day. And then, I like to point this out about officials. Officials don't really practice.
Right.
Their practice are the games. That's how it works. And so, it's a development process for every single person involved in the league across the board.
So this is a question for players or kids from the Northeast that are playing Division III. I get asked all the time if they wanted to get into coaching and they wanted to get into the USHL. If a player's a Division III kid, does he still have a chance to get hired as a coach and work his way up?
Oh, I absolutely think so. I mean, it boils down to your commitment and work ethic, and obviously honing your craft is part of that, and what you do in the off season, and just constantly being a student of the game. And I think one of the biggest challenges for coaches to get their head wrapped around is understanding the generational differences. What you and I experienced as players and then on as coaches and so on, it's not the same experience, So when you're now as a 40-year-old coach or a 30-something-year-old coach, and you're dealing with a 14, 15, 16-year-old recruit, it's very different than what it was when you and I were that age, or even the next generation. So understanding generational differences is really important, what their experience has been. And I think some people call it transformational coaching. When you put your players first, their wants, their needs, their dreams first, your success will naturally come along with theirs. And I think that's the story for today's coaches. They need to understand that it's about transformational. Make it about your player, and your stock will rise dramatically.
That's great. That's great. And then we've also heard rumors of potential expansion.
Who told you that?
I don't know. That's the chatter in the Northeast.
So, listen, I'll be pretty transparent about it. We have numerous opportunities. We have a couple in Canada, which we've kind of paused for now. And we've got about 12 different markets that we're exploring. A couple of them we're deeply into at this point in terms of our review and due diligence. But the NHL has asked us to expand. USA Hockey wants to see us expand. We want to make sure we do it in a coherent and thoughtful way, and that we're not just turning on 6-8 teams at a time. We want to have a good gradual process for that, and then make sure that the player onboarding experience for new expansion teams is done the right way. And I think that will leave to our competition committee to help us devise. But from a business standpoint, there's a lot of great opportunities that people are seeing in the USHL, and obviously the Declaration of Excellence and the announcement with the NHL a couple of weeks ago really, lit some fires for some people, and they realized that the future is really bright for the USHL.
Well, so then my question with the expansion would be: the roster size stay the same, or would you think there'd be some change to that?
At this point, we've moved from 25 to 24. My hope is that we can realign the affiliate player structure. And there is
literally my next question.
Yeah, so there's some really good progress that we're making with that, and I think you'll see some Tier 1 youth realignment as well. That will help in assisting with that. Ideally, my goal would be to see us get to 23 players, so that we don't have a lot of kids sitting around. We want them to develop, and as much as practice and off ice is part of the development, playing in game and getting time on ice is really important. So with a smaller roster and greater accessibility to the affiliate players, that will help us be able to shrink those roster sizes.
Well, that'd be great. That'd be great. And then let's see here. Last one. So with the drafts today and tomorrow, there's going to be players that are selected, and players that aren't. Do you have any advice for both sides of it?
Every single player's development, and I've commented on this before, every single player's path is different. Some players pop and they don't get much better when they hit a certain point after that. And some players break late. And, if you're not there today, that does not mean you can't be a player for us a year from now or 6 months from now. It all depends. And, you see some miraculous things happen with players. Owens comes to mind at the NCAA, and to see his pathway here in the USHL goes back. I believe he went back to Bismarck for 2 years, back to the USHL, and look at his journey, and he's just just came into his own as a player. So
resilient.
Yeah, so I think for every single player, it's different. Just because you're not drafted today, it doesn't mean anything. You just have to work that much harder and be ready when you get the call. Yep.
And then the final question: the playoffs have been great. Do you have any predictions or any thoughts on the final?
Yeah, listen, maybe the teams will kill me for saying this, but I root for Game 5.
Yeah,
that's what I root for, and it's we've already had to deal with some issues on ticket sales, and having to make sure we have enough space for the NHL scouts that want to be there, which is a good problem. It's a great problem to have, and so ticket sales have been terrific. We're gonna have a couple of other announcements as we get closer to the end of the week. That'll be great for our fans and people that want to catch the action. So we're really excited about this. This could be a fun series.
Yeah, it will be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, very high pace.
No doubt.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me again. Appreciate it.
For having us.
It's a gift. And it's a thief. It heals. It teaches. And it can be on your side. It can even fly. We can try to get ahead of it. but it marches on. Time. It can be measured in eras and accomplishments and historical milestones. CCM measures time by its impact. We are the past. We are the future. CCM, we are hockey.
All right, welcome back, everyone. That was a great interview. Some really thoughtful questions there, Ian.
Spent a lot of time this
come up with them.
afternoon putting those together. There's no AI involved. That was all right off the top of my head.
That's great. Okay, so for those of you watching and maybe not overly familiar with kind of the draft rules and what's going to go on and take place today, and I think we have a graphic we're going to throw up there, but today's draft is going to be 2009 birth year only players. It'll be 15 rounds. Each team will pick, and so they'll pick a total of 15 players unless they use their tenders. And we're going to talk about some of the tenders, but for those unfamiliar with, kind of, the tender process. So what a tender process is it's an agreement between a player and the team, the USHL team, agreeing that player is going to play next season in the USHL. So you can see right there on your screen, you got a little graphic, and when teams use their tenders, each team has 2 tenders. And when they lose them, as you use them, you lose them. So, you pick a tender, you lose your first overall pick in the first round. And then you use your second tender, you lose your second round pick. And each tender will have to play, I think it's 55% of the games, the regular season games. So that's kind of what's in store today in terms of our draft. It should be, we're hoping no more than 5 hours. We've had some where we sat on here for a little bit longer than that, but we're excited. And I think, we'll see some interesting players today. I think we already probably have some trades being brewed up. Should be exciting and eventful. So with that said, I think Ian and Brendan, you guys are probably ready to talk about some tenders.
I was going to say, this is the first year it's gone to 15, right?
Yep. So this is the first year. Last year we had 10 rounds. And obviously, talked about the changing landscape in NCAA. So we bumped it up to 15 rounds, which I thought was, smart for our league, right? Like we want to get, we want to get younger. We want NHL and college coaches in our building. So I think it made sense to make that move. So, we saw a lot of tenders this year too. So I guess kind of, Brendan, talk about the first one here that we got, Oliver Osgani. I think that's a guy pretty well.
Yeah, Oliver's a very unique talent in the sense that he's got high-end skill. He's also got a power game. Usually finesse players are smaller, power players are bigger. He's got it both. Really soft hands. The puck dies on his stick. He can score from anywhere in the offensive zone.
He loves to score.
And absolutely.
He loves to score.
So he's a rare talent. It makes sense that he would be a tender. If they didn't have tenders, I think Osgani would have been potentially a number 1 pick.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the times that I've seen him play, he's on the score sheet. He's always around the net. He demands the puck. He demands the puck in all 3 zones. It's not just in the offensive zone. He wants to have it. He wants to make a difference. And he loves to score.
And, with that said, I think we have an interview from Oliver and some highlights. So we'll kick it over to that, and then we'll be right back with you to talk the next tender.
How would you describe your game and your playing style currently?
Yeah, I think I'm a good skater and also have good shot. And I can create a lot of plays for my teammate. Like I would say, this is my second year in the US. So I really like it here. And the hockey is faster and everything. So, and I have good season this year. And my coaches, family, and teammates helped me get there. I'm really excited get there, and I was there 2 times this year, and it's a really nice city also, and I'm excited.
All right, and we're back to talk about some more of our tenders here. So I guess sticking with you, Brendan, we have Rylan Rooney, who is a tender with Des Moines. What do you have on him?
Yeah, Rylan Rooney is a special player. He came out of Gentry High School. He averaged, I think, over 2 points a game. He played split season with the Long Island Gulls, which obviously is pretty rare, being a Minnesota kid playing at Long Island. But he went to nationals and tore it up. where he got an A grade from us at USA Hockey Nationals. He made the top 54 camp in Minnesota. He got an A grade there as well. I think our U.S. director, Murph, gave him either the number 1 or number 2 player in the camp, which says a lot coming out of Minnesota. This is a player who he has the skating ability and the skill to play in the USHL right now. He's got to get a little bigger, a little stronger, kind of iron out some of the details in his game. But from a pure skill set, this is a kid that was a little surprising that he wasn't at the NTDP camp because he fits their mold.
Yeah. For me, the his skill of skating is there, but that separates him from his peers is his processing and his anticipation. I think he sees things, a half second or more before everyone else on the ice does, which allows him to move the puck into space or a hard pass through a defender's feet that his peers are not making.
And I think, kind of Brendan, you brought up, which is really interesting, with him is he played split season, 15U with the Long Island Gulls and, playing within your own birth year. And then he goes back to Minnesota high school where he's playing against, older players. I think probably it was super intriguing to, USHL GMs and obviously definitely Des Moines. So with that said, I think we have an interview ready with Ryland. So we'll kick it over to him now.
I decided to come to USHL because of its rich history and past and how it would send people to the next level. I also thought it'd be a good step point in my career. The best way to describe my game is a power forward that loves to have the puck on his stick and can make plays at any point in the ice. I also like to bring some physicality in my game, and I make the people around me better, and I like to put the puck in the net. I'm looking forward most to competing with older guys that'll help me grow my game and to work hard and win and earn a spot in the playoffs.
All right. And kicking it over to our next tender, Brendan, staying with you, putting you to work today.
Yep. Good.
Gunnar Conboy, tender with Green Bay, also a Minnesota high school kid. What do you got on him?
Yeah, so Gunnar, he comes out of Lakeville North High School. They were a 500 team this year, but he led the team in scoring, 24 goals in 27 games. It's pretty hard for a kid that age at that level of competition, playing against older kids. He was an invite to the NTDP camp. I know Ian and I were pretty high on him. We kind of do a fun list where we write up who we would take. I think we both had Conboy on our team.
Yep.
Because he's got an element that he can play on the top six. He's got the skill. He's got a power game. He gets to the net, but he also can play a bottom six role. He's a smart tender in that sense that typically tenders take a year in the league to figure out, where they're going to be, adjust to junior hockey. Let's put it that way. And this kid can play up and down the lineup. I think he can play wing or center. He's got a tough net front game. He plays a highly competitive game. He's going to fit in at Green Bay really well. He's the type of player that they're trying to build.
He's got a great edge. Plays hard, finishes checks, and he was a captain last year at Lakeville North, which is, as an 09, I think pretty special and says a lot about Green Bay and who they're getting for next year.
Yeah, he plays like a man already. He plays like an 18 or 19-year-old already, so I think he'll have no problem jumping into the league.
No.
Okay, so kicking it over to our next tender here, Oliver McKinney, another tender with Green Bay, played for the Chicago Mission. Brendan, what can you say about him?
Yeah, McKinney was another surprise. I would say that his brother plays in the program. He had a very strong season. I think he led that team in scoring. If not, he was right up there. Really intelligent player. We talked about IQ earlier. This is a kid who's got natural offensive instincts. He can slow the game down. He's a terrific passer. So my thought was he'd probably be on the NTDP. That he slipped is great news for the USHL, obviously, and for Green Bay. This guy, from a pure skill, puck handling, playmaking ability, he's another guy who's going to be able to contribute early. This isn't someone who's going to take 2 years to get his best hockey. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the season he's snipping at power play time.
Yeah, to me, he was one of the better kids at 40-man camp. He was noticeable every shift. I talked a little bit earlier about having, when you aren't able to contribute and you're looking for the consistency, what else are you bringing? He was a kid to me that skilled player, can make the plays, but when guys were fatigued, he was still working, being hard on F1 on the forecheck, getting in, being disruptive. I think it's going to be working his favor that he has his older brother to talk to for advice, to talk about the USHL as a league. He's different than Convoy, but he's definitely a player that I think will be making an impact next year as a 9.
Absolutely. And then jumping ahead to our next tender, we have Stephen Cover, tender with Madison, played for Mount St. Charles Academy this year. Brendan, what do we got on him?
This is a very interesting player. So that team has won back-to-back national championships at the 14 level and at the 15 level. They have some big name players, many of which are on the national program. Pelosi, Willis. He usually isn't discussed in that level, but at nationals at both years, at 14s and 15s, he led the team in scoring. So he's a big game player. When the lights are the brightest, this is when this kid shines. He's direct, no nonsense. He can score. He plays a north-south game. He's someone who's pretty hard on pucks. He wins 50-50 puck battles, which anyone who's ever watched even a single USHL game knows how important that is in that league. So I think he's a good fit for the league. He's got the size and strength already to be able to not necessarily play at that level yet, but he's somebody who's going to be ready pretty soon. And another guy, we're going to say this a lot tonight, he's honest and he's versatile. So he can help you in a lot of different ways. If he needs to be on the penalty kill, he can chip in there. If you need him to score goals on the power play, he can do that as well.
Yeah, I think you said it is he's competitive and he battles. And to me, he's the kid that there might have been, flashier names at Mount St. Charles, but he was the kid that was always going in the corner, winning the battles, or he was the one that was keeping the play alive in the net front by tying up the defenseman. And maybe he didn't get a cheesy second assist on it, but he's the one who set the pick and caused the disruption to have the play stay alive and for Mount to score the goal. He's a kid with his north-south and direct nature. I think will do well next year. He's strong, he's competitive, and I think his willingness to battle will help him a ton.
Absolutely. And I think, Brendan, you talked about how talented that Mount St. Charles team was, but he still put up over 100 plus points. So,
yeah,
I think this is a guy that could put the puck in the net and, will definitely be of value to Madison. And with that said, I think we have an interview ready and some highlights of Stephen Cover. So we'll toss that over to you guys now.
We're joined by Madison Capitals tender forward Stephen Cover. Stephen, first off, congratulations and welcome to Madison. What does it mean to you to officially be a Capitals tender?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm super excited to get started. Obviously, I've talked to the coaching staff a little bit, so it's really excited to get started and see where it can go.
Fans might not know this, but last year you actually attended main camp for the Capitals, scored in the affiliate or the Young Guns game as it's called. Can you tell us a little bit about the recruiting process? Because obviously a year ago you were skating with the Caps and now you're joining the Caps ahead of main camp this year. So can you take us a little bit through that recruiting process and also your decision to join the Caps?
Yeah, fortunately enough, I was invited last year to the main camp, and I like to think I had a really good camp. I think the coaching staff would agree with that. And then after they were just super impressed. And then, I just came back to Mount for this year, and I had another really good year and won the national championship again. And then, one thing led to another, and boom, I'm tendered.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of the national championship game, won where else but Bob Suter's Legacy 20 Arena. So how fun was this year with the group you guys had with the Mounties, a bunch of the guys making that step to the USHL?
Yeah, it was super fun. Last year, 14-0, I guess we won. And then we got to add some even better pieces this year to really make another run at it. And fortunately enough, we were. So it was super impressive and super fun to get that opportunity to go back to back.
Going into this next year, you're joining the USHL. What made you choose the USHL as a league?
Yeah, growing up, I always followed the league, and it was the top premier junior league in the States. So obviously I was kind of forced, I guess, to watch it a little bit more than some other junior leagues like the CHL and whatnot. And then obviously from a development standpoint, just getting to the NCAA, makes it a lot easier. So yeah, that kind of made me choose the USHL.
For fans who may have not seen you play yet, how would you describe your game?
I would like to model my game after like a Joe Pavelski, more of like a power forward, kind of like net front presence, heavy shot. Was fortunate enough to meet him after the national championship games, so super grateful for that.
Do you have any pregame routines or hockey superstitions?
No, I like not to be too superstitious. Kind of like to keep it loose. I'll like warm up, stretch. Yeah, that's about it.
Any like go-to pregame meal?
No, I like to actually normally keep it pretty light before a game if I eat anything, if I'm being honest. But if I had to pick one, I'd probably go like pasta of some sort, probably like chicken parm or spaghetti.
What goals have you set for yourself heading into your rookie year with the Caps?
I would say just like stepping into a role as a rookie, trying to like work my way up and fill a little bit of a bigger role come the end of the year, and just kind of like progress as the season goes on and constantly strive to get better.
Any messages you want to share with Capitals fans as you get ready to join the team this fall?
No, not really. I would just like to say, hopefully we can bring back the Clark Cup next year. I know this year we got bounced a little early, but hopefully next year is our year.
Awesome. And moving ahead here with our next tender and sticking with Madison, we have Michael Tang. Brandon, what do we got on him?
Yeah, this kid who played on one of the most talented teams in North America, and the Toronto Titans this past year. Someone, he was an NTDP camp guy. We thought he had a very good chance of making it, and he's somebody that he's a little immature in his game in the sense that he hasn't figured out what his role is yet. But if you just take the collection of talent in terms of what he has, this kid can do a lot of things. He's smart. He's got a pretty good size frame. He knows how to protect the puck. He can score. He understands the moment. He's somebody who can get away from the puck, can make plays away from the puck, get open, and create space for his teammates. There's some details to his game that show that his game's going to translate at higher levels. My only knock on him would be sometimes perimeter and doesn't always consistency's up and down. I say that to say that if Michael Tang figures that out in the next 6 months, he's going to be one of the best kids in this draft today. So I actually think this is a really smart pick by Madison. And like I said, in 6 months, this kid could be really good.
So for me, it has him here measured at 6 feet. To me, he looks like he's taller than that and longer than that. I think his inconsistencies come because he's growing and he still doesn't have the lower body strength and the core strength to bring it every game. Because when he was on at NTDP camp, I thought he was excellent.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then there were games where he looked tired, or stretches where he looked tired. And I think that all just has to do with time in the weight room and where he is physically in his developmental path. But he is a kid that I agree with you that maybe he doesn't play all the games to start it off, and he trains this summer and gets some more time in the weight room in the fall. And then later in the spring next year, the Madison has a young kid who is taking a huge step physically and makes an impact every night.
For sure. And we talk about some of that offensive, ability. I think we got an interview and video here with Michael Tang, so we'll kick it over to that.
We welcome Madison Capitals tender Michael Tang onto the show. First off, congratulations and welcome to the Capitals. What does it mean to you to officially be a Capitals tender?
Yeah, it means a lot to me. I think it's an honor joining the Capitals. Great group of guys. I met the coaches; they're awesome guys. I think I'm going into a great league and just excited to get started.
Yeah, when the opportunity came to be tendered, what made you say yes to when it was Madison calling?
For me, I think the coaches here were great, and I think as soon as I talked to them and met with them, I decided to choose the Madison Capitals.
And what made you choose the USHL, being in Canada, coming down to play in the States?
Yeah, I think it's a great league, great players. It's a great path to go play college hockey, and the teams here are great, especially Madison. I think it's just a lot of great organizations you can go to in this league.
For fans who may have not seen you play, how would you describe your game?
Yeah, I think I'm a smart player who uses work ethic to to play, and I think I used my hockey sense and hockey IQ to make high IQ plays in the offensive zone.
What strengths do you think? Obviously, you'll be a young player in our league, but what strengths do you think you'll bring as a 16-year-old in our league?
As a 16-year-old in the league, I think major strength for me going to the league is using my hockey IQ to be able to play with bigger and stronger guys.
Is there a certain player you model your game after?
Yeah, I watch the Toronto Maple Leafs a lot. I'm a Leafs fan, so I like to watch Mitch Marner a lot. I like to model my game off him.
Here's one, I guess more like the goofy side. Do you have any like superstitions?
Before a game.
Yeah, like just in general, like before a game, like before a practice. I know some people like put their stick a certain way before they head out onto the ice. I guess anything crazy like that.
I'm pretty simple for a game. I just take my stick the same way every single time, toe to heel. That's pretty much it.
Is there anything like pregame meal? Like what's your go-to pregame meal?
Pre-game meal, I like chicken and pasta. I have that a lot before game, but it switches up sometimes.
Okay, are you a white sauce or a red sauce guy?
I'm a red sauce guy.
Okay, so you're on red sauce with chicken. All right. Is it like so you're like a chicken parm almost then?
Yeah, I have that sometimes, not before a game usually. I think it's a little too much.
Heading into next year, heading into the rookie year, what do you kind of set yourself expectation wise for next season?
Yeah, goals I have heading to the start of the season. I obviously want to get bigger, stronger, and faster because I'm playing with older guys. I want to gain a little bit more weight and just stay in the gym a bit more in the summer.
Any messages do you want to send to Capitals fans as you get ready to join the team here in the fall?
Yeah, I'm just super excited to get started and hope we can have a great season.
All righty. Heading to our next tender, Braden Scuderi with Cedar Rapids, played at Mount St. Charles. What do you got for him, Brendan?
So Scuderi, if you went, pound for pound, one of the most talented players in the country. Another really cerebral, processes the game instantly. He's creative. He's got natural offensive instincts. He's got a quick first step, and he's pretty balanced. He's small, but he's balanced. It kind of fends off traffic. I thought at Nationals, he looked like a guy. He was invited to the NTDP camp. He performed well there, but didn't ultimately make the team. And he looked at Nationals like a kid that had something to prove. I thought he was excellent there. He was one of the best players. My guess would be that's why Cedar Rapids probably tendered him. The only risk on him would be he's undersized, but I think he's got the balance in the compete level. I'd love to see a kid who maybe wanted to make that team, didn't make the team, and then comes back with a vengeance and proves himself at Nationals. That was really impressive to me. It tells you the kind of kid he is.
For me, he's a gamer. I think you can look back. There's times, and there could be random times, but when his team needs a goal, he's either getting the primary helper or he's scoring. I mean, you can go way back to the CCM 68 and that finals there. I remember that he scored a couple of goals in that final game for his team to win it. I know it's crazy. That was years ago, but it seems like he does that all the time. And then I think at the 14 Nationals, I think he scored the game winner. At 40-man camp, I thought he played really well. As much as it hurt him to not make the team, I think the response that he had the following week at Nationals was exceptional, and I would have expected nothing else just from watching him over the last few years. He's a kid that in the long run, signing the tender with Cedar Rapids could be much better for him when he gets to being 18 rather than being with NTDP and maybe not being in a primary role. But he's a kid that's easy to cheer for because he just gives it every time he's on the ice.
Feisty little player.
He is feisty, and he doesn't take crap from anybody.
All right, kicking over to our next tender. We got Ty Bergeron, tender with Muskegon. Brendan, what do we have on him?
Yeah, so Ty Bergeron came into the season as one of the top 5 players, I would say, in the country. His Select 15 camp in Buffalo was really impressive. Big and strong, protects the puck. He plays the game the right way. He's an honest power forward. As other kids grew and got a little step quicker, he still needs to improve his first step quickness. I think that's the only thing holding this kid back, because from a hockey IQ standpoint, from his style of play and his maturity overall, he's got little details to his game, the way he supports the puck, the way he presents his stick for a pass. He's vocal out there. This kid's going to be a captain in this league, and he's got a really bright future ahead. Just got to improve his foot speed and some of his stride mechanics.
For me, his puck anticipation, how he moves off the puck is much older than where he is right now. He's a kid that is always seems to be heading in the right space just a split second before or to arrive at the in the area or the passing lane right when his teammate can make the pass. He's a kid that I think as he gets stronger and continues to work in the weight room, I think his first step is going to pick up. His skating mechanics will improve. But as far as timing and being where you're supposed to be at the right time, he's right at the top.
Absolutely. And then we'll bring it to our next tender here, getting down to the wire. I think we have two more. Tender Logan Anderson with Youngstown, played at Florida Alliance South. Brendan, what do you got on him?
Yeah, Logan Anderson is very gifted, and he's really smart. Soft set of hands. He's creative. He's dynamic. One-on-one. He can turn 2-on-2s into 3-on-2s because he can slow the game down and pick defenses apart. He's one of the more gifted players with the puck on his stick in this draft. And somebody I know, a lot of OHL teams were interested in him. I think he was in the discussion at NTDP. So from a value standpoint, Youngstown, I think, was picking 14th overall. To get a kid like Logan Anderson at 14, there's zero chance he would have been on the board 14 picks down the road. So I think that's a really nice pick for them.
For me, he's another kid who plays like a leader, even though he's young. And you said there was interest in the OHL, but he's a kid that was a captain on his Florida team, and he's a kid that it was easy to see that his peers were looking to him or looking for him or to him, however you want to phrase it, to make the play when it needed to be made.
For sure. And then with our last tender here, James Scantlebury, tender with Chicago, played for Bishop Kearney Select 16U. What do we have on him, Brendan?
So James played up a year this year with the 16s. Really strong, balanced skater. He's got a mature game. He plays at both ends. He competes really hard. He's going to be a really good young player in this league because he's versatile enough, he's strong enough, and he's competitive enough to be a guy who can contribute. He's going to, Chicago takes a little bit of a risk here in the sense that it's not risk that they're not used to taking. They got Owen Power, they got Macklin Celebrini. They've gotten a lot of really talented Canadian players over the years who, had risk of going north. I was just at the Quebec Midget AAA showcase, or the Q Cup, they call it, and he was outstanding. He's going to be one of the top 3-5 players in the Q draft as well. So there's going to be a battle there between the USHL and the Q to who's going to get the honor to have this kid on their team. But he's a special player. He can do a lot of different things for a team, and he can help you right away. He's not someone you got to wait 2 years on.
Yeah, for me, he's a kid. He played U16s this year, and he's arguably the best kid on the ice in the majority of those games. He was strong. He was competitive. His opponents knew that he was younger, and he's a little bit smaller, so they were, taking runs at him or being strong and hard on him, and he had no problem responding and giving exploding shoulders back and knocking kids on their butt or taking a step back. And then the thing that stands out to me is he also played games with Bishop Kearney's U18s, and he had 6 points in 8 games. So he's had success playing against some older kids. Granted, there's a big difference between 18s and the USHL, but for him to play 16s and then to have success at 18s, I think is a pretty good indication of what's going to happen next year.
Absolutely, and I that covers all the bases for our tenders. Anybody kind of on our list that kind of sticks out. I think Ian, you talked about Logan Anderson. I think that's probably a good one, an interesting one for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, when you're gonna get a tender, you're gonna sign a tender on a kid. You're looking for maturity. You're looking for somebody that's been a leader from where they've been. You're looking for somebody that can impact the game in a lot of different ways. And if you look, it was Ty Bergeron and Logan Anderson were both captains of the team they were on, and they had good players around them, but they were the one that their peers looked to. And I think that is a huge thing for a young kid coming to the USHL, because they're going to have time on the bus that they probably haven't had that, time where they maybe have only played, 10 minutes in the game, and all of a sudden they're thinking and they're questioning everything that's going on. And a player that's a leader that has that, inner confidence is somebody that's going to be able to survive that and use that to persevere as they move on.
Brendan, anyone particularly you'd like to point out?
I think it's a strong group this year, to be honest, and it's kind of interesting that there's some small skill guys in that group. There's some big power forwards in that group. There's some guys that may have a higher ceiling. I would just say to as we spoke about a little earlier, I think probably the best tender in that group is probably Ozagani. But even him, I mean, he's getting probably 20 minutes a night where he's playing now. He's got the puck on his stick probably over a minute a game. At the next level, he's not going to play 20 minutes a night, at least in his first year. He's not going to have the puck on his stick for a minute a game. So these are the premier players in this draft. These are really good players, but every one of them is going to hit some adversity this year. And just the jump that they're about to make playing in this league. This is a really good league, and it's a really deep league. So how they can handle that adversity and how they can translate their game so that it will match the junior hockey level is going to be really interesting.
To me, another thing is, I think you said the attender has to play 56% of the games or 55% of the games.
Yep.
And these guys, this group of players right here, or anyone who's 08s or 09s that are in the USHL next year, if they're not dressing every game, they have to use those off days to their advantage to train and really kick the hell out of themselves to take a step. Because if they're a healthy scratch and they're using it and they're thinking about it as a why me or a poor me rather than capitalizing on that time where they can be in the weight room and working, that's something that they're going to regret. But if they can get in that room and they can move it and they can push it and they can kick the hell out of themselves in the weight room, it's going to play dividends down the road. And that's what really matters. Absolutely.
So I think we covered all 10 tenders in the USHL. That was a good warm up for you guys. I think we're going to have over 200 plus picks. So let's take a little commercial break and we'll be back with the first pick in the USHL 2025 draft.
Let's roll.
I'm Cole Caulfield and I played college hockey.
I'm Adam Fox and I played college hockey.
I'm Jake Gensel and I played college hockey.
I'm Johnny Gaudreau and I played college hockey.
Whether you're a fan or a player, nothing compares to college hockey.
USA Hockey is teaching more than just a game. We're teaching kids about
teamwork, confidence, fitness, fun.
Because every kid deserves a chance to play, love, and excel. Visit USAHockey.com to learn more about the great youth hockey opportunities available for your child. Because dreaming big is one thing, getting the right start is everything.
Welcome to the 2025 USHL Draft. I'm USHL President and Commissioner Glenn Heffron. As we look forward to watching the Waterloo Blackhawks and the Muskegon Lumberjacks in Game 1 of the Clark Cup Final this Friday, we're also excited to welcome the next wave of talent into the USHL. 8 out of the last 10 Hobey Baker winners were USHL alum, and more than half of Division I college hockey are comprised of USHL players. And this season, 290 players from the USHL appeared on NHL rosters and 90 in the Stanley Cup playoffs so far. We can't wait for the next wave of talent to follow along in the footsteps of players like Macklin Celebrini, Adam Fantilli, and Kyle Connor, and many, many others. So for today, if you're drafted, congratulations. Our league works to prepare its players in a player-healthy environment. We compete, we recover, we train, and start over again. Every player's path is different, and we're happy to welcome you and join on your path and your journey.
All right, and welcome back, everyone. And here we go. Omaha, you're on the clock, and they got the first pick of the 2025 USHL Phase I Draft. So just waiting for that pick to come in. I appreciate you guys being here. We're ready to go.
Yeah. It's a fun night for us. It's a fun night for the kids. It's an exciting night for the families. Honestly, I think it's for everyone that's picked. It's a starting point of motivation, and if you're not picked, it's a starting point for motivation. So it's I'm excited to see how the next. I was going to say a few hours go, but I think it's going to be longer than a few hours. And then and tomorrow, this is very, very fun, and it's a real start of where these guys see themselves and how they can position themselves for the future.
Oh yeah, and we got the phones on the table for any trades. Should be exciting. Curious to see kind of how this draft goes. Brendan, any thoughts or comments?
I'm excited too. I think this is an interesting year, right? I mean, we're seeing there's been rule changes. There's been an extension of 5 more rounds in this draft. So it'll be interesting to see how teams go.
You know what's exciting for me is I think with the way the players take care of themselves now, especially in this age group, these guys have started doing functional training at a younger age, and there's going to be more 2009s or 8s who were picked last year that go into camp and start to press and push for a job because they're just a little bit farther along physically. And I think it's huge credit for the kids today and the players today that are taking the off ice dramatically more seriously than just even 5-6 years ago. Never mind when I was playing or we were playing.
So here we go. We got our first pick from Omaha. It's going to be Thaddeus McMahon with the Chicago Mission 15U. Brendan, what do you got on him?
Yeah, McMahon is a kid. He's a two-way defenseman. He's been one of the most talented, you could say, offensive defensemen in the country this year. So not a surprise there. He's got the size, the frame. He moves well. He's athletic. He can run your power play, and he does have some jam. I think he was second on their team in penalty minutes. So he's not just an offensive push the play up ice guy. He'll move bodies in front of the net. He'll block shots. He'll do what it takes to win the game. It was a loaded blue line on that team. I think we're going to talk about a lot of Chicago Mission guys tonight. So, if he was, a defenseman on a different team, he might even get more, might have stood out even more. But I mean, Chicago Mission defensemen are littered in our top 100.
Yes.
And he's one of the top ranked defensemen who's not on the NTDP team.
So he's a puck moving defenseman, skates well, moves the puck well, his passes are hard and flat. As you said, he was second on that team in penalty minutes, which says something. It says he's only 160 pounds right now, but I believe he certainly plays heavier than that. And he was fourth on that team in points. He's a kid that next year I expect to see on the power play early. I expect to see him driving transition and joining the rush. He to me is a difference maker.
Absolutely. And then we talked about, Chicago, Des Moines, Green Bay, Cedar, Tri-City Tenders. So we jumped down to the 7th overall pick. It's going to be with the Fargo Force. Fargo's on the clock.
How many times did you see Mission play this year, Brendan?
I know as a staff, because I saw this yesterday. We try to look and say, how much are we seeing teams too much? Do we need to see other teams more? We saw 41 games as a staff of the Chicago Mission.
Yeah.
So, and there was a reason. There's a lot of good players on that team. So
they definitely give you a reason to watch. They give you a reason to come back. And they were a team that when you saw the schedule, if you're going to a tournament, you want to see how certain players would match up against their guys, without a doubt.
And that's a big one too, Ian. Sometimes you might go to watch the Mission, but you're not really there watching the Mission. You're watching how Florida Alliance is going to do against the Mission.
Yeah, exactly.
How does Logan Anderson do when he's up against the McMahons, the Coins, the Shorters, like the different players that they have? I wouldn't be surprised if every defenseman on that team gets drafted tonight.
I would actually be shocked if they weren't.
Yeah.
So I think they all bring a little bit of a different game to it, a different element, but they all have a very competitive nature that I think you need to have success in this league.
100%.
And then it looks like we got our first trade. I just got my first text. It looks like Fargo's trading the 7th overall pick. So we'll wait for that trade to be confirmed and go through, and then we'll see who's on the clock. I don't know. We'll see who's on the clock.
Exciting. What do you think, Brendan?
That's an early trade.
Right off the bat.
Kerry Eads not messing around tonight.
Who's trading up? It's very exciting.
We're going to find out. Next to my sources here, I'm sure we'll see momentarily.
Who's your source be?
Someone in the USHL league office, I imagine.
I thought you were in the group chat.
Any guesses on who traded up? I got the answer now for you guys. Anybody want to take a guess?
I'm going to go with Youngstown.
Nope. Brendan?
I would base it on someone who'd be a local kid. Oh, I'm seeing it now. So
you just cheated over in my computer. So
Waterloo.
Fargo traded their pick to the Waterloo Blackhawks. So Waterloo is now on the clock. Yeah, that might be the earliest in our 3 years that we've seen a trade. No,
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, and good for Waterloo. I mean, Waterloo loses their GM a couple weeks before the draft. Bryn Chiswick, we mentioned earlier, one of the best GMs in the league. Really talented guy, really smart guy, and a hockey guy, a guy that other scouts really like.
Oh, for sure. Loves to talk it.
Yeah, and I mean, he doesn't take a lot of notes. You give him any kid's name in the country, and he's going to know their whole spiel. So they lose a guy like that right before the draft. That's tough. So for Waterloo to rebound off of that and come in hot, make I love it.
Making their presence known early.
Announcing their presence for themselves.
Yeah.
Being aggressive, right? That's what it's all about.
Yeah, for sure.
And they're not going to the Clark Cup playoffs to be there. They're going to win. So
100%.
So this team, I like this. This is a bold start to the draft.
Like Glenn said, we hope for the game 5, right? That's what we're all looking for.
The chaos of it all.
Yeah, just some madness.
As Brendan knows, I'm a huge fan of chaos.
Yeah. Yes.
The more chaotic is, the more I mellow out. It's fantastic.
Now, do we know where they were picking? Like, did they come up from the second round?
Oh, here you go.
So we got our pick in here from Waterloo. So it's Caleb Dinovich out of Chicago Reapers 15U. Brendan, what do we got on him?
Yeah, this is I'll put it this way. It makes sense now that a team would trade up to get this spot, to get a player of this caliber. This is an NTDP caliber defenseman. He's a Swiss Army knife in that he can play any role on the team. He's got the size, got the skating. He's an excellent distributor of the puck. He's high IQ. He's one of the highest rated. We have him ranked 24th overall. And that includes NTDP. That includes kids that have signed. So this is a really good player. And his last viewing that we saw him was USA Hockey Nationals. And he was one of the best players in the tournament. He led his team to the national championship, a team that, they beat in the Mission, a local rival. I think it was either in the quarterfinal or the semifinal. And they don't have the players that Chicago Mission has. That to be honest, they're not even close. But this kid, the goalie Johnson, the forward Tyler Cooper, there's a few of them that really led this team. And Dinovich did not come off the ice. I mean, he might have played 30 minutes in that semifinal game. This is a really talented player, and I understand why Waterloo would jump up to take him here.
He's a player that improved quite a bit from 14s to 15s also. And I thought at NTDP camp, I thought he was very good. I thought he was very consistent, moves the puck, hard, flat, accurate passes, hits the forward when they want him. He just got him at him and hoped they were going to make the play. He had the timing on it. And then just looking at the stats from 14s to 15. So it's 14 years, 67 games. He had 39 points. Last year with the 15, 70 games, he had 71. Consistent with his penalty minutes. He's a competitive kid. Love that he didn't come off the ice in that game against Mission, because that meant the world to those kids.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'll bring it to you again. We got another trade. So Sioux City traded the 8th overall pick to Dubuque. So Dubuque's on the clock now. So we got 2 back-to-back trading of picks. So
yes.
And with that, Dubuque got their pick in. So it's going to be Colin Grubb from Shattuck St. Mary's 16U. Brendan, what do we got on him?
Colin Grubb's another kid that he played up a year. We talked about Scalberry earlier. Grubb played with the 16s. He was an invite to NTDP camp. He's a little different than some of the kids that have been drafted so far. He's a really honest player. He's strong on the puck. He can play a power game. He can protect it. He's 200 foot. He does not quit on pucks. He's another guy. He's a forward, but he can play he can play his off wing. He can play center. We liked him a lot at NTDP camp. And a player that I think is a good fit in this league because he's defensively responsible and he plays a 200-foot game.
He was a player for me at NTDP that he got better as went on.
Yeah, that's true too.
He got better and better. It seemed like the other kids fatigued. He just kept getting stronger and stronger. Was always around the net. Was always in the muck, and looked like he really enjoyed it.
And then we got our 9th overall pick in with the Waterloo Blackhawks. It's going to be Nash Road out of Whitebeard Lake High School. Brendan, what do we got on him?
Nash Road is a really talented kid. He's got good size and strength. He's a smooth skater. He handles the puck well, but he doesn't overexpose it, try to do too much. He was another kid that was at NTDP camp, had a chance there to make that team. He was good enough to make the team. I didn't think he had a great camp, compared to what I saw out of him at White Bear Lake this summer or this winter. But he's at that level, and that's why I mentioned it. He's an NTDP caliber player, and his game's only going to get better as he fills out.
Yeah, for me at camp, I thought he was okay. I thought he had flashes of using his skating and making it happen, and he's such a good skater, and he can play with such pace. I thought there was just too many times that he was standing around. But when he is going, boy, look out! He can move. He can make plays at pace. He's the kind of kid with the speed that has the opposing defenders back off the line because they're afraid that he's just going to blow right by him. If he can bring that every shift, every game, he's got a really bright future.
For sure. And then we have our next pick in, 12th overall pick from Sioux Falls. It's going to be Ethan Sung, Shattuck St. Mary's 16U. Brendan, what do you got on him?
So, I mean, this pick makes a lot of sense. Their GM, Gasparini, was an NHL scout for a long time. And like Ian, very much into the brain. Ethan Sung's one of the smartest kids in this draft. And at every level, he's undersized. So at every level, they said, last year at Select 15s in Buffalo over the summer, well, he had a great Bantam year, but at this level, when he's playing best on best, he's going to struggle. I think he led the camp in scoring, or he was one of them. It's like, okay, well, this year he's going to play up at 16s. He's going to struggle. He's undersized. One of the best players on the team, up there in points, I believe. So I've been hearing it for going on 3 years now that at some point this isn't going to work. He keeps proving everybody wrong. So I think Ethan Sung, because of his brain, because of his skill, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he's in this league and doing great.
So my lasting memory on Sung is at Nationals. I was in a different rink, and my phone blew up that the kid scored 2 shorthanded goals on the same penalty kill.
Wow.
So,
that's a stat.
And whether that was an exaggeration by the fellow that sent me that text, I don't know. But to get that text, it literally popped out in my head that he was, to do that, you have to be smart picking up passes and going.
Absolutely. And then we got the 13th overall pick in. Sioux City had the pick. It's Daniel Butin from Long Island Goals 15U.
Yeah, this is a kid. I believe he's from Belarus. And he came to the U.S. this year. He's got good size. He's a pretty fluid skater. Great touch of the puck, and he was a big part of that offense there. They had DeMars, they had Rooney, and him. He's got a grit factor to him too. He plays with some snarl. He can score from the outside. He doesn't need to be in tight on the goalie. And he's still like I don't want to say he's thin, but he hasn't filled into his frame yet, which is exciting for what he can be down the road. I really like Butin. He was one of my favorite kids at Nationals. And Sioux City's GM was there for every game. So,
yeah, I think he's a kid that as he fills out, I mean, you look at him and his face is still very, very thin in his helmet. As he fills out, he's going to get stronger and stronger. And he certainly doesn't lack confidence going to the top of the crease.
Yep. And then 15th overall pick from Lincoln. They're going to take Landon Jackman from Little Caesars 15U. Brendan, what do we got on him?
This is one of the more intriguing picks in the draft. We talked about consistency earlier. That would be the knock on Landon Jackman. His best is among the best in this draft. He's one of the most talented 2009s in the United States. He's big. He's strong. I've seen him go up in the Toronto Marlies tournament, the Whitby Silver Stick, big-time tournaments with some of the top players in Ontario. And he took over shifts, took over games. I've seen him at other times where he's quiet. So when you're that size, that strength, that skill, you should never be quiet. So when I look at a player like him, I think this kid could be really special. This could be the steal of the draft. And we'll just wait and see. But from a standpoint of what he could be, this is an NHL potential.
I was going to say, so this is a kid that in a few years we're going to be talking about with the NHL draft, with his size, his temperament, and when he brings the consistency and brings it every game, he's a kid that I think you're going to be talking about for his draft. In a couple of years, he's big, he's strong, He knows how to get to the net. He knows how to get body position on guys, and it's not just because he's bigger and stronger than guys. Like, he understands how to get his leg and his hip in front of your hip to knock you off balance so he can take your ice. And when he's at his best when he's doing that all over, and he has the potential to be a big time player.
He has a big time shot.
He's a guy that he's going to be an NHL draft pick.
Yeah.
It's just
sometimes with kids, and I don't know this kid. I don't know the situation. And I'm reluctant to say in this of like that some kids that they are more physically developed at a young age, they get bored.
Yep.
Where I don't know if that was the case with him, but I watched some games of him, and I point out the Whitby Silver Stick tournament and the Marlies tournament where he literally took over games against really good players. So you think of a kid that can do that, it's there. It's there. So it's going to be about refining it and get him to do it on a consistent basis.
He can certainly take over a game. Like he is the frame that next year, if he's playing in USHL, which who knows if he will or won't be, but he has the frame that he can go in and he can punish a junior defenseman and then win the race to the valuable ice in front of the net, and he can do that consistently.
All right, so that takes us into the second round. 16th overall pick goes to Omaha, and they select Robert Matson from Bishop Kearney Selects 15U. Brendan, what do we have on him?
It's a kid. He's a pretty balanced player. He's strong on his edges. He can score goals. He really does a lot of different things. And what I mean by that is he can kill penalties. Like I said, he's very good on his edges. He can break down a defender one-on-one, but he's not trying to be super flashy or through the legs or any of that kind of stuff. Protects it pretty well, and he gets shots off with defenders in his face. He can play in traffic, and that's such an important part of the USHL because the league's so fast, it's physical, and you don't have much time and space.
You have no time.
So a kid like him who can operate in traffic, that's a valuable skill set here.
Yeah, I like that he's very confident in front of the net. He has no problem moving through the Royal Road or planting himself there at the opportune time to get it to the net. He's a kid that competitiveness stands out to me.
For sure. And then the next pick, 17th overall pick, goes to Chicago, and they select Trevor Shorter from Chicago Mission 15U.
Trevor Shorter, if I was to say one kid in the draft that would be my favorite kid in the birth year, it'd either be Trevor Shorter or Drew Roscoe, 2 6'6" defensemen. This kid can skate. He's highly athletic. He's got some mean to his game. Spoke to his agent. He's got a brother who walked on at the Purdue football team, made the team as a tight end. That's
Wow.
Big Ten football. So athleticism in this family is in spades. I think this kid could be a long-time NHL prospect. I was shocked that he wasn't at NTDP camp. This is a big-time player, and you're just seeing the beginning of what he could be. He could be special.
So he's a big time player, big size, 6'6", 185, 190 pounds. You see the athleticism, and he's also October 7th of 09, so he's one of the younger guys. So he's a kid we're going to be talking about in the 3 drafts.
Yeah.
So
absolutely,
that's a great pick, especially a local kid. That's to me at this point. That's a steal. That he's a top 10 talent, and they got him in the early second round. That's excellent.
All right, moving on to the 18th overall pick. Des Moines selects Becker Wankus from Edina.
So Wankus played on the blue line of Edina High School as a freshman. That I could count how many times on my hand I've ever seen that, especially in big minutes and in big moments. This was a team that came off a state championship. They wanted to win it again this year. They made it to the tournament. The coaches trusted him. Like I said, he's playing in key situations. He might be the safest pick in the draft. He passes the puck like a pro. He snaps it off. He can handle bad passes and wobbly pucks. He's very mature. He's physical. He's stout, strong on his edges. And he plays a physical game without chasing, without trying to, get out of position to make big hits. He just contains guys. He pins them to the wall. I think Wankus is a big-time player, and I think he's got a skill set that will translate right away. If it, I would imagine most of the Dyna kids return back home and play some more high school. My guess is he'll do that. I don't know. But if he wanted to play in the USHL next year, I think he's ready.
So my guess is he's going to go back to Edina. But the thing that I find interesting, he's got a twin brother, and most of the time, if you have a twin brother, you have been punched in the mouth.
Yep.
And I think that is going to go a long way.
2 twins in a row, Ian. Trevor Shorter's got a twin brother.
Oh, really?
Well.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that
yeah,
one. So there you got 2 in a row that
back
punched
back
in the mouth.
Yeah.
To me, that's a real positive.
Yes.
All right, and now the 20th overall pick goes to Cedar Rapids. That pick is in. Sticking with Minnesota high school still, we have Jonathan Blodow from Cretin-Durham.
Yeah, Cretin-Durham made it to the state championship. He was a big reason why. He's a little undersized, but he's super strong and balanced on his edges. He's got a strong core, big legs. We saw him at NTDP camp, Ian, and both really liked his game. He's someone who can stop on a dime. He can navigate in traffic areas. He's got good touch on his passes. He can put pucks in space. And he's another guy who's got a deceptive release. He can score from top of the circles. So he's a good fit in the USHL. And I think he's someone that could play in there for a long time.
He hits like a truck.
Yes.
There was a lot of times at NTDP where it looked like whoever he was against thought that he was going to let him off the hook, and he ran him over.
Yeah, he gets under you and then he pops.
He pops. He explodes with an upward drive when he makes body contact, and he knocks people off their feet. Like I found him very fun to watch.
All right, moving on to our next pick. 21st overall goes to Tri-City, and they select Max Dessner from Shattuck St. Mary's 15U.
Dessner's a kid. He just had a big top 54 camp, which is the top 54 prospects in Minnesota. Puck handling defenseman. He plays a puck possession style. Sometimes he should move it quicker, honestly, but his handle, his confidence with the puck, his poise, rare at this age group. He's one of the better offensive defensemen in this draft class. So not surprised to see him go here. He's a little bit undersized. But he makes up for it with what he can do with the puck.
For sure.
He's also a D-man who can score. He had 10 or 12 goals last year, 10 or 12 goals the year before. So he, when he gets the puck in the slot, he can put it where he wants it. He gets it away quickly. He's got a little change in his release. And D-men that can score are very coveted.
100%.
And then we go to our next pick. 22nd overall goes to Fargo, sticking with Minnesota high school born and raised kids. We have Caden Zazda out of Hill Murray.
Yeah, he is. I think Murph ranked him as his number 1 guy at the top 54 camp in Minnesota. I would tend to agree. He can score. This guy can really score goals. He played on Hill Murray High School. Is one of the best teams in the state. I think they were 24-3 on the season. I think he led the team in scoring. He's got a wicked release. He's really strong on his stick. He's what do you call it, Ian? Bottom hand dominant.
He's got a very strong bottom.
Yeah, he does not lose pucks. Yeah. And if a defenseman tries to take him when he's driving the net, he's going to take the defender right to the post. One of the better scorers in the draft, physically mature. He's someone who's going to be able to make an impact early in his career.
Yeah, so last year at Hill Murray, 28 games, he had 21 goals. He can rip it.
I think he led Minnesota 54 in scoring. I think he had like 7 goals or 6 goals in 3 games, something like that. I mean, he was always scoring.
Moving to our next pick, 23rd overall pick goes to Sioux City, and they select Max Jakob out of Mount St. Charles 15U.
So Jakob is, we've seen this kid since he was a Bantam. He's very strong, physically mature kid. He really snaps his passes off. In our draft meetings, in our discussions, there's a wide range on him. There's some guys that had him as a top 25 player. There's some other guys had him outside the top 50. So it kind of looks like he went right in the middle of where our scouts had him.
It's very strong on his feet.
Very strong.
Very strong.
Yeah.
Very strong, period.
He can shoot the puck. He can really snap passes off. His game will translate at the USHL level. He looks the part of a lot of USHL defensemen.
Yeah, he looked the part 2 years ago.
So going to the next pick, 24th overall, we have Waterloo, and they select Cole Swanson out of Hibbing Chisholm.
Yeah, Swanson as a kid, we moved up from our midterm rankings. He's tall, he's lean, he's athletic. He was good as a Bantam as well, but we thought it took him a little bit to adapt at the high school level. He's coming off a top 54 camp. He dominated the Minnesota Bantam Elite League, which is a great league for the younger players. He was over a point a game at the high school level. He's got good touch around the net, soft hands. He's got good instincts. He's smart. And at this point, I think he's kind of a playmaker, but I think as he gets a little stronger, I think he'll be more of a scorer.
Yeah, I mean, at the Bantam level here, just looking, he had 38 games, 65 goals, 65 assists, 46 PIMs. And then he said it took him a little time to get his foot under him at the high school level. 28 games, 20 goals, 34 helpers, 54 points, 24 PIMs. So he can certainly play. He certainly moves the puck. He knows how to move around the offensive zone and find the open ice and find his open teammates.
All right, and then the next pick's in 25th overall pick goes to Muskegon, and they select Nolan Marto from Team North Dakota 16U. What do we have on him, guys?
Hold on. So Nolan Marto is a kid we had, just looking at our rankings here. He's another guy who moved up, played at Grand Forks out of Bantams, and then he made his high school team in the second half of the year. He's a scorer. He's somebody who's highly regarded by a lot of teams were interested in this kid. He's smart, he's skilled, he's got a quick first step, but I'd say his best attribute is probably his brain.
I unfortunately did not see him, so I got nothing for you.
Perfect.
Other than he shredded it last year with Grand Forks and had 64 goals in 50 games.
126 points.
That's not too bad.
That's all right.
Yeah, so, PIMs, 64 PIMs too.
Yeah, I misspoke in that he had the opportunity to play high school, but stayed with his Bantam team, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, moving on to the next pick. 27th overall pick goes to Sioux Falls. They select Cameron Manella out of Brunswick.
Yes, Cam Manella he's at a Brunswick school in like kind of Connecticut, New York borderline, right?
Yep.
He's one of the best.
Unbelievable rink. I love
it. Really nice barn.
He's one of the best defensemen I saw in prep school hockey overall, not just as an 09. He's a fluid skater. He's balanced on his edges. He keeps guys to the outside, plays with a pretty high hockey IQ, and he's an excellent puck mover. Another guy like all of them, because they're young, he's got to get stronger. He's got to get a little more disciplined defensively. But from a breakout perspective, from a power play perspective, he'd be one of the better defensemen in this draft.
So at 40-man camp, I thought he was very good. And the thing that really stood out to me was he would walk the line with the offensive blue line with his head up, and he would throw shots to the net that were very easily tippable.
Mm-hmm.
There were times you'd look and he would be flowed one in there to get tipped and be in the net, or tipped and the goalie'd have to make a very acrobatic save. That is definitely a skill to have a shot that is tippable.
Then we go to our next pick. The 28th overall pick goes to Dubuque, and they pick Jack Larkin out of North Star Christian Academy 16U.
Yeah, so Jack is a late birth year. Played up this year with 16s. He's an honest player. He's a 200-foot player. He's someone that he got better and better as the year went on. I like his compete level. He's tenacious. He wants to win pucks. He'll go to the net front. He'll take hits to make plays. He'll battle for pucks in the corner. And he's got some subtlety to his game. He's not a flashy player, but I remember seeing at your showcase, USHL showcase, went to that rink in Pittsburgh that's like an army base or something.
Oh, yeah. We like
Armory,
those ones.
I think. And I saw him come down on a 2-on-1. He held off the D with one hand, knew he couldn't get the puck between the defender's skates, so he threw it low pad for a soft rebound. The guy just came in easy tap in. So those are things that USHL GMs and scouts really pay attention to. They're not interested in the backhand toe drag move. They want to see things that will translate, and that's what this kid does.
To me, he's a late birthday. Is November 13th, and it's his competitiveness, and that's what is going to translate to the USHL. It seems like every shift, every game, you're getting out of him. which is beyond important.
Yep. And then moving to the 29th overall pick, we have Youngstown, and they select Brody Berard out of Mount St. Charles 15U.
Ian, this was your prediction before the draft started.
Yeah.
Berard is, I saw him play earlier in the year, thought he was maybe a step behind. I saw him at USA Nationals. I thought he was one of the best defensemen in the country. So I've seen this kid get a lot better as the season went on. I think he makes great decisions at the offensive blue line. He's another guy, as you said with Manila, Ian, he's a guy who gets pucks through to the net. He creates tips and screen opportunities, manages the puck well. He's strong in his skates. He can defend and plays the game the right way.
He's got some real jam in him. And he's tough. He's hard-nosed. Go back to the 68. He got into a fight at the 68, which I found very entertaining. He doesn't take crap. He clears his lanes in his end. He moves the puck. His passes are hard and flat. I think he's at his best when he moves the puck and then joins the rush as a second wave. Offensive blue line, he gets his shots through, which is very important. I think he's going to still grow because his dad and his uncle are 6'2 plus, which would lead me to believe he's going to keep on growing. This was a pick I did say I thought Youngstown was going to draft him, so I'm pretty happy with this one.
Absolutely. Moving to the 30th overall pick, we have Lincoln, and they select Jerry DiConzolo from Shattuck St. Mary's 15U.
Yeah, DiConzolo, from a skill perspective, is one of the most talented players in the draft. He's got excellent hands. He's creative. He's got poise, no panic, but he's just undersized. So, like several of the guys that we've mentioned already, he's going to have to get bigger and stronger. He's not someone that can probably play next year, but they're not going to need him to. He's really skilled and he's really smart. So I think Lincoln takes, they got one of the best power forwards, if not the best power forward in the draft, and Jackman. Now they've got one of the best, if not the best, skilled playmaking forwards in DiConzolo. So an excellent job of.
He's a highly skilled kid who can make plays. The biggest thing that he can do is spend a ton of time in the weight room the rest of the spring and summer, because skill wise and how he sees it and how he processes it, he's got a chance to play for a long time.
And then moving with the 31st overall pick goes to Omaha. They select Boone Chartier out of Shattuck St. Mary's 15U.
Yeah, this kid can handle the puck. He can play at pace. He had an excellent season this year with Shattuck St. Mary's. I think he's got good instincts, meaning he doesn't make predetermined ideas when he's got the puck. He reacts to how the defender's playing him, and he makes his play then, and he can do it at pace. He's got some subtleties to his game in that he can accept hard passes on his backhand with ease. He can sauce pucks on both sides of the blade. He can score rebounds. I think that's a smart pick here for Omaha.
To me, the thing that stands out, you said a little bit there, is he can think on his feet. He doesn't decide he's going to do something and go with it no matter what. He'll see the play developing, and he's patient. And if the defender's going to overskate the lane or the goalie's going to lean or whatever be like that, he's got the ability to change his mind late in the process of what the play is, what is happening in the play.
And then the 32nd overall pick goes to Chicago, and they select Reese Tracy out of Florida Alliance 15U North.
Yeah, so Tracy, he played with a superstar this year, and Trevor Daley Jr., who is at this level is a bona fide superstar. So Tracy may have not gotten the kind of attention that he probably deserves. He's a really skilled player. He's smart. He's dynamic one-on-one. He's got quick hands. So he's somebody that makes defenders miss. He's shifty, and he's another guy who can access all of his tools at top speed. So I think Tracy, maybe on a different team, might have gone higher, and Chicago's a good fit for him because they want to play a skilled, smart puck possession game, and that's what he brings.
Yeah, to me, he is a Chicago pick by how he processes it, how he darts, how he darts in and out of space. He moves off the puck very well. And then you just said it there. If he was on another team, he might have been looked at a little bit differently. But he to me is a Chicago draft pick all day.
And then moving on to the 33rd pick goes to Des Moines, and they select Bradley Wang out of Shattuck St. Mary's 15U.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Wang. He's smart. He's strong on his edges. He's got pretty good touch on the puck, and he competes. He'll go into corners. He'll come out with the puck. He shoots when he has a lane. He fouls it up at the net. He stops on the puck. This is a mature player for his age.
Yeah, for me, it's the compete. You said it. He goes into the corners. He wins the battles. He's not afraid to hit, pin, and then he's got the skills to pull the puck off the wall himself and then attack the net. He back checks with a purpose. He plays in his end with a purpose. He's a kid that with the compete, I think is what's going to bring him to the next level. Thing that's interesting here. So when he played Shattuck U14s, he had a very good year, 55 games, 27, 46 for 73. And then last year with the 15, 61 games, he upped this quite dramatically, 40 goals, 81 assists, 121 points. So the compete, spending time in the weight room, it's a great sign for things ahead.
All right. And then with the 34th overall pick goes to Waterloo. They select Ryan Marquardt out of White Bear Lake High School.
Yeah, this is an intriguing player. He's a two-way defenseman coming off a strong season, White Bear Lake. This is the second White Bear Lake prospect we've seen. He's very efficient. That's the term I would use for him. There's no nonsense. He picks pucks clean off the wall. He moves it quickly, doesn't need to overhandle it. He cuts guys off at the net. He's someone who keeps his eyes up ice when he's getting pressured. He doesn't panic, and he doesn't, force passes that aren't there. He's a very efficient player, smart player, and he's gonna be able to play in this league from his brain alone.
I unfortunately do not know him.
All right. And then moving on to the 35th overall pick, it goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Henry Steele out of Hudson High School, Wisconsin.
So right where we are now. Well, we're not in Hudson, but we're in Wisconsin right now. He's another strong defenseman. He's got some offensive upside. He's got a hard shot, but he knows when to use it. He doesn't rip it into shin pads. He moves pucks flat, accurate on the tape. His defensive game, he's got good gaps. He's going to need to get stronger. He's going to have to be able to push guys off pucks to play at the junior level. But in terms of positioning and gap control, this is a player whose game will translate.
To me, he's a player that the brain is what you're drafting here, and thinking that physically he's going to take a pretty dramatic step. I'm interested to see where he's going to be playing next year. Not that there's anything wrong with playing for Team Wisconsin or anything, but you see if he's going someplace else. But to me, he's another kid. We've talked about the last few guys that the most important thing for him is he processes it really well. He's got to spend time in the weight room, because where he is right now and where he can be in a couple of years can be dramatically different with off-ice effort.
All right. And then moving to the 36th overall pick, it goes to Tri-City, and they select Braden Cisco from Mid-Fairfield Junior Rangers 15U.
Cisco's really smart. I mean, that's the thing that's going to jump off at you. He's quick. He's agile. He's hard to get a body on. Thinks the game at a really high level. Got a little bit of Mooney in him on the national team. If you were to compare him to somebody that's recent,
that's actually a great one.
In the style of which he
for
plays.
sure.
Light on his feet, great agility, stops on a dime. He's just undersized.
Yeah, Mooney is a great reference point for him, because he can spin off contact. When he stops, there's no slide in the stop. It's literally almost instant, and then he explodes out the other way. He's creative. He has a wide dribble that gets defenders to lean, and then he has the skating ability. When he sees the lean, he can explode the other way. I wouldn't have thought about the Mooney reference, but that's pretty damn good.
Does it for a living.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just like it's very similar though, because when he comes up, if he's gonna slam on the brakes, there's no slide. It's literally bang, he stops, and as soon as the defender or whoever he's going against tries to gap up or close on him, he's going the other way. And if they stay on him, he has no issue spinning to create space for himself and literally going like right behind the defender and attacking that open ice.
Okay, and then we move to the 37th pick that goes to Youngstown, and they select Spencer Anderson from Thief River Falls High School.
Yeah, Spencer Anderson. I'm actually surprised he's still on the board, to be honest. We're getting into value territory here. This is a player who played in the Minnesota Elite League, which is really difficult to do as a kid at this age. I think there was only 3 or 4. Zasada went earlier, he played. Thief River Falls is not a name brand high school in Minnesota. The last time I had checked, I think he was almost a goal a game.
Yeah, 17 to 21.
Okay, so he's big, he's strong, he goes hard to the net. He's a kid that will adapt very easily in junior hockey. We just saw him at 54 camp. Murph and I both gave him an A. Really like the way he plays, the way he competes. He's a north-south power forward with some skill.
He's a big kid. He's almost a late as September 8th, 09, but he's still 6'2", 185. He's strong, big, strong kid, and that obviously translates into playing in this league.
Yep.
And then the 38th overall pick goes to Chicago, and they select Cage Flory out of Little Caesars 15U.
Cage is one of the more dynamic offensive defensemen, really smart player. He's an excellent passer. He's a player who, there could be 2 forecheckers on him. He looks totally composed, keeps his head up ice. He can stretch the ice with his passing ability. He can run the power play. He's a little undersized. He's got to get a little more zip on his shot. But from a puck moving perspective, one of the better defensemen in this draft. If he was 2 or 3 inches taller, he's probably a first-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, to me, you look right away with how Chicago wants to play and how they want to play. He fits that perfectly. So again, he's a kid that goes into the steel development system that really isn't surprising. To me, he's the kid. I've said it a few times about guys, but his passes are hard and they're flat, which matters as you get older and you're playing against teams with more structure defensively. He is undersized, but his game certainly translates to how Chicago wants to play.
And then with the 39th pick, that goes to Waterloo, they select Caden Jackman out of the St. Louis Blues 15U.
Yeah, and we're starting to find fits here, right? And what Ian just talked about with Chicago, that previous pick, Flory, is a fit there. I'd say the same thing for Jackman at Waterloo. They want to play a little bigger, a little heavier, and they want to play a high compete, in-your-face game. That's what Jackman is. He's high compete. He's in your face. He's got a wide wingspan. He can catch a pass anywhere in his wingspan. He shoots and he follows it up at the net. He wants to score. I think he's a player who hasn't found his ceiling yet, and has a lot of upside.
So he's an October 25th, so he's late birthday. He definitely is a high compete, high energy, high effort player. He's not someone that you ever look at and if you're at a game, you don't wonder if he played.
Right.
He's
Makes
involved.
his impact felt.
He's very involved in the game.
All right, and then moving to the next pick, 40th overall, goes to Muskegon, and they select Adam Valenti out of Honeybig 15U.
Yeah, Valenti's a two-way defenseman. He's an excellent passer. He's pretty strong on his edges, and can advance the puck. He was at NTDP camp. And another guy, I'm kind of surprised he's still on the board, to be honest, because he defends better than he gets credit for.
Yeah, I thought he was good at NTDP. I thought he positionally was very sound. He understood to keep himself between the other team and whoever was his man, the D zone, the net. I thought his gaps were good. I thought he moved the puck well. He's again just a little bit undersized.
Then with the 41st pick, that goes to Sioux Falls. They select Isaac Davis out of North Star Christian Academy 16U.
Went to watch this kid twice, and in both games he was not playing. So I can't speak to him. I saw him last year. I thought he was excellent, great athlete, still figuring out how to be a hockey player, but has a lot of tools.
So Isaac Davis played a ton of D growing up. He's playing center now. He processes it really well. Long stride, fluid stride. He's the kind of kid when you watch him play, his stick is always prepared and it's always where it should be. Whether he's on offense or defense, he understands how to put it in lanes to pick up passes. He understands how to give a target that his teammate can hit so he can handle it, even if they have to put it into a spot that might jam him. He understands how to put his blade in a specific target. He's got a good hard shot, good release. He's a Boston kid who went out to North Star last year, which doesn't happen very often. He trained hard and saw him a couple weeks ago, and he was dramatically thicker than when he went out there, which is a good sign for his off-ice development.
Then the 42nd overall pick, sticking with Sioux Falls, they select Andrew Fox, played for Dallas Stars Elite 16U.
Yeah, this is a strong, sturdy player. He's undersized, but he's really balanced. Plays a mature game. Strong on his edges. Can really shoot the puck. I think he was up there on their team in scoring as an underager. They had a pretty talented team. He knows how to utilize his line mates. When he's playing with a power forward, he knows how to go wide, give him spots at the net. He knows if he's playing with more skilled players to create space. I think that shows an instinct that will translate.
Yeah, to me, he's a kid. He can handle crappy passes very easily and make the play. He doesn't need to settle it and take a ton of time to make the next play. He's ready and can handle passes in his feet or a bounce or anything like that. Settles it, moves it. He's got very good awareness.
And then the 43rd overall pick goes to Dubuque. They select Drew LaRosa out of Culver Academy 16U.
Yeah, another kid. This is a guy who was dominant as a Bantam out in San Jose, and then made the move over to Culver, played up a year with the 16s. He's strong, he's smooth, he looks the part, and he's got a high hockey IQ. He doesn't do many things that don't advance the puck or put him in positions to score. He knows where to be away from the puck. I think he's smart. I think he's someone that will be able to jump up into a junior roster and make plays right away.
To me, he's a kid. He plays a mature game. You said it, that he's spatially, he's where he should be and understands to take his opponent's ice, but he's not a kid that just stands around waiting for things to happen. He's moving his feet to either defend or to create opportunities.
And then moving on to the 44th pick, that goes to Cedar Rapids. They select Tyler Potter out of Sioux Falls Power 15U.
Potter is big. He's strong. He leans on defenders down low to win pucks. He knows how to lean his body around the net front to get his stick on loose pucks. He scores rebounds. He's got some toughness to him. When he takes a hit, he kind of gives it back. He can play up and down the lineup at the next level, and I think he's got more athleticism than he might get credit for.
So he's November 18th, 09. So he's late. He's big at 6'2", 190, 195, and had 23 goals last year in 43 games, playing 15s. But he's a big, strong kid who is a late birthday, is really going to put some mass on.
Mm-hmm.
And then with the 45th overall pick, that goes to Lincoln. They select Anthony Timmerman with Little Caesars 15U.
Timmerman, and we talked about his teammate earlier, Cage Flory, similar in that he's bigger than Flory, but excellent puck mover. I thought he was very good at NTDP camp. His passes are crisp. He's elusive on the breakout. He can make guys miss. He's got real vision up ice. He can see into the second layer. He can run the power play. Timmerman, in my opinion, is a first, second round talent. So to get him here late in the third, I think is great value for Lincoln.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this kid. He skates well. He moves the puck well. After he moves it, he jumps into the lane that he's supposed to jump into. I thought at NTDP camp he was excellent. I was actually shocked that he didn't make it. I think he's a real value. Where was he? Where'd he go?
Lincoln.
45.
45th.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
And a late birth here as well.
Yeah, I'm shocked that he was not taken earlier.
And then sticking with Lincoln, with the 46th pick overall, goes to Enzo Di Domenicanio, Honeybake 15U.
Yeah, the guy whose last name barely fits on the jersey. But Enzo is as dynamic a center as there was in the state of Michigan this year, I thought. He was the best player on that Honeybake team up front. Super smart. He's a playmaker, makes everyone around him better. He had some big bodies on that team with Colby, Coombe, a lot of big guys, and he was the guy distributing, making the plays, setting guys up.
He's a playmaker that can score, though.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
He's not
Yeah,
just
for
looking
sure.
to make that play and find the backdoor play. Like he reads what the defenseman's doing and where they're putting their stick or where their body is, and if he's got the lane that has the goalie lean, and he's putting it home.
All right, moving to the 47th overall pick goes to Chicago. They select Elliot Schultz out of Minnetonka.
Another kid who's very close to being a 2010. He was a dominant player in Bantam AA in the state of Minnesota on a really good team. Our director of scouting in Minnesota, Mike Nelson, loves him. Gave him A- grades throughout the year. Fell off a little bit towards the end at the development camps in Minnesota. A little bit undersized, got pushed off pucks, but it's a big jump from Bantam to playing the best kids in the state. So, and he comes from a family that certainly had success in this league. So I think Elliot is poised for a really bright future, and our Minnesota guy loves him.
I don't know him well enough to make a comment. Sorry.
Okay, moving on to the 48th overall pick that goes to Des Moines. They select Talon Align from Chicago Mission 15U.
Yeah, this is a kid who had a great nationals. I think he really upped his stock there. One of the top guys on the Chicago Mission up front on a loaded, the Milojevic, who's with the program. Oliver McKinney was tendered. And he's right up there. He's in that discussion. He's not quite there, but he's smart. He's skilled. He's got a quick first step.
He's got jam.
Definitely has some jam. He's not afraid to go into dirty areas and compete for pucks. And like I said, I thought his best hockey was at the end of the year. So a lot of the USHL team's last viewing was when this kid really started to take it to another level.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the jam and the competitiveness on that team that had a ton of skill. He was someone that stood out to me that was always in the muck, always in the mix, not taking any crap. That those are the kids that translate USHL with the competitiveness and the battle. He certainly has that.
And then with the 49th pick, that goes to Muskegon. They select Max Penkin out of Jungadler Manham.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this player. He's a European player. Didn't see him this year.
I've got just his stats I run up here. Young Alder Mannheim, U20. He had 41 games played, 22 goals, 28 assists, 50 points, 49 PIMs. He's played internationally, played in Germany at the U18 Worlds, 5 games, 2-1 for 3, no PIMs. So this is a kid that was probably just watched pretty closely over the last couple of weeks. Great opportunity for him. Obviously, I would think that the U18s had a big impact on him going right now.
Sure. Moving on to the 50th overall pick goes to Cedar Rapids. They select Justin Lee out of Noble Prep School.
It's rare in the New England prep school circuit for young goalies to start. And he not only was a starter, he's one of the best goalies in the league. He's got good size. He's pretty athletic, but he's a precision goalie. He's got the technical ability. He's positional. He gets to the top of his crease. He cuts down the angle. This is a smart goaltender who knows how to read a rush, knows how to put himself in position to make easy saves.
He doesn't have a whole lot of wasted motion.
No.
I mean, when he goes post to post, he very rarely is he sliding past the post or getting himself caught where he has to scramble to go back the other way. To me, even as a younger kid, he played a very mature game, and that continued this year with Nobles. I thought he was excellent every time I saw him.
Then moving to the 51st pick, that goes to Dubuque. They select Joseph Kovaluzzi out of Cushing Academy.
Kovaluzzi is a kid who played on the New England Prep Championship team in Cushing. He's kind of a light on his feet, soft hands, skilled player. He can make little subtle plays in space. He played online with Max Deneen, who was one of the top players in prep. And I thought Deneen had his best season that he's had, and a lot of it was because of Joe's game. Joe's smart, put him in positions to make plays. I think
he's fearless. Like he's not the biggest kid in the world, but he's fearless. He goes to the front of the net. He wins battles. He's the kind of kid that will be F1 on the forecheck and create that loose puck. And when his teammates got it, and he's getting in a position where he can shoot. Kovaluzzi's beating the defenseman back to the net front for the rebound. He's a worker. He plays hard. He's got very good agility, very good straight line speed. To me, he's a great pick right here.
Moving to the 52nd overall pick, that goes to Waterloo. They select Michael Lethold out of the Philly Junior Flyers 15U program.
Poise. This guy is never rattled. He can have a lot of guys on him. He can be in chaos, and he looks like he's out there for a Sunday afternoon skate. I mean that in a good way. He lets the play develop in front of him before he makes his play. He's another guy who doesn't have predetermined ideas. He reacts to what's going on the ice. He's an ideal power play defenseman at the next level. He's got pretty good size already. He's got to get a little stronger, a little more disciplined defensively. But what this kid can do with the puck on his stick is pretty impressive.
Yeah, Brennan, you've heard me say this about kids. Like the game is going as fast as he wants it to go.
Yeah,
like he doesn't. He's never in a hurry. He never looks like he's bothered. He can have a forechecker that's looks like he's going to be gaining on him. He takes a couple of strides. He's creating space. He uses the net as a pick. Like he just is. He's got very low pulse rate. He's just not easy going. He just plays the game at the speed that he wants. And I mean that as a compliment.
And then with the 53rd overall pick, it goes to Tri-City, and they select Charlie Miniman from the St. Louis Blues 15U program.
Yeah, Minimum is he's a kid who takes away your time and space. He's not the biggest guy. He's not the most physical, but he's got very tight gaps. He gets his stick on pucks. He forces guys to the outside. And when he has possession, he's quick and deliberate. He doesn't have to overhandle it. He doesn't try to pass through three guys. Smart, efficient, well-rounded defenseman.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to the 54th overall pick, that goes to Omaha, and they select Stanislav Sanjister from Cleveland Barons 15U. Yeah, this was their best defenseman. Just saw him at USA Hockey Nationals. Their team, made a good run to get there. Big and strong, plays kind of a heavy game, boxes out at his net front. He can snap passes off like a veteran junior player. Pretty mature overall. Clears out space in front of his net so his goalie can see the puck. I think he's a low risk guy. He's not trying to do too much, or he doesn't turn pucks over. I thought he's a very good prospect for junior hockey.
So it says there he's 6 feet. I would have thought he was bigger than that just by how
I would too.
Leans on guys. Maybe that gets updated, but he was a leader on that team. He plays a pretty low risk game. I would have thought he was bigger and heavier than 6 feet, 168, just by how when he makes contact with somebody, they seem to always, even if it's incidental contact, they seem to always be taking a step back. I think he's a big, heavy kid whose game, and heavy, I don't mean that he's out of shape. I mean big, heavy, that his game translates, and he's not going to have any issue when older kids are taking runs at him.
All right, and then with the 55th overall pick, that goes to Dubuque, and they select Cameron Hay out of South Kent Selects 15U.
I really like Cameron Hay. I think there's a steal here. Kid out of St. John, Newfoundland. Just saw him at Q Cup. He was outstanding. He's got good speed. He hustles. He does all the little things that make his team better. He's got quick hands. He can handle bad passes and in one motion catch a pass and get the shot off. He's climbed our list quite a bit. His final ranking was at 37. So, and that includes, like I said, NTDP guys. So we're very high on Hay. I think he can be a playmaker at that level.
So he was a kid. He was at Mount, and he wasn't one of the guys that you would view as the guy. And then at South Kent, I thought things totally changed where his confidence went through the roof. I don't know if he just had a big summer of off-ice training or not, but how he carried himself from his U14 year to his U15 year was dramatically different. At South Kent, he was a difference maker every time you saw him.
And then with the 56th overall pick, that goes to Madison, and they select Aiden Mowry out of Pittsburgh Penn's Elite 15U.
Really like Mowry. I think Mowry could be an NHLer when it's all said and done. He's got a great frame. He's pretty athletic. A little clunky in transition, which is normal for kids that age and that size. He's got a long stick. He defends with purpose. He can defend power very well. I just think he oozes upside. He looks like some of the guys we've watched for years that maybe at 16 they're not quite there, but at 17 they get better, and at 18 they're legitimate NHL draft picks.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He's a kid that right now is just, you're seeing the tip of what he's going to be when he's 18, and that's just going to be the tip of what he's like when he's 21. He's a kid who just how he carries himself on the ice, how he comes on and off the ice, how he supports his teammates, how he defends, how he reacts to his goaltender save and reads rebounds. It just translates to a kid who's going to have success the higher up he goes. There's no, like, he's very low risk, high reward. There's no always going to gamble. He might be out of position here. He's always, relative to where he should be. He's a kid that in a couple of years I think we're going to be talking about him quite a bit.
And then with the 57th overall pick, that goes to Omaha, and they select Hagen Bach out of Shattuck St. Mary's 15U.
Yeah, Bach's a winner. I mean, I don't know what his season-ending stats were, but at one point he was in the 940s save percentage-wise. I don't know if he lost a game all year at Shattuck. If he did, it was very few. He's got A-minus
his
grades.
Shattuck stats: 31 games, a 181, 930 save percentage, 7 shutouts, 24-0.
Yeah, and I mean, Shattuck was very good, as they always are, but this was not one of the super teams for Shattuck this year. He was an outstanding goalie. He's very composed. He's got good body control for a kid his age, pretty strong technical ability. His paddles are up. He's got good posture in the net, strong push-off. But I just think he's a competitor, and every time I've seen him, he wins.
And then with the 58th overall pick, that goes to Sioux City, and it goes to Paul Sinching out of Villacher U20.
Sounds good. He plays in Austria. We're just going to go right off his stats here. At the U17 age group, playing for Villacher SME U17, 8 games, 14 goals, 8 assists, 22 points. And then he moves up to the U20, 24 games, 24 goals, 17 helpers, 41 points. And then he played a couple games in the Austrian 4, which would be a professional league, but the 4th division. 5 games, 3, 2 for 5. I mean, just going off of that, he's a kid who can score. Like he's March, he's 6 feet, 165. This is probably a great value pick here. You get him to come over and start to train here. He could be something that's very special in a couple of years.
All right. And then with the 59th overall pick, that goes to Youngstown, and they select Evan Wanner out of Moorhead High School.
State champion, which is huge. Shows you can play under pressure. He played it in the tournament at a Minnesota high school, pretty special tradition. This is a small town on the west side of the state. It borders Fargo, North Dakota, and they've got something really special going on there. Their Bantam team won the state championship as well. This kid was getting a regular shift at the high school level. He's a balanced skater. He's got an honest game. He'll block shots. He'll kill penalties. He's smart. Takes good pursuit angles. It wasn't quite a point per game, but close. At top 54 camp, we had him as their 6th favorite player in the state at that age group, which says a lot. So Youngstown is getting a really good value. We had him at 68 overall, including NTP kids. He goes at 59. I think
check out this stat from last year with Moorhead's Bantams. 60 games, 72 goals, 56 helpers, 128 points, 32 PIMs, plus minus 128.
Wow. Hopefully a plus.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Wow.
So,
All right, and then moving on to the last pick of the 4th round, 60th overall, goes to Lincoln, and they select Holton Davison out of Wayzata High School.
I just saw
Let
this
you guys
kid.
get your notes up there.
Yeah, he's an intriguing player. We thought he might actually we have him a little lower on our list, but 6'3". He's long, he's athletic, he's got a pretty fluid stride. He's a little raw at this point, but he handles pucks pretty well. He knows where to be away from the puck. He gets open. He doesn't get on top of the goalie. He kind of, when he's defending, he challenges you at the top of the circles. He forces guys to the outside. He makes a pretty crisp pass. Just going to, more experience. I think this kid could end up being a steal. I actually really like this pick because he's somebody, we had, like I said, a little bit later because of where his game is right now, but where I think it could be, I think he's probably 2 rounds ahead of where he was drafted.
So this fits right into Lincoln in my mind. We've talked about Chicago, how they have a identity, what they've got, and then you have Lincoln here. He's 6'3", 185, who might take a couple of years to get there, but when he does, I think he's a player that will fit the mold of what they're doing there right now very well.
Yeah, I mean they've got Harrington, Rombach. He's in that. He's in that
mold. He might not be. Well, I don't think he'll be there next year. It might take 2 years, but when he gets there, he's gonna fit exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah, long and athletic defense.
Yeah, tough to play against, in the way all the time.
All right, well, that concludes the 4th round. We're going to take a quick break, give our panelists a second to catch their breath and grab some water, and then we'll be back shortly to break down the 5th round and some more players for you.
I'm Cole Caulfield, and I played college hockey.
I'm Adam Fox, and I played college hockey.
I'm Jake Gensel, and I played college hockey.
I'm Kel McCarr, and I played college hockey.
Whether you're a fan or a player, nothing compares to college hockey.
It's a special hockey night, Hockey Fights Cancer Night. We all stand together in this fight against cancer.
We are one team to achieve victory over cancer.
Why do we do it? Is it because we have to? When we step out on the ice? Is it just because we're told to? No. It's because we love to. We keep working hard and working together, giving 110 at practice and 120 on game day. Struggling to overcome and never giving up. We know every effort makes a difference. That's why at Gemini Athletic, we know the jersey matters. Custom hockey jerseys proudly made in the USA.
You go to any town in Minnesota and there's a rink. It's a big deal here.
Shooting scores!
Once again, USA Hockey wins the World Junior Championship.
On sale now at 2026.worldjunior.hockey.
It's a gift. And it's a thief. It heals. It teaches. And it can be on your side. It can even fly. We can try to get ahead of it. But it marches on. Time. It can be measured in eras and accomplishments and historical milestones. CCM measures time by its impact. We are the past. We are the future. CCM, we are hockey.
All right, and welcome back here with the 5th round, 61st pick overall goes to Youngstown, and they select Lucas Kochlier out of Liberec HV.
All right, so he is, we have a little bit of an undersized D-man right shot. I've not seen him play. We're going straight off of stats here. Last year in U17, he had 38 points, 11 and 27, 24 games, 55 PIMs. So he's got some jam to him. He played 16 games at the U20 level, 1 goal, 7 assists, 8 helpers, 18 PIMs. Just at the for Czechia in the World Juniors at the U18s, he was 3 games played and 2 PIMs. Obviously, this is Youngstown, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Youngstown had Benach this last year and had success. I'm sure that this player, as a D-man, I'm sure that Lucas falls right into that mold of a high-skilled kid who plays with pace.
And then moving to the 62nd pick overall, it goes to Chicago, and they select Camilio Milani out of Toronto Marlboros U16.
High motor, high speed playmaker out of a really talented Toronto Marlies team. Most of their talent was on the back end. They didn't have a ton up front, but he provided great speed, balance, and energy. High motor, feet are always moving. He can make plays at pace, and more of a playmaker at this point than a scorer.
And then the 63rd overall pick goes to Des Moines, and they select Camden Zaporozhyn from Shattuck St. Mary's 15U.
Yep. Another guy, speed. He can fly. He thinks the game quick. He's got a quick set of hands. He gets shots off quickly when defenders gap up on him. He's elusive. He's hard to get a body on. He's dangerous in transition and in space.
He's hard to play against. He's got a high level of compete. I think that's the biggest thing. I've said that about a few kids now, that what stands out to me when I think about them is just their compete and their willingness to battle. He falls into that.
And then the next pick, 64th overall, goes to Chicago, and they select Jackson Millay out of Madison Capital 16U.
Really like this player. He's long, strong, high ceiling. He can do a lot of different things, but I would say his best attribute is that he's kind of a shutdown in the middle of the ice. He takes away guys' shot lanes. His stick is in passing lanes. He's not afraid to step up and play the body off of zone entries, which a kid of that size, usually they don't necessarily trust their feet totally. They kind of back up. Not this kid. He'll step up and deliver a check. Still growing into his frame. He reminds me of a pick they had, a kid out of Thayer, the defenseman. Ian, Massachusetts kid. He played high school.
McFadden.
Yeah. He's in the frame of a McFadden type, long, athletic, really high ceiling.
All right, so here he is. He's October 15th, so he's late, 6'3", 175. He's with the Capitals U16s last year. He had 14 points in 15 games, 3 and 11. Late birthday, already long. That's the kind of things you love.
And then moving to the 65th overall pick goes to Cedar Rapids. They select Jackson Hendricks out of Wayzata High School.
Love Jackson Hendricks. He just had a statement performance at the Minnesota Top 54 camp. Really skilled. He can handle the puck under pressure. He can get under checks. He's a smooth skater. He's only going to get better as he fills into his frame. He's got good first touch on the puck. He can shoot it. He was all over the ice there. We ranked him. He made quite a bump from our midterm to our final. I like that pick a lot.
Okay, then moving on to the 67th overall pick that goes to Muskegon, and they select Whitaker Rewerts out of Hibbing Chisholm.
Another kid who made a really strong impression at 54s. He made it through, so we'll be seeing him again at national camp. Undersized defenseman, but really skilled with the puck. He's got good touch. And I think our second guy now out of Hibbing. Puck mover. He's very efficient on the breakout. He wins races back to the puck. He's elusive and really high IQ.
Then moving to the 68th overall pick that goes to Sioux City, and they select Paulo Galberto out of Mount St. Charles 15U.
Yeah, Galberto is a kid. He's strong on his edges. He can score. He knows where to be away from the puck to get open to score. He's not necessarily a burner in the speed department, but he's smart and aware, knows where to be on the ice, and doesn't need a second chance to score.
Yeah, he's a kid. He's definitely strong on his feet. He's not a burner, but he's good in quick little bursts. He's got poise with the puck. He's a kid that if he comes up and he doesn't like what he's seeing, he has no problem bringing it back and using the D to regroup and attack the weak side. He's on that Mount team. He hasn't been the primary guy. I would think he'd be back there next year, and he would be a guy that's really going to drive offense for him. He certainly can make plays in small areas and attack the net very quickly.
Then moving to the 69th overall pick that goes to Omaha, they select Griffin Story out of Waseca High School.
Yeah, this is another player who comes out of a lesser-known high school team in Minnesota. We're seeing a lot of that so far. He was another kid at an excellent Minnesota top 54 camp. He was one of the very few that played in the Minnesota Elite League. He's a 4-star for us. He made quite a jump from 113 to 80th in the rankings. He's long. He's athletic. He's got good IQ. Moves well for his size. I think he's a player that's going to get better and better as he gets older and stronger.
And then moving to the 70th overall pick that goes to Sioux Falls, and they select Michael Bonkov from Bishop Kearney Selects 15U.
He's a late 2009. He's really smooth. Moves the puck very quickly, very efficiently, jumps into the play. He's a kid who came over. He's played for the Gulls and then moved to Bishop Kearney. I think he's a kid you really just starting to scratch the surface as a late birthday, as a mid-November, November 17th. Physically he might be a little bit farther behind the kids, but he can play. He moves the puck with purpose. He's a kid that offense doesn't have by accident with him. He's doing it purposefully, and he's very, very good in offensive transition.
Going to the 71st overall pick that goes to Madison, and they select Grady Anika out of Okanagan, Colorado 15U.
Yeah, another player who had a really strong nationals, USA Hockey Nationals. This is a big team, that OHA Colorado team. He's kind of the skill component of it, but he can also play in traffic. He's honest in that his stick is in lanes. When he's forechecking, he takes good angles. And I believe he led the team in scoring. Pretty smart player, and he can find seams. in crowded areas.
Going to the 72nd overall pick, that goes to Waterloo, and they select Trevin Vargo with the Anaheim Junior Ducks 15U.
I like Vargo a lot because I think what he could be down the road. He's got a really big and athletic frame. He moves well for his size. He shows some flashes of a power game, but he hasn't quite developed that yet. He's still playing kind of a skill game. I like his wingspan. I like the way he collects passes. He shoots the puck and then follows it up at the net. Vargo has a chance, given his size, given his athleticism, to be a really good player down the road.
Then going to the 73rd overall pick, that goes to Dubuque, and they select David Blasiak out of the Chicago Reapers 15U.
Yeah, I'll admit on this one at the midterm, I had him pretty low. I wasn't convinced that he had enough dynamic offensive ability. I saw him again in February. I was really impressed with him. And then I saw him just recently at USA Nationals, and I thought he was excellent. Him and Cooper were their best forwards. He's got some power to his game. He's got toughness. He can absorb checks, maintain possession through contact, and he gets his shots off. He's going to translate easier at the junior level than a lot of kids who have been drafted above him. I was late to the party, but eventually got there.
All right, moving to the 74th pick overall, that goes to Youngstown, and they select Mitchell Mars out of Fox Motors 15U.
So, they're obviously familiar with this guy. His coach is one of the GMs at Youngstown, in Kazeki. I didn't see him a lot during the year. I saw him at the end at OHL Cup, and he had an excellent showing there. He's strong on the puck. He can protect it, but he's also got some soft hands. He can make little plays in traffic areas. Shoots the puck with authority. I thought he crashed the net. He showed strong stick. He could one touch in tight. I think he's a gamer, and obviously someone they know well.
And then moving to the 75th pick overall and concluding the 5th round, that pick goes to Lincoln, and they select Gabe Swenson out of Hermantown High School, Minnesota.
Yeah, I just saw him at 54s, and there's like 2 Swansons and 1 Swenson, so I just want to make sure I got the right guy. Yeah, this is the defenseman. Smart. He handles the puck well. He's got real touch on his passes. He can elevate the puck and put it up over stick blades, or he can put it quick and crisp and on the ice. He's calm under pressure. There's no panic in his game, and we gave him a B+ at 54s, which is, again, top 54 players in the state of Minnesota.
All right, moving to the 6th round, start of the 6th round, 76th overall goes to Omaha, and they select Ilya Gromov with Cleveland Barons 16U.
So Gromov is a big, skilled, he's a left shot winger. He's a physical presence. He uses his size and strength. He gets the net. He establishes body position early and stays there. He's very competitive in the corner. He creates scoring opportunities through just getting to the net and planting himself there and staying there. I think he's got to pick up a step, but as far as getting to the net and strength and staying there, he's a nice size power forward, or strong on his feet who can be there.
Yeah, he's kind of unique in that. Yeah, he plays with Ozagani, another guy probably doesn't get the credit he deserves. But you're right, he's a 5'7" power forward. And I mean that he's like bowling ball. He's hard to get off.
You can't move him.
Yeah, you can't get him out of the front of the net.
Yeah.
All right, moving to the 77th overall pick, that goes to Chicago, and they select Caden Mott out of Okanagan, Colorado 15U.
Mott is the only, he might be the only sub 6 foot player on that team. He plays with a lot of pace. He's skilled. He thinks the game at a high level, and he can play an energy game. He doesn't have to rely on scoring. That's not to say he can't score. I think he's one of the top scorers on the team, but he brings an energy to the ice. He's a hard forechecker. He's a relentless penalty killer. I really like this kid at USA Nationals.
Moving to the 78th overall pick, that goes to Des Moines, and they select Jacoby Palmer from the Long Island Gulls 15U.
Palmer's good sized player. He's strong. He can move bodies to keep guys to the outside. He had a kind of a deceptive offensive year this year. I think he was definitely led their defensive core in points. I think he's up in top 3, top 5, which he's been a kind of a defensive defenseman most of his career. And this year he's added that element, which points to some upside there that this kid gets better and better every season.
He's got good size. He was a leader this year on that Gulls team. He had 57 games, 18 goals, 33 assists, 51 points. We saw him at the tournament a couple weeks ago in Wellesley. I thought he was moving really well, skating. He was strong on his feet. I've said it a few times, but his passes are hard and they're flat. And I know that sounds like it's a crazy comment to make, but as you get to higher levels, that flat pass is something that allows you to make your teammate to make the next play very quickly, and he makes a hard flat pass.
All right, moving to the 79th overall pick, that goes to Green Bay, and they select Luke Patilla out of Honey Baked 15U.
Yeah, Luke, he can play a lot of different dimensions. He's tough. He's skilled. He gets involved with some stuff after the play. Murph loves this kid. When he came back from the MLK showcase, he said, forget about all these other guys, probably half of which have already been drafted. He said, pay attention to this Patella kid. He's got a grit to his game that's going to translate, and he can play a lot of different ways. I see him as more of a skilled guy that can play with a bit of a chip on his shoulder. So he's got that kind of dynamic to him. But like I said, he can be an energy guy. He can be a penalty kill guy. He can be a power play guy.
I mean, Murph still talks about this kid now and how he can agitate and has literally zero issues getting involved in post-whistle activities. Now, Murph just enjoys watching him play. I think this is a good pick. You might view him as a skill guy, but I view him as an absolute antagonist who drives the other team nuts.
Yep, for sure.
All right, moving to the 80th overall pick goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Tate Batchelor out of Stillwater High School in Minnesota.
Yeah, so Stillwater High School made quite a run this year in the Minnesota State tournament and the AA division. Had some upsets, made it all the way to the final, and almost beat the Spuds. So a great season for them, and this kid was a big part of it. He was a sophomore on the back end. He's an excellent puck mover. He's smart. He's efficient. He's got good feet. He's both balanced and agile. He's got that quick twitch to stay with the forwards. He plays a tight cap. And we just saw him recently at 54s. And there, when he's playing his age group, he handled the puck a little more. He showed a little more confidence, a little more poise. So that was nice to see that dimension as well. So I think he's a skilled two-way defenseman at the next level.
Skilled two-way defenseman, again, who has really good vision, thrives in transition, moves the puck quickly, moves his feet. Again, I just said it. He makes hard, flat passes, and that matters as you get older. So transition to me is where he's going to stand out.
All right, going to the 81st overall pick, that goes to Tri-City, and they select Jackson Smith with the Windy City Storm 15U.
Yeah, so it's someone obviously they know well at Tri-City, coming out of Windy City. Long, lean, soft hands. He leads their team in scoring, I think, by a lot. Last I had checked. He's got to get a little stronger, but he's a player who can hold the puck out wide, extend his hands, protect it, shield it, and then undress a defenseman one-on-one and then snipe it. Like he's got a lot of tools. We have him a little higher than this on our rankings, given his level of production and his upside. Once he grows into his frame, I think this kid could be really good.
So this year with Windy City, he was our leading scorer, 47 games, 25 goals, 38 assists, 63 points. The second on the team, 50 games, 20 goals, 26 for 46. So he did lead it by quite a bit.
All right, going to the next pick, 82nd overall goes to Youngstown, and they select Dylan Sampier from the Long Island Gulls 15U.
Sampier led that Long Island Gulls in scoring this year, which is hard to do because you had Booton, who went already, DeMars, who's an excellent player. then they had Rooney in the playoffs. This kid kind of stirs the drink. He's undersized, which is why he fell, but from a speed and an agility and playmaking ability, he's probably a third rounder. Really quick, really dynamic. He's fearless. He doesn't back down, and consistently pushing the pace and plays with a high motor.
Yeah, for me, he might be undersized, but he's fearless. He definitely goes to the heavy areas and isn't nervous or isn't afraid of what's going to happen. So to me, as you said, the fearlessness is what stands out, is going to translate to him at the higher levels.
All right, moving to the 83rd overall pick that goes to Omaha, and they select Bo Schmidt out of St. Cloud Cathedral.
Another kid who's got experience playing at the high school level, was almost a point a game kid. He was we had him pretty high as a B plus at the Minnesota 54 camps. He's not the biggest guy, but he's really sturdy on his edges, and he's got a strong bottom hand, so he doesn't lose the puck. And he can kind of bounce off guys in traffic, and the kid can score. If he's got a lane to the net, he'll finish.
Moving to the 84th pick overall, that goes to Fargo, and they select Colton Line with Okanagan, Colorado 15U.
Yeah, nice value here. Another kid, he was at NTP camp. Long and lean, really athletic, uses his body well to shield the puck. He's not overly physical yet. That's probably the next phase in his development, but has some deceptive skill, can really shield the puck from defenders. And I thought he, at NTDP camp, proved he belonged there.
So at NTDP camp, I thought he got more physical as the week went on.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like he figured out that he could intimidate, and he started to do that. And I thought he got better as it went on.
Yeah.
So I thought last couple of days there, I thought he was very, very good.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a project, but from a ceiling perspective, he's the highest ceiling guy on that OHA team.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that he was still around right now.
Yeah.
All right, moving to the 85th pick overall, that goes to Muskegon, and they select Cam Anderson with Chicago Reapers 15U.
Yeah. Cam Anderson is Muskegon fans will love this guy. He'll take defenders right to the net. He'll take hits from anybody. He doesn't move. He's big and physical and mean, and he can score. He's got a strong bottom hand, like I said in the last guy. He can score net front goals. And on that Reapers team, obviously Cooper and some other guys, Blasiak, but Cam Anderson was kind of the heart and soul of that team. He's a really tough, rugged, no nonsense, north-south power forward who I think fans in Muskegon will love.
He has a presence on the ice. Like
100%.
He's the kid that when he comes on the ice, you're not waiting for him to do something. You're expecting him to do it, and it kind of excites you because he's going to set the tone, and he'll go up against anyone. He doesn't care who it is, and he's not going to let you off the hook. He's a kid that junior-wise is going to make his presence felt, and in a few years when you're to the NHL draft, he's got the mindset and the temperament that NHL teams are going to like.
Yep, and then moving on to the 86th overall pick, that goes to Madison, and they select Cameron Holyoke from Chicago Mission 15U.
Cam Holyoke, and we talked about the Mission defense. He's another player that might have been a fifth or sixth defender on that team. That's how talented that back end was. And my comment on him would be, I don't know what he is as a player, because some games he's offensive, some games I think he's a shutdown, some games I think he's got pretty good gaps. So it shows that he's got a lot of different things in his toolbox. He was someone that was not in our midterm rankings that climbed up over 120 spots. So he's been gradually getting better and better and better as the season's gone on. And it's nice to see that Madison has picked up on that and seen that trajectory. If he keeps on that trajectory, he'll be in this league shorter than longer.
All right, moving on to the 87th overall pick, that goes to Sioux Falls, and they select Jack Prutney with the New Jersey Rockets 15U.
Take that one, Ian.
All right. I'm just going to go right up some of the reports that we have here. Jake Brutney is a 5'8", 150-pound D-man, so a little undersized. He's a well-rounded defenseman with strong decision-making skills, allowing him to stay engaged in the play and capitalize on scoring opportunities when presented. His poise with the puck enables him to make plays in all situations, including taking on forecheckers and beating them and creating time and space for his teammates. Let's see here. So I'm at the Denny Pack. Good mobility, puck handling skills, very common poise from the back end, making good puck decisions. He's always aware of the play ahead of him and scans the ice well to know the option and what's best with the pass or to carry the puck out of trouble. Again, talking about his brain, he excels in making smart reads and decisive steps. He uses quick mobility and awareness to stay ahead of the play. He plays with his eyes up and delivers quick, hard, accurate passes. I like that one. Again, from the Pack, undersized right shot D-man, very good puck poise, very good puck handling skills. He's the offensive defenseman who stirs the drink from the blue line for the Rockets. He's balanced, agile feet, retrieves pucks and escapes pressure without issues. So a bit undersized right shot D-man who looks to have great feet, very low panic threshold, and moves the puck with hard, flat, accurate passes.
Love that. Moving on to the 88th overall pick, that goes to Dubuque, and they select Leland Dulac, who played for Seacoast Performance Academy 15U.
Yeah, Dulac's a kid who's gotten better every tournament. Pretty much. I'm looking at the trajectory here. We started at your show, the USHL Showcase in the fall. He was a C+. At Eastern Exposure, C+. Then he's a B at the Youth Cup, which I think is another one of your tournaments, and then finished off as a B+. He led the back end in scoring. He's a small, undersized, puck-moving defenseman. He runs their power play. He's a quick decision maker. He's got a quick twitch. He can walk the blue line, open up lanes. Just got to get a little stronger, get a little more, become more of a shooting threat on the power play. Goalies kind of know he's there to move pucks, not to shoot at this point. But really smart player, and will run your breakout.
Moving to the 89th pick overall, that goes to Youngstown, and they select Wyatt Finkenkeller out of the Chicago Reapers 15U.
Kid can fly. He's got good speed. He's wiry. He's skilled. He's agile. Pretty quick processor. I thought he was a really nice fit with some of their bigger, stronger power forwards. He can go up and down the wing, push defenders back, and then he knows what to do with that space that he creates for himself. That's a nice pick. He's another guy that was kind of an unknown early in the season and just kind of got better and better and better and really put himself on the radar after nationals.
Okay, and then with the last pick in the 6th round, 90th overall, goes to Lincoln, and they select Sawyer Schmidt with the Buffalo Junior Sabres 15U.
Schmidt was an invite to NTDP camp. One of their top, him and Norman Green on that Buffalo Junior Sabres up front. The kid can really skate. He's got excellent edge control. He's got a top speed and another gear that kind of takes defenders by surprise. And he's got the balance to cut in at the net. He's not just a perimeter guy who flies around and make plays at the net. He might be a year away. He's still a little bit undersized, but I like where his game's going, and I thought he was very good, best on best against the best kids in the country.
He was very, very good at 40-man camp. He's December 29th of 09, so he's late, very late. At 40-man camp, I thought he could buzz. I love that he attacked the middle. He didn't, even though he was fast, he didn't just stay out wide, trying to beat the guys wide and around the net. Looked like Dean Youngblood. He was very willing to drive and then cut hard to the middle and attack the weak side D and make that weak side D make a decision either to play him or play the pass. At 40-man camp, I understood why he was there, but he surprised me with the impact he had almost on a shift-to-shift basis.
All right, and then that gets us started to the 7th round with the 91st pick overall goes to Muskegon, and they select Wilmer Celine Forsberg.
Haven't said European player. Haven't seen him this year.
Hold on. Well, you just type in Wilmer Celine. He's
Yep. 6'2", 185.
Yeah, he's a left catching goalie. Oh, has him here at 6'4", 192. Played games in the J18, nine games, 155 with a 920 save percentage. And then he played in the J18 National with 7 games, had a 284 with an 892. And then he played in J20 and 5 games with 248 and 890. If I said anything more than that, I would be making stuff up.
And we don't do that here.
Well, we can't. We can, but we don't want to admit it.
Yeah, that's the first goalie off the board.
No,
Justin Lee, right?
Justin Lee.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Second goalie off the board. And then they've had a couple Europeans so far. So
Yeah.
Skegan's got some guys overseas.
All right, moving to the 92nd overall pick that goes to Chicago, and they select Logan Urban from Shattuck St. Mary's 15U.
I like Urban. I think Urban is underrated. So I don't know if I can say that anymore after getting drafted in the USHL, but he's kind of an understated defenseman. He's athletic. He moves well. He keeps guys to the edge. He's got good stick placement. You can tell he's been coached. Pretty good net front defender. I'd like to see him maybe get a little grittier. But his footwork, he can defend both power and speed, which is rare at this age. So I think this is a kid who, Chicago has a pretty good track record of defensemen that are big and can skate. This is one of them. I think his best hockey is ahead of him.
All right, moving to the 93rd overall pick that goes to Des Moines, and they select Charlie Hunts with Lakeville South High School.
Yeah, Lakeville South was a strong team. He got a lot of ice time as a younger defenseman, right shot D. Another guy who moves well for his size. He's got real athleticism. Plays with a pretty high compete level. He's got to get stronger to utilize the full, utilize all of his physical tools. But he's got plenty of attack. He'll step up and take guys at the blue lines. I think he's a pretty good passer in terms of he's got the touch and he's got the vision. He's got to get a little more zip on it. I really like where his game could go. At 54s, we gave him a B+/A-. So we had him going through the national camp.
Moving to our next pick, 94th overall goes to Green Bay, and they select Colton Summer out of Mount St. Charles 15U.
Want this one again? I can take him if you want.
You can go if you want.
Summer's a kid that gets better and better every time I watch him. He's a gamer. He's not afraid of traffic areas. He'll pick pucks out of scrums. He'll attack the net. He's got a sneaky release. He's not necessarily a sharpshooter, but he can change the angle. He can pull it, drag it just an inch or two, and then snap it off. He's undersized, but he kind of maneuvers through traffic and always seems to find a shooting lane. I thought he had a very good showing at USA Hockey Nationals, and it probably helped elevate his draft stock there.
So I'll just talk about his improvement from his 14-year to his 15-year, both in Mount St. Charles. 14s, 58 games, 18 goals, 26 assists, 44 points. 15s, 61 games, 18 goals, 54 helpers, 72 points. And then last summer at national camp, four games, had 6 points, and at national championships this year, 6 games, he had 1, 6, and 7. So he seems to be getting better and better.
All right, and then with the 95th overall pick, that goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Easton Anello, who played for Williston Northampton Prep School.
Yeah, Nello is somebody that I didn't know, to be frank, in the beginning of the season when we were doing some of our other lists in New England. And I saw him most recently at the Q Cup in outside of Boston. I was blown away. Great size, great skater, super athletic, still figuring out what he is as a player. I don't think he's established an identity to his game yet, but he's got a lot of tools, and he was gapping up against speedy, skilled forwards and making them go outside and was not giving away the middle of the ice. I was really impressed. I've only seen him twice. so I'm not an expert on him, but he was a kid who was low on our draft board and went way up after that showing.
So he's a kid that a couple years ago he was playing with Advantage, and he was probably middle of the pack in their decor. And then saw him in the fall. He was playing for the River Rats in one of the tournaments in Marlboro, and I actually couldn't believe it was the same kid. And then saw him at Williston, and he had no panic in his game. Williston is a prep school in New England. Saw him that he has no panic in his game, very smooth. And then again at the Q Cup where we saw him, he was one of the best defensemen there, if not the best,
and one of the youngest.
And he's got long legs, long limbs. He's always in the way. Doesn't get knocked over. Doesn't get knocked off stride. Again, a couple of years ago, I thought he was middle of the pack on his Advantage team, and this year, I thought, just a couple of weeks ago, I thought he was arguably the best defenseman at the Q Cup, or the most consistent, anyways.
Moving to the 96th overall pick, that goes to Tri-City. They select Luke Palesek out of Grand Rapids High School.
He started the year on the Bantam AA team, ended up making the varsity. Another guy who just continually gets better, adds more and more dimensions to his game. We just saw him at 54 camp. Liked his game there. Just pulling up my notes on him. He's strong, balanced, hard, attacks the middle of the ice, wins faceoffs, competes down low, took pucks hard to the net. 17 points in 27 games in Minnesota high school. So a kid I think will take a year, maybe two, but he's got a translatable skill set.
All right, and then moving to the 97th overall pick, that goes to Fargo. They select Trey Wilson from St. Louis Blues 15U.
So Trey is a 5'11", 175, 180-pound left shot, left wing. Our notes here say he's a physically gifted forward who utilizes his size and strength to drive play and create scoring opportunities. He uses his body to shield opponents in the neutral zone, and he maintains possession of the puck through contact, whether he's initiating it or receiving it. He can get through tight spaces without getting knocked off his feet. In the offensive zone, his physicality enables him to drive past defenders and get you rebounds. And then his quick release is a quick shot. He is a quick stick, one-time release on those rebounds. This year for the Blues, he had for the Blues, he had 12 games. He had 13 points, and then he had Wentzville Liberty High in Missouri, 11 games, 25 goals, 2 helpers. So he won the Cy Young and 27 points.
Yeah, I mean, the next Trey Wilson and Cole Verity, the next pick for Dubuque, both on the St. Louis Blues, both had strong performance at nationals. Jackman, who was drafted really high, first, second rounder, he was definitely their best player. But my two favorite players would have been Wilson and Verity for different reasons. Wilson's kind of longer, athletic. I think he's got a really high ceiling once he figures out his game. And Verity is undersized but super skilled, super smart, kind of a dynamic playmaker, creative, instinctual, everything you want to see in a undersized forward. So I like both of those picks, and both those guys helped their stock at nationals.
Yep. So like Brendan just said, 98th overall pick goes to Dubuque, and they select Colin Verity.
Yep.
Verity, St. Louis Blues 15U.
I think his dad was a pro or played at some high level, I believe.
Moving on to the 99th pick overall, that goes to Waterloo, and they select Jack Lonke out of Rosemont.
Yeah, he's a Bantam player. He's another one that made that 54 camp. Quick in transition, quick back to pucks. It kind of has those subtle reverse plays on the breakout when pressured. Doesn't just throw it up the wall if he doesn't have something. And he can advance himself. If it's not there, he'll skate it out. Very quick and agile, makes forecheckers miss. And he was one of the players who advanced to national camp.
All right, moving on to the 100th overall pick goes to Green Bay. They select Lance Conan out of East Ridge High School.
Yeah, I just saw him. Yeah, just under a point a game at East Ridge this season. He was okay at 54 camp, but the camp before that is, I think they call it CCM, high performance, whatever. I thought he was excellent there. So he deserved to be at the 54 camp. He's got a quick first step. He's got pretty good skill, but more importantly, he can handle all of it at pace. He's not someone who has to slow down to catch a pass or to get a shot off. He can do everything at top speed. 54 camp, I thought he was just okay.
Okay, moving on to the 101 overall pick goes to Madison, and they select Braden Waller out of St. Michael Albertville High School.
Oh, I got the wrong Waller. I'm looking at the goalie.
Braden Waller, St. Michael. He's a what do we got here? 5'10", 175-pound left shot center. Last year for St. Michael Albertville, he 25 games, 11 goals, 16 helpers, 27 points. Let me grab our notes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking up with an O. He's an A. Yeah, this kid was just at 54 camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gave him a B- there and an A- in the game before. He's got good size. He's athletic. He wins faceoffs. Supports the puck at both ends. Times his breakouts well. Were my notes from 54s, and I say he's got a quick, accurate release.
Okay, moving on to the 102nd overall pick goes to Sioux Falls, and they select Caden Pellegrino, plays at St. Mark's Prep School.
So I've seen Pellegrino quite a bit, even when he was younger, playing for the Providence Hockey Club. He always matched up against the line from Massachusetts with Carter Meyer, Vince Sears, and Sammy Pandolfo. And he always played against them, and he did that same thing through prep school where he was playing at St. Mark's, so he was playing against Rivers quite a bit. And he was always somebody that not only competed against that line, which is the whole line is going to be with NTDP. Caden stood out on his own and created plays, defended well. He's strong. He's competitive. There's a lot of very good things about his game that translates to higher levels. He's not afraid of contact. He'll go in and initiate contact, but he's a kid that when you bump him, he kind of goes with a hit and lets that momentum push you, and you push him, and he keeps possession of the puck and then takes a hard stride or a hard cut to create space. He's a competitive kid. He's got a coach that's played at a high level playing at St. Mark's, which is going to help him. Last year, 29 games, 11 goals, 30 assists, 41 points in his first year in prep hockey. And he was a real difference maker for St. Mark's every time I saw him.
All right, moving on to the 103rd overall pick goes to Dubuque, and they select Andrew or AJ Haas out of Chicago Reapers 15U.
Haas is, at his heart, he's a shutdown D. He's a tough, physical, I would say, like a hardworking, disciplined is the word I was thinking, disciplined defenseman. He takes away the middle of the ice, and he's tough. With that being said, he does have subtle offensive skill. He's somebody who can handle hard passes. He can pick pucks clean off a wall, move it quickly. So he's not flashy. I certainly wouldn't call him offensive. But there are subtleties to his game that will allow him to play, up and down a lineup at the next level.
All right, moving to the 104th overall pick, that goes to Omaha, and they select Mason Riskov with the New Jersey Rockets 15U.
He's one of the better goalies in this age group. He's got an excellent glove, plays a very confident game. He gets out and challenges shooters. He's not waiting for the puck to hit him. Sometimes he might be a little overly aggressive, but he had to be on that team, and at his age and with his maturity in the net, this guy makes a lot of saves and kept the Rockets in a couple of games that I saw at those NEPAC events. He kept their team in games that they shouldn't have been in.
So he's a 6'1", 195-pound right catching goalie. just looking at our stats on him this year, our staff has seen him 17 times. We have reports on him, and he's a steady presence in the Rockets net. He's very good. He's very athletic, composed, shows good hockey IQ, which allows him to read plays and traffic rebounds effectively. He challenges the shooter's angles and makes key saves when he needs to. His game may not be flashy, but he consistently makes big stops with ease. His spatial awareness and positioning are well developed, allowing him to conserve energy while making big time saves, crucial saves. It'll be interesting to see where he ends up. That was kind of a recap of our notes.
All right, and then finishing off the 7th round with the 105th overall pick that goes to Lincoln, and they select Reed Smith out of St. Thomas Academy High School.
Yeah, another. I think Lincoln's having a great draft so far. This isn't somebody that, if you look up his elite prospect, is going to wow you with numbers, but he passes the eye test, and the more you watch him, the more you appreciate his game. He's got good size. Not like he's not. When I say good size, I don't mean he's like tall and that, but he's somebody who gets off checks. He can play at both ends of the ice. He competes. He's got really good vision. And at 54s, we had him at 7th best forward in the whole camp, which is best on best in the state of Massachusetts.
Minnesota.
He played at Minnesota. Played at St. Thomas Academy, which is an older team, veteran team, and a very good team. Not many younger players are on that team. So for him to play there, like I said, he doesn't have a huge stat line, but he's somebody that if he was on a different team with younger players, I think he could be a point a game guy next year.
All right, and then that concludes the 7th round. So we'll take a quick break here. We'll let you guys get some water, and then we'll be back with the start of the 8th round.
Tipping is out of control these days.
Tip, score! Swayman, a tough one for a goaltender.
Everywhere you look, tip, tip, tip.
Tip and goal! Under the arm of Sarles.
Sometimes all they did was stand there.
This goes off the left leg. That's pretty much how you're going to beat Markstrom.
And it's always when you're trying to save.
Score! Tip in front! No chance for Ottinger.
What? I love tipping.
Because you had a bad man in front of the net.
If I were an influencer, I would realize that there are no shortcuts in life. Hard work and dedication to my sport would matter most. My likes and thumbs up would come from my success of my team, the cheers from the fans, and the approval from my coaches. I'd realize I was a part of something bigger, and my leadership would be displayed not only in my words, but in my actions. My name is Gavin Gary, and I play for the Minnetonka Skippers.
Proudly made in the USA.
USHL, our stars rise.
Welcome to the United States Hockey League. Puck comes back out. Levshunov skating down. Nice move and a goal!
Just spectacular.
That's what an all USHL player does when the lights shine the brightest.
Celebrini, Finley cuts in.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot on my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stay down. never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down.
It's a gift. And it's a thief. It heals. It teaches. And it can be on your side. It can even fly. We can try to get ahead of it. But it marches on. Time. It can be measured in eras and accomplishments and historical milestones. CCM measures time by its impact. We are the past. We are the future. CCM, we are hockey.
And welcome back to the 2025 USHL Phase I Draft. We're starting here with the 8th round. 106th overall pick goes to Sioux City, and they select Brock Stevenson from Okanagan, Colorado, 15U.
Stevenson is a high IQ, skilled forward, thinks the game at a high level. Really like his trajectory as the year went on. Thought he looked more confident at nationals than he did earlier in the season. He's more comfortable around traffic areas and taking contact, but he's really smart. He sees the game. He can see the whole ice when he's got the puck, manages his situations, and he's somebody who, if he doesn't have a lane, he'll turn around, he'll regroup in the neutral zone and not trying to just chip it in and kind of make that play.
All right, moving to the 107th overall pick that goes to Chicago, and they select Nolan Shorter from the Chicago Mission 15U.
Well, this is yours, Brendan, because
Yeah,
I didn't know he was a twin.
Yeah, this is twins. We talked about Trevor earlier. Nolan is probably a year behind Trevor in terms of development. So you see, he's an 8th rounder. Trevor was first rounder. But Nolan's game has come a long way. In the beginning of the season, he was all over the place. I wouldn't say Bambi legs because he's strong, but legs are all over the place. He's kind of chasing the puck. There was no rhyme or reason to what he was doing. By the end, by nationals, he was one of the more impactful forwards. He'd gained confidence, and he was trucking guys. I mean, he was giving defenders a ride. I think his ceiling's really high as well. Like I said, I don't know if the upside is any different than Trevor. He's just probably development-wise, probably a year behind him.
All righty, and then with the next pick here, 108th overall goes to Des Moines, and they select Nash Payne from Edina.
Nash played Bantam AA with that Edina team. It was a very strong team. He did a lot to help his draft stock at the 54s. He was relentless. He's quick. He's agile. He's got a high motor. He never stops moving, and he can make plays at pace.
All right, next guy we're moving on to is the 109th pick overall, goes to Green Bay, Hunter Kappen with the Anaheim Junior Ducks 15U.
So Kappen is a late 09. He's October 25th. Left shot, left winger, can play center. We've got 13 viewings on him here. We've got as a dynamic forward who possesses a unique blend of speed, agility, and skill, has the ability to create scoring chances with both his vision, passing ability, making him an effective playmaker in both power play and even strength. His speed allows him to hover around the ice at top speed, making it difficult for defenders to gap up. And his stick handling skills allow people to miss. He can easily control the puck in tight spaces and deliver quick passes to his teammates when they have time and space. He's a threat to score himself, using his quickness and agility to beat defenders and find open spaces on the ice. He can create zone entries by attacking the middle or by attacking wide and then cutting to the middle. He is able to quickly change direction and accelerate through tight windows, making him very difficult to match speeds against.
Yeah, I think he's a player that has really good edge control, change of direction, change of pace. He, as Ian says a lot, he'll manipulate the defender's gap one-on-one because he can play at different gears. He's a smart, skilled player. That's a nice pick for Green Bay, especially in the 8th round.
All righty, and then our next pick, 110th overall, goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Beckett Schillings out of Shattuck St. Mary's 15U.
I love Schillings because he's one of the best skaters in this draft class. He's an undersized D, no question. He's kind of light on his feet, struggles to defend the net front against power forwards, but he's so quick in transition. He takes away your time and space. He's quick to close on you. He's got a nifty little poke check that he can steal pucks clean, and he's excellent on the breakout. His processing speed, his foot speed, the puck's out of the zone before checkers are even on him. I really like his game, and we'll see how he grows and whatnot over the next few years. But really smart player, fun player to watch.
All right, and then with the 111th pick, that goes to Tri-City, and they select Matthew Koch out of Avon Old Farms Prep School.
Yeah, so he's about a 6 foot, 180-pound left shot defenseman playing for Avon. Our notes here are he's a well-rounded D-man with a strong skill set, particularly when it comes to his defensive capabilities. He excels at positioning himself within a stick length of the puck here and using his body and stick to defend in both the corners, along the boards, and in front of the net. He is poised and has escapability on retrievals, allowing him to lose forecheckers when they're right on his back. And while doing it, he does it while keeping his head up. He shows accurate, firm passes that have real zip behind them. He's effective at controlling the middle of the ice in breakouts and can suck forecheckers to him and then pass the puck behind them into space, trapping them on the wrong side of the puck. His physical attributes, such as his size, strength, will complement his skill set, making him tough in front of his own net. So.
All right, with the 112th pick overall, that goes to Fargo, and they select Nolan Schneider out of Pittsburgh Penn's Elite 15U.
Yeah, Snyder, that's kind of surprising that he fell this much. He was, played with Mark Pape on that team. They're two best forwards for sure. He's got a lot of colleges circling the wagon on him. He's not a burner. But I think some of that's by choice in the sense that he can slow the game down. He's smart. He's instinctual. He has added a step to his game, both from a pace perspective and from, the way he's processing it. But he's strong on pucks. He's really skilled. One of the better passers I've seen this season. This kid can throw, 5 feet backhand sauce and land perfectly on the tape. So kind of a skill, and I wouldn't say a power dimension, but a balanced and play in traffic dimension makes him a rare prospect in this draft.
All right, and then with the 113th overall pick, that goes to Sioux City, and they select Cash Hardy out of Minnetonka.
Yeah, kid who played Bantam this year on that Minnetonka team. That was a talented team. I mentioned this before. Our guy Nelson in Minnesota really liked this kid. I think we moved him down a little bit from our midterm, but at one point we had him as a top 50 player in the country. He's got a quick first step. He plays a lot of pace. He's someone that can play at different gears. That makes him difficult to defend. He's dangerous in transition. And he's got a really quick set of hands, so he makes guys miss and is elusive.
Alrighty, and then going to the 114th overall pick, that goes to Sioux Falls, and they select Rylan Hansen out of Elk River, Minnesota High School.
Yeah, just saw him. He's another kid we keep mentioning the 54 camp, but every USHL team's there. I mean, it's the best state and the best players in the state, so obviously it's going to get a lot of attention. He's a two-way defenseman. He's tall. He's smooth. He's athletic. Someone that had a huge jump from our midterm to our final. I think he's really starting to figure out what he is. Like I said, he's mobile. He's got a pretty good defensive stick. I'd like to see him a little more physical to kind of get to the peak of his upside. But he's someone who may not do anything high level, but does everything well. So a coach trusts him and plays him in key roles for that Elk River team, and I think he's only going to get better and better. I think that's kind of a steal at 114.
Alrighty, moving on to the 115th overall pick. That goes to Waterloo, and they select Kyle Delaney out of South Kent Selects 15U.
You just saw this guy for the OHL Cup.
Yeah, Delaney's a two-way defenseman. I don't know what his stat line is, but he can really move pucks. I think he's got pretty good IQ, manages the puck really well in the power play, knows where to leave his passes, and doesn't force it, through bad decisions. He gets his shots off quick from the point, but he's someone who can generate. He shoots for rebounds and tips. He's not like trying to pick corners from the point and missing the net. I've liked him all year, but I thought at OHL Cup he showed more maturity. Sometimes I think he's a little run and gun during the course of the season, but I thought at OHL Cup he looked a little more patient, a little more poised, waited for things to open up, and then attacked.
So at OHL Cup, he measured in at 6'1", 195 pounds. And then his stat line last year at South Kent, playing 15s, 48 games, 12 goals, 28 assists, 38 total points. OHL Cup had one helper, 12 PIMs.
Alrighty, moving on to the 116th overall pick. That goes to Madison, and they select John Waterstreet out of Dallas Stars Elite 15U. Yeah,
He's a really skilled player. He's got a really soft set of hands. He's another guy, might not be a burner, meaning he doesn't have explosive first step, but he's balanced on his edges. He can maneuver in traffic. He's got really soft hands. Somebody who can accept a rocket pass and puck dies on his blade, and he can score. I don't know what his stat line is, but he's definitely he's got a quick and accurate release.
Yeah, 58 games, 26 goals, 42 assists, 68 points, 28 PIMs.
Nice.
All right, and then moving on to the 117th overall pick. That goes to Omaha, and they select Chase Warsofsky from Cushing Academy.
Yeah, Chase is a high motor center, high compete, plays the full sheet. Defensively, understands to protect the middle. He's very, very strong on his feet. Good skater, good stride, powerful. Last year with Cushing, 20 games, he had 5 goals, 5 assists, 10 points. And then with the split season playing with the River Rats, 28 games, 9 goals, 17 helpers, 26 points. He's a high compete kid who plays with pace, offensively, defensively. He's going to be in your face. He's going to try to force turnovers, and he's going to try to use the skating to go the other way as quickly as possible. He's played with Kovaluzzi, played with the Eagles growing up with Kovaluzzi on that team, and then they both went to Cushing together, and had success last year. Cushing won it, right?
Yep.
Cushing won it. He's a kid. His high compete is going to translate to the USHL. He's strong as a bull too.
All right, moving on with the 118th overall pick. That goes to Dubuque, and they select Louis Gugliuzza from Buffalo Junior Sabres 15U.
Hardworking, 200-foot forward, plays the game the right way. Every coach would love to have a kid like this on his team. He's only a few days away from being a 2010, December 26th. He stops on pucks. He back checks hard. He plays physical in his defensive zone. He's not afraid to get in front of pucks. And he barrels his way and bullies his way to the net. He shoots hard, goes to the net, stops on the puck. Just a really honest, hardworking, big power forward who will be in junior quickly.
All right, and then with our next pick, 119th overall, that goes to Youngstown, and they select Kurt Beck out of the Boston Junior Eagles 15U.
I love this kid, and this is another guy I'm late to the party on. Our New England guys really liked him. I just hadn't seen him. I think he had played high school, Ian.
Yeah, he was playing
He
for
played-
Arlington High School.
yeah,
Played for the Boston Junior Eagles 15s, then Arlington High School.
Yeah, I saw him at Nationals for the first time, and I was blown away by him. I thought he was outstanding. Big frame, super athletic, moves well. He's raw in terms of he's still figuring out what he is as a player,
He's very athletic.
but
very
crazy
athletic.
athleticism and skating ability. Then we saw him again at the Q Cup. I thought he was one of the better players there.
6'1.5", 180. He's got an older brother, 6'4". So he's still going north.
There's a lot there to build off.
Yeah, he's a very, very likable player.
All right, and then with the last pick of the 8th round, 120th overall, that goes to Lincoln, and they select Emery Ibsen from Chicago Reapers 15U.
Yeah, again, this Reapers team made it all the way to the national championship, and he's a pretty big part of it. He's strong. He plays up the middle. I think he reads the play well and knows where to be on the ice, both with the puck and without the puck. My notes on him a lot was getting into safe areas, protecting the puck, getting high quality scoring chances, and managing the puck well. Seen him play offense and defense, so I think he's got that kind of versatility to his game. So he's an interesting one. I don't. He works hard. He competes. He's got some skill. He can play at both ends of the ice. I don't know where he projects. Probably as a defenseman, but I think he could play forward too. Yeah, he'll be an interesting one to keep track of.
All righty, and then starting off the 9th round with the 121st pick, that goes to Omaha, and they select Ari Popovsky from Chicago Mission 15U.
Yeah, this guy is very underrated. Again, that Chicago Mission blue line. I think they've all been drafted now.
I think this is it. Yeah.
He's not the 6th defenseman on that team. Really balanced skater. He's smart. He makes a really crisp first pass. He's got a mature skill set in that he's not trying to make flashy plays. He makes high percentage plays with the puck. He knows where he is at all times. He reads the rush. He's very balanced, as I mentioned earlier, and knows how to attack a 3-on-2, a 2-on-1, plays all those well, good stick positioning. He's not going to need a lot of coaching to make that transition to junior the way a lot of other kids are. So that's a really nice value there for Omaha.
Moving on to the 122nd overall pick, that goes to Chicago, and they select Luke Warner out of South Alberta Hockey Academy.
I really liked him at 40-man camp.
100%.
I thought he was big. He's strong. He's not a whole lot of wasted movement. He's not running around. I mean that as a compliment. He understands how to. He angles very well. He's got very good stick placement. He doesn't just go looking for a hit just to look for a hit. He's big. It says here he's 6'3.5". I think he is bigger than that. I think he's got great reach. Keeps it simple. He's low risk for sure. We have 20 viewings on him. His game, from our notes, his game is centered around his size, reach, physicality, which allows him to disrupt opponents and protect his net. He excels at in-zone coverage, using his length and positioning to pin forwards against the boards and clear pucks in front of the net. He's still developing his footwork. He's long and still, getting his body to catch up to where his mind is. His puck play is straightforward. He's got short passes. He can use indirects. He doesn't always have a smooth first touch, but it is developing in his passing is helpful because he just moves the puck quickly without getting himself in trouble. I think this is another kid that in a couple of years he's going to be playing in the league, and we're going to be talking about him in the NHL draft. He might not be a top 60 pick, but he's somebody that is going to be a 3 through 7, and then you're going to see him when he's 22, and he's going to make a gigantic step. His dad was a longtime NHLer.
Yeah, and he's another one. He's the only one I think that we've talked about today that played U18 this year. So he's got that. He's played against older and bigger competition. We liked him at NTDP camp. it's kind of a slide for him here. But Chicago, as we mentioned before, has done really well with some of these long project type defensemen with really high ceilings.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to the 123rd pick overall. That goes to Des Moines, and they select Caden Tate out of the Anaheim Junior Ducks 15U.
Yeah, Tate's a late birth year, really quick reflexes. I've seen that team get shelled a few times, and he kept them in the game. I think he's got really good composure, and he's got quick resets. So he makes the initial save, he pops right back up, he's ready for the next save. Square to the shooter, solid technical ability, and good size. So not surprised to see him as that'd be third goalie off the board in this draft.
Alrighty, and then moving to the 124th pick overall, that goes to Green Bay, and they select Norman Green with the Buffalo Junior Sabres 15U.
Green's a 6 foot, 185 pound, right shot, right wing. He's got good agility and speed, straight line speed. He bounces off checks. He utilizes his quick bursts to create scoring opportunities or take away time and space when forechecking. He's great at jumping into open lanes and gaining possession along the blue line and then attacking the net. His ability to cut into tight space allows him to become dominant force in the slot. We have 14 viewings on him this year. Sorry.
I can jump on that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think he's an honest player. I think he's a balanced 200-foot honest player that coaches are going to rely on at the end of a game. Whether you're down by a goal and need a goal, he'll go hard to the net. He can score. Or if you're up by a goal, he's tough. He'll take the body. Just plays the game the right way. He goes down. He blocks shots. The coach uses him in every situation. I really like Norman Green. He's subtle, and I get it how he could slide here to the 9th. But if you're looking for a dependable 200-foot guy, he'd be one of the top 10 in that category in this draft.
The OHL Cup, you gave him a B+. New York State Championships, you got an A-. You got a B+ at the Tier 1 EHL. So he's always a guy that you notice. He's always at the top of what that team's doing.
Yeah.
Alrighty, and then with the 125th pick overall, that goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Grayson Espenshade with Wilkes-Barre Scranton Junior Knights 15U.
Espenshade is dynamic. He's quick, both in his footwork, his stick handling, and in his processing speed. I would say IQ is probably his best strength, but you could argue it's his puck handling ability. He's going to go to Salisbury School next year, where they're a dominant force in New England Prep School, and he'll be a playmaker. He can score as well. I don't want to just say that he's not like a pass first guy, but his ability to break down defenders, read the sheet, and make quick decisions, it was outstanding for that Wilkes-Barre team.
All right, moving on to the 126th overall pick. That goes to Tri-City, and they select Quinn Bumer with Mount St. Charles 15U.
We've talked about this a couple times today of guys that are on these super teams. Mount obviously has won back-to-back national championships. Their starting goalie was the U.S. national team goalie. This kid's not that far off. I mean, he's not as good, obviously, but he's not far off. He's really talented. I think he's got smooth, fluid movement in the net. He can make difficult saves look easy, which is a sign of a really good goalie. Both positionally, he's confident. He has good depth. He plays up at the top of the crease. He doesn't sink back. He wants to challenge the shooter. He wants to make the save. He's got a confident glove hand. He tries to catch pucks, doesn't just let him hit them. I think he's one of the more underrated players in the draft, and would have been a surefire starter goalie, and he was a split-time guy, but he was splitting with the best goalie in the country. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the league.
Alrighty, moving on to the 127th pick overall. That goes to Fargo, and they select Graydon Peterson out of Team North Dakota 16U.
I have to pull that one up. That's not a name I have off the top of my head. But a local kid, and that's an important piece to have local kids. If you need to pull a guy up, that's in your system. Say someone gets hurt, you need to get somebody. So if they can find some local talent, and that's right down the road from them.
Yeah, 6 foot, 170-pound left shot. Last year, West Fargo High, 27 games, 9 goals, 14 assists, 23 points, 22 PIMs. Team North Dakota 16s, he had 6, 3 for 9 in 12 games with 12 PIMs.
We gave him a B- last summer at the player development camp.
All right, and then moving on with the 128th pick overall, that goes to Sioux City, and they select Hudson Welsum with the Anaheim Junior Ducks 15U team.
Welsum he's a long, lean, athletic defenseman. They're using him right now to play in all situations. I don't know his minutes, but he plays all the time for that team. He's probably their top guy on the back end. He's used on power play and stuff. I don't know if he projects at that. I think he's going to be more of a defensive style defenseman. He's got a nice reach, and you can tell he's instinctually defensively because he reads the rush well, knows how to defend 2-on-1s, knows how to defend 3-on-2s, both as the strong side and the weak side defender. He angles guys well to the boards. He's got a stick in the right lanes. I think this kid mentally is pretty advanced for his age. He's just thin. He's long and thin. So he hasn't really developed the physical side yet, but I think that'll come as he fills out.
All right, moving on to the 129th overall pick. That goes to Waterloo, and they select Channing Goodwin out of Rosemont.
Yeah, Goodwin is slippery. I saw him play this past week at the 54 camp where he just undressed a defender, and where most kids would have shot it, he waited the extra second, pulled it back the other way, and scored. So he's got a patient stick in tight areas. And he's got pretty good IQ. He rolls off checks really well. He's able to avoid checks. Not saying he's getting away from contact. I just mean he knows how to find soft ice. He works hard. He competes. He digs pucks out of corners. I thought he can create offense both in transition, off the rush, and also off the cycle. I think he's sneaky good.
All right, moving to the 130th overall pick, that goes to Muskegon, and they select Jashawn Hayer out of Boston Hockey Academy 15U.
If our Western our hockey director was here, he'd be gushing over this kid. They really liked him last year as a Bantam. Thought he was an underrated player because he's an undersized D. In Western Canada, that doesn't get a lot of love. Made the trek to go all the way over to Boston this year. I don't know what his stat line is, but it was really high. This kid can produce offensively from the back end. The part that makes him difficult on the point, he doesn't have a booming shot, but he's got an accurate shot. He knows where to place it. But it's the fact that how quickly he makes decisions. He reads the ice very quick. He sees where the lane is and the puck is off his stick. He can one-touch passes on the power play, which shows that he knows where he's going with it before he gets it. Really high IQ and dynamic back there. I think that's a nice pick. If he grows, that's going to be a really nice pick.
All righty, moving on to the 131st overall pick. That goes to Madison, and they select Colin Yandel out of the Boston Junior Eagles 15U.
He comes from one of the biggest names in the New England area, the Yandel family. One of the better skaters in the draft.
Yeah.
I really liked him at National. I don't know him as well. Ian could probably speak more to his game, but I really liked him at USA Hockey Nationals. Their team kind of struggled, but this kid didn't quit. Even when in some lopsided games, he kept competing. He can skate with anybody. I saw him go one-on-one against some of the top forwards in the country, and gapped up well, seemed confident in his footwork. You can tell he's been coached. I liked him from what I saw.
Yeah, so Yandel, Colin played for the Boston Junior Eagles. The team's had a few players picked so far. He's in October, so he's a late 2009. Very smooth skater, very easy pivot, heel to heel, no crossovers. He plays for Catholic Memorial, so he's in the MIA. Not the traditional prep school route right away. That allowed him to play with the puck on a stick a ton. He played a lot of minutes for Catholic Memorial, a lot. Moves the puck really well, jumps into space. He's got some jam in him. He's a tad undersized right now, but he's got some real pop in his legs, upward thrust when he makes contact. I believe he's going to prep school next year. I'm not totally sure where he's going, but there's no doubt he's going to get there. He's going to play top four and play big minutes, whichever prep school he's at next year. Again, like you said, Yandel's is a big hockey name right now in New England, and Colin's doing great.
All right, with our next pick, 132nd overall, sticking with Madison, they select Gavin Sattler out of Providence Academy High School in Minnesota.
Yeah, I think Sattler is someone, we had him in the 200s in our midterm ranking, and he shot up over 100 spots. His performance at Minnesota 54 established that this kid has got real ceiling. Tall, lean, athletic, smooth stride, which the reason that's important is because as he puts on weight, he's going to get faster. If you have bad stride mechanics, you're not going to get any faster with added weight. He's got soft first touch, which is rare for a player of his build, long and lean. Usually the puck bounces off the blade. He absorbs contact pretty well. He can shoot at full speed. There's just a lot of things that you look at this kid and you say, he's just going to get better and better. If I'm a betting person, I would have taken this kid like 3 rounds ago, maybe 4 rounds ago. His ceiling is really high. Madison might have a steal here with Sattler.
All right, moving to the 133rd overall pick, that goes to Dubuque, and they select Peyton Collins out of the Nashville Junior Predators 15U program.
Collins, here we go with more twins. Him and Ben are both on that Nashville Junior Predators team. Peyton's a little bit better, but not a lot better. They were at OHL Cup most recent viewing. Their team didn't make nationals, and he was electric. Quick change of direction. His head is always up. He's smart, makes quick reads. He's got soft hands, doesn't overexpose the puck, doesn't try to get fancy with it. Just does enough to get around the defenseman. His eye isn't on the D, but on the goalie. And when the goalie makes a move, he puts the puck where the space is. He had I would call a dominant season this year in midget AAA playing for that Nashville team.
Alrighty, and then with the next pick, 134th overall, goes to Fargo. They select Declan Wooten out of Seacoast Performance Academy 15U.
Big, strong forward. When he comes on the ice, you can't help but notice him. He's one of the kids that you're watching warm-ups, and they come on the ice, you're just kind of drawn to watching how he moves, how he skates. He's got a missile of a shot. A couple weeks ago at Q Cup, he was a very noticeable player, a lot of grade A's, put the puck over the net a few times. So I think he needs to adjust his sights and get used to hitting the net rather than just trying to pick the perfect spot, shoot to create secondary scoring opportunities for his line mates because he gets the puck in the prime scoring areas a lot. And when he starts hitting the net and creating secondary opportunities, then using his size and skating ability to get to the net, he's going to start to bury a ton of goals. I think he put up big points last year for Spa. 55 games, 46 goals, 40 assists, 86 points. So, I mean, he's a big, strong power forward who gets to the middle and rips it. I mean, at that Q Cup, he was bringing the heat, firing it whenever he had the opportunity.
I just saw him at the New England development camp right after that. He's a hot and cold player. He's a streaky player. Like when he's on and he's feeling it, he's a really good, as Ian said, when he plays to his strengths, which is playing a power game as a shooter, this kid is really good. When he tries to be a skill guy, which he has a tendency to do, he's not as impactful. So he'll learn that in junior. And for Fargo to get him this late,
He's a big boy. Like he's got an NHL frame, NHL skating base,
shot.
and his shot is a heater. It's and he goes to the area. He's not firing it from poor angles, looking to do something special. He gets to the middle, and he has people hanging on, defenders hanging on him, and he'll rip it. He's not afraid to rip it when he's about to get smoked from someone coming to hit him head on. He plays between the dots.
All righty, and then with the last pick of the 9th round, 135th overall, that goes to Lincoln. They select Nicola Antonacci out of Culver Academy 16U.
Yeah, so this is the second guy we've seen off that Culver U16 team. Antonacci, at some of the games I've seen them play, was the difference maker in winning games. He's super athletic. He's got a long frame. He's got good stance and presence in the net. He appears to be confident and composed. I just saw him recently at Q Cup up in Quebec. He struggled a little bit there. That setting is more of kind of like an all-star game, so there's not a lot of defense being played. It's not structured. But going into that camp, he was one of the highest-ranked goalies we had in the country. So for a Lincoln team that knows what they're doing with goalies, I think I would argue they had the best goalie in the league this year. A pretty good eye on goalies. I think he's one of the best.
All righty, and then kicking off the 10th round, 136th overall goes to Omaha, and they select Gavin Anderson out of War Road High School in Minnesota.
Yeah, he's another kid that had a strong 54 camp. He's really athletic, smooth skater. He not only gets to top speed quickly, but he can maintain it through the neutral zone. He can handle the puck at speed. He never has to look down to either accept the pass or handle the puck through the neutral zone. Really liked his game, and I think he's got to get a little bit stronger. That'd be the only. He did get knocked off some pucks, but bright future ahead for the War Road prospect.
All righty, and then with the next pick, 137th overall, that goes to Chicago, and they select Carter Lundmark with Bishop Kearney selects 15U.
Lundmark has some dynamic to his game for sure. He's a little bit undersized, but he thinks the game quickly. He's got quick hands. He was kind of he definitely, I think, led that team in scoring. He was kind of their go-to guy on the power play. He could play high wing. They could put him at the point. I wouldn't necessarily call him a net front guy, but definitely a playmaker, distributor, smart, witty, and someone that's tough to play against in space.
All righty, and then moving on to the 138th pick overall, that goes to Des Moines, and they select Charles Barnes with the St. Louis Blues 15U.
Just pulling him up here. Good size forward. Just seeing what I said from the Nationals. Big power center. Lifts sticks, gets in position to make plays, takes away sight lines from net minors. He's got a strong net front game. He doesn't do anything overly flashy, but he's involved. He finishes his checks. He leaned on defenders to win pucks, shielded it, took pucks hard to the net, and stopped in front of the crease. So I have for notes at Nationals.
All right, and then with our next pick, 139th overall goes to Green Bay, and they select Dominic Radium Beatrice out of Oshalari Trinek.
All right, we've actually seen him. Marlon saw him last year at the World U17s. What do we have him here? It says he's 5'10", 185 pounds. This is what Marlon had to say. He's an impressive young left shooting defenseman, standing 5'10", 180 pounds. He's a full year younger than most of the competitors in this tournament. So he's at the U17s. He's not draft eligible until 27. Skating is efficient, mobile, allowing him to effortlessly evade pressure while demonstrating strong, fast first pass breakout plays. He consistently supports his teammates in the offensive zone, showcasing his offensive skills with a powerful low shot from blue line that generates rebounds and creates scoring chances. He excels in power play situations, displaying composure and possession skills under pressure. Defensively, he maintains solid gap control and effectively handles physical play, bouncing off opponents thanks to his sturdy body. He does need to improve his spatial awareness and become overly puck focused in the defensive zone. He has great upside, well-rounded game. We gave him a B at the World U17 Challenge.
Alrighty, with the
Marlon.
next pick, 140th overall, goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Richard Olek out of Washington Little Capitals 15U.
Yeah, Olek was by far the best player in that team, and he's long. He's got good reach. He can handle the puck with his hands extended, which not a lot of kind of long, young forwards can do. Pretty good shielding of the puck. Like to see him play a little bit more jam, a little more physicality. But this kid can score. He's got great first touch. He can settle wobbly, bad passes, catches anything that's in his wingspan. He's got a wide cradle, makes defenders, kind of baits defenders to try to poke check him, and then works it around them. Didn't have a ton to work with on that team, so be interesting to see him play with players who can think the game at his level. But I actually really like that pick for Cedar Rapids, and I think there's a lot of ceiling there. I think he could become a power forward over time. I don't know if he's got the frame yet to play that kind of game, but I see some dimensions there. He could be. He's an interesting one.
Alrighty, with the next pick, 141st overall, that goes to Tri-City. They select John Whistler from Hill Murray High School in Minnesota.
Yeah, I love Whistler. I see him probably higher than most of our team. He can really skate. He's got speed. He can separate. He's light on his feet. He's got touch on his passes. Got great bursts. That Hill Murray team is loaded, so he wasn't a feature player for them. And I don't know if he's totally picked an identity to his game, but had him as B+, A- at the high performance, had him as an A- at the against the event before that to pick who goes to the 54s. High school season, he's got good grades from all of our scouts there. Just a consistently effective two-way center who can really skate. And I think once he fills out and gets a little more playing time, which he'll get next year, Hill Murray graduates some pieces off that team. I think Whistler could take his game to the next level.
All right, with our next pick, 142nd overall, that goes to Fargo, and they select Marcus Mattias out of Cretin-Durham High School in Minnesota.
Yeah, this is he made it through. He was at 54 camp, was excellent there. He wasn't a point per game, but he was close at Cretin-Durham, at least through the halfway part. He's got great touch on his passes. He's calm under pressure, really poised. He's got kind of a sturdy build. He's not necessarily explosive, but he's smooth. So I think he'll only get faster. But what really stood out to me was his poise. He's not rattled by pressure. He looks beyond the defender and reads the goalie, as I've said about some other players. And he made it through 54s and will be at national camp.
Alrighty, moving on to the 143rd overall pick. That goes to Sioux City, and they select Jordan Tran out of Anaheim Junior Ducks 15U.
Tran will be a guy that Sioux City fans will like because he plays a fearless game. He competes every shift. He doesn't take shifts off, doesn't cheat the game. He defends as hard as he offends. He is first guy in on the forecheck. Played on a good Anaheim team. They didn't have a ton of offensive firepower, but he's someone that he can either create. He played well with Fargo, the early pick. Played well with him, but he can impact the game in other ways. He's got an energy component to him. He's got a skill component, and he's got real speed. So I think he's a nice piece.
Alrighty, and sticking with Sioux City, 144th overall pick goes to Houston Smith out of the Oakland Junior Grizzlies 15U program.
Give me a minute on that one. I haven't seen Oakland in I think since your tournament, Frank. Yeah, I've got nothing on Houston Smith.
Let's see here.
Sioux City trying to trick us.
Yeah.
Back-to-back picks.
Yeah, we don't have much on them.
Alrighty, skipping on to the 145th pick. That goes to Muskegon, and they select Peyton Schneider out of Honey Baked 15U.
Yeah, Schneider's got a good frame. He's long. He's athletic. He's got a two-way presence to him. That's the part that I appreciate to him. Every time you watch him, you walk away with a different. Like some games, he looks somewhat elusive, which is kind of rare for someone who's 6'1". And there's other games he shows you a little bit of power. He's a little north-south. He goes to the net. Other games I've got him down for wide cradle, soft hands. So he's a versatile player. He's probably got to pick a lane at the junior level and play to his strengths. But there's a lot of tools there. He's athletic. He moves well. He's got touch. He can shoot. He's an interesting one, kind of a sum of his part. We'll see the sum of his parts, but he's got a lot of tools.
Alrighty, moving on to the 146th overall pick. That goes to Madison, and they select Kingston Harris out of Toronto Marlboros U16 team.
Yeah, love this pick. Harris is a ball player. One of the more skilled forwards in Ontario, which says a lot. We've seen Milani went earlier. Kingston has real skill. And not only, he doesn't just rely on his skill, he's got the edge control, he's got a little bit of jam, he can get pucks into spots, and then he can snipe, he can set guys up. He's a two-way dual threat in that regard. He can create offense off broken plays, off the cycle. He can come down off the rush. He's got speed, balance. I think he's one of the most skilled forwards in Ontario. He slid in the OHL draft, and this kid, if he gets a chance in this league, this will be the steal of the draft. I've made that comment a little earlier, but in the 10th round, this is a second, third round talent that's being picked in the 10th round.
Alrighty, moving on to the 147th pick overall goes to Sioux Falls. They select Cole Hygit with the Anaheim Junior Ducks 15U team. Hope I said that right.
Yeah, I don't know the pronunciation, but
I'm going to go with
Hate. But he really stood out at the USA Nationals. I would have actually said he was their best prospect in that tournament. He's long. He's got really good reach. He knows how to use it. He makes subtle plays with the puck. He's not overly dynamic at this stage, but he makes subtle plays that let you know that there's a skill element there. I like his touch. I like the way he can handle a pass. He holds the puck out wide. He uses his wingspan, gets shots off with defenders on him, can ride his edges to the net. He's a player who's figuring it out. He's a project, but he's a project with a really high ceiling.
Alrighty, and the next pick, 148th overall, goes to Tri-City, and they select Jacob Toscano with Westchester Express 15U.
Yeah, so he's a right shot forward, plays for Westchester. He's the captain of their team, put up some serious numbers this year, playing, let's see, in 66 games, 72 goals, 75 assists, a lot of points. I'm trying to do that in my head. There's just a lot there. We have 4 viewings on him this year. He's a skilled right shot forward with a well-rounded profile. He possesses good straight line speed, creates scoring opportunities by exploiting to the middle to create breakaways or exploiting open spaces in the ice with good timing. His puck handling skills are very good. Quick feet, quick hands, enabling to beat defenders and maintain possession in tight spaces. His shot is accurate and powerful. There's room to improve his decision making because he does get some shots blocked. His ability to navigate the ice effectively and create space for himself and his line mates making him a threat all over the offensive zone.
Alrighty, and then with the 149th overall pick, that goes to Youngstown, and they select Cole Brindley out of Florida Alliance South.
I believe this is the brother of Gavin.
Yep.
Who obviously had a lot of success in the USHL. He's a little bit of undersized goalie, especially by today's standards, but he's very quick. He's athletic. He's a butterfly style. He goes down kind of early and easily, but he defends the bottom half of the net very well. He's got quick pads. He's a good skater. Comes out and plays the puck. A little bit inconsistent. We our grades range from C pluses to A minuses and everything in between. He's got pretty good technical ability, and Andrew Serpico, is our assistant director in the U.S., is a big fan of his and does a really nice job. So I would back him if he thinks he's a big time player.
Alrighty, and then with the final pick of the 10th round, 150th overall, that goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Ethan Jingaleski out of Avon Old Farms Prep School.
This is another guy I didn't know as well. He's a Northeast player. I saw him just recently at New England Development Camp. Thought he was one of the best players there. He moved on to USA Hockey National Camp in Buffalo this summer. Skilled, I would say fairly dynamic. He's a little bit perimeter. He's going to need to get stronger, but he does have nice puck handling ability. He can play with his head up, and I thought he showed some pretty good IQ.
Yeah, he was at the Q Cup. He was always around the puck. I agree with you. He definitely. Walton was playing inside the dots all the time. I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name. You did. Jingaleski. He was on the perimeter looking to feed his guys in the scoring area. He doesn't use tape on the blade of his stick.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
he does.
No.
Yeah,
so
that's interesting. I noticed that.
But he had, no tape on his stick. He had a good first touch. Puck died for him, and he made a play. But he definitely was attacking wide, slowing the lane, and looking to find his guys driving the net or in the high slot looking for scoring opportunities. He'll be a guy that Avon really counts on next year for sure.
All right, and then that concludes the 10th round. We'll take a quick 3-minute break, and we'll be back to start the 11th round after this.
I'm Cole Caulfield, and I played college hockey.
I'm Adam Fox, and I played college hockey.
I'm Jake Gensel, and I played college hockey.
I'm Kel McCarr, and I played college hockey.
Whether you are a fan or a player, nothing compares to college hockey.
It's a special hockey night. Hockey Fights Cancer Night. We all stand together in this fight against cancer.
We are one team to achieve victory over cancer.
Why do we do it? Is it because we have to? When we step out on the ice? Is it just because we're told to? No. It's because we love to. We keep working hard and working together, giving 110 at practice and 120 on game day. struggling to overcome, and never giving up. We know every effort makes a difference. That's why at Gemini Athletic, we know the jersey matters. Custom hockey jerseys proudly made in the USA.
You go to any town in Minnesota and there's a rink. It's a big deal here.
Shooting, scores!
Once again, USA Hockey wins the World Junior Championship.
On sale now at 2026.worldjunior.hockey.
I almost could put it all.
Alrighty, starting the 11th round here, we have the 151st pick overall. That goes to Omaha, and they select Fisher Ishwarren with the Toronto Junior Canadiens U16 team.
This is one of the more underrated players in the draft class. He had a really strong season with that Toronto Junior Canadiens team this year, which was a really deep team. He's a strong skater. He can really move the puck. He's got good hockey IQ. He knows what he is. Omaha's Ontario guy, Darcy Cox. If he's picking guys in Ontario, he's very well versed in that area. Knows what he's doing. Plays the game the right way. I think this kid could be a captain in this league. Really underrated pick.
Yep. All right. With the next pick, 152nd overall, Brendan's going to love this one. Chicago selects Anthony Sargo out of the Pittsburgh Pens Elite 15U.
Another set of twins. We do the heights and weights every year at the U.S. Development Camp in Buffalo. And I think these are the two smallest kids in the camp. But they were awesome, both of them. Anthony's obviously going a little higher. He's a little bit better, but they're pretty close, to be honest. Dynamic, really smart, IQ, quick twitch, thinks the game at pace. Just a really fun player to watch, both him and his brother Alex.
Alrighty, and then with the 153rd pick overall, that goes to Des Moines, and they select Elias Earhart with the Madison Capitals 15U. Loading up our notes here. The Wi-Fi slowing down a bit.
It is.
He's a late birth year, kind of a long, lean forward. Doesn't have explosive first step, but he's pretty balanced in his stride. He's a 3-zone player, pretty good compete level. And he's someone that plays direct. He plays up the middle of the ice. Pretty strong, pretty hard on his edges, strong on his stick. That's pretty much all I've got on him. I haven't seen them a ton. Our guy, I mean, we've got 4 different scouts who've seen him. His grades are B, B minus, so pretty consistent. That's kind of my recollection of the kid.
Alrighty, 154th overall pick goes to Green Bay, and they select Aaron Lenars out of Okanagan, Colorado 15U.
This is their goalie, correct?
Yeah, a little bit undersized. He's He's October 9, 2009, left catching goalie. Hold on here. We have, I think it has you are our last viewing. I think it says us here.
You are in?
No, you.
Oh, yeah. I saw him at Nationals.
Yeah,
I thought he was really good there, actually.
Yeah.
He kept them in some games where I forget who they were playing off the top of my head, but like they were playing like a Caesars or Mission. It was against Mission.
Yeah. You also have him at Caesars. So you saw Mission and Caesars.
Yeah. He was very good at against Mission in particular. He's athletic frame. What are them? 5'11"-ish?
5'10".
5'10".
No weight. He's in October 9th.
Yeah, I can't speak to him overall. I only saw OHA at Nationals, but he kept them in that game against Chicago for sure.
Alrighty, moving on. 155th pick overall goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Jackson Craig with the Dallas Stars Elite 16U.
Yeah, Craig's playing up a level. I think he's one of the leading scorers on that team, actually, as an underager. He's quick. He's got pretty balanced stride for a kid playing as an underager. Puck skill is probably his best attribute, I think. I've used the term a few, but puck dies on his blade. He can receive hard passes. Pretty dynamic one-on-one, but again, he's not someone who turns pucks over, tries to do too much. I think he's a quality passer, and when he passes it, he moves right away to get open and get it back.
Alrighty, moving on to the 156th overall pick. That goes to Tri-City. They select Alexander Sargo out of the Pittsburgh Pens Elite 15U team.
Oh, okay. So brothers are split up. Alex is like just a touch shorter than his brother. Really dynamic, smart, skilled. He's fun to watch. He's got an explosive first step. It's hard to differentiate the two brothers, to be honest. The way they play is pretty similar. They work off each other really well. It's too bad they're getting picked by different teams. It's been fun to watch them play together.
What about the way they look? Similar?
A little bit. He's a little bit shorter. He might have been the shortest kid at national camp. So it's awesome that he's one of the few that were drafted. Not few, but one of the players drafted in the USHL.
Alrighty, then with the 157th overall pick, that goes to Fargo, and they select Maximilian Mars out of Vidkovis.
Yep. So we have him here. He's 6'6", 212, April birthday. Played this past year in Czechia U17, 15 games, 7 goals, 8 assists, 15 points, 14 PIMs. He has represented Czechia internationally at the U16s. 11 games, had 1 goal, 1 assist, 2 points, 2 PIMs. He is obviously a big body that is still growing into himself and is going to come over at some point and learn how to be a power forward.
All righty, moving on to the next pick. It's the 158th overall pick that goes to Sioux City, and they select JP Montgomery from Rivers School.
So JP is another of the kids that played for the Boston Junior Eagles, 09s, U15s. He is a very steady, smart defenseman, hard, flat passes. Positionally, he's very, very sound. His dad is the coach, Jim. So he's like, you can tell that he's been around a coach his whole life just by his positioning and how he gaps up and how he surfs from the weak side. He's a very smart, heady player. And again, good, hard, flat passes that are very easy to handle, and that will be excellent for him at the next level.
Alrighty, with the 159th pick overall, that goes to Waterloo, and they select Landon Medin from Rogers out of Minnesota.
Yeah, Medin played in the CCM high performance tournament. We gave him an A- there, which pretty much everyone in the AA- range made the 54 camp except for him. So I think in my opinion, that was a mistake. He should have made it. He's quick. He's got excellent hands, puck control. He thinks the game quickly. He can break down defenders one-on-one. He's got really nice change of direction, which makes him, he's undersized, but that change of direction makes him hard to defend. And he had, he averaged over a goal a game for Rogers Bantam. Guesses he'll probably be Rogers High School next year. This is a dynamic playmaker with a quick first step who can separate.
Alrighty, and then moving on to the 160th overall pick, that goes to Muskegon, and they select Landon Nicholas out of the Cape Cod Whalers 15U.
Yeah, so he's Landon's currently an undersized defenseman, really good feet, really smooth, very good escapability. This is a kid. He's going to end up growing and being fairly tall. His dad Eric is about 6'2", played in the NHL. His older brother grew late. He's about 6'2". With Landon here, when his body catches up with his mind and the way he can skate, this is going to be a good pick. You probably won't see him in the USHL for a couple of years, but he is confident. He's poised. He plays the game with his head up. He honestly, in a couple of years, I think he's going to be a very, very, very good D-man.
Alrighty, moving on to the 161st pick overall. That goes to Madison, and they select Jackson Bartovich out of Rock Ridge High School.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot. This is an interesting in this draft. We're seeing a lot of, we're used to seeing the Edina High Schools, the Eden Prairies, the Maple Groves. We're seeing a lot of small town Minnesota high school hockey teams, high school teams that are having draft picks, which is awesome. Says a lot about the state. Says a lot about how the league is covering it. So just to note, again, Rock Ridge isn't a name brand Minnesota high school team. He was at 54s. I thought he did a nice job there. He's over a point a game this season in high school hockey. Goes hard to the net. He's got pretty good touch in tight. He can make little plays that kind of evade pressure on D. He gets inside positioning. He's pretty balanced for being an undersized kid. He's a late birth year. I think he got through to national camp as well. Not 100% on that, but I think so.
Alrighty, and then with the next pick, 162nd overall, it goes to Sioux Falls, and they select Chase Loge out of the Philly Junior Flyers 15U team.
This kid is a bull, legitimately. He skates right through you wherever he's going, and he's going to run you over. He's strong. He's competitive. He keeps getting better and better. He's a kid that in a couple of years, I think with his makeup, his competitiveness, and how he is so direct, that he'll be in the USHL, and I would think that the fans are going to love him because he just goes directly through wherever he's going. It doesn't matter who's in his way.
Alrighty, and then with the next pick, 163rd overall, that goes to Dubuque, and they select Benjamin Collins out of the Nashville Junior Predators 15U program.
Yeah, another twin here. Peyton was drafted already. It's like the years of
twins.
It's unbelievable. Ben's a smart player. He's got good first touch, good skill. I think he's actually a little bigger than his brother Peyton. Maybe a little less dynamic offensively, but a little bit stronger on his edges, a little more direct, a little more north-south. I like his game. Last saw him at OHL Cup a few weeks, maybe a month ago now, and he played against some of the top teams in Ontario, and he proved he's right there. So nice value here late in the draft.
Alrighty, and then moving to the 164th pick overall, that goes to Youngstown, and they select Owen Kohler out of Pittsburgh Penn's Elite 15U.
Yeah, it's a sturdy defenseman. He's got good lower body strength and core strength. He's calm under pressure. He makes quick decisions with the puck. I think he's really good on the breakout because he can absorb a check, stay on the puck, turn up ice, and move it. He doesn't need to overhandle it, doesn't have to skate it out of his end, makes quick decisions. Good on the strong side defensively. Maybe needs to be a little bit more aware on the weak side. He gets caught puck watching. But overall, he's a pretty mature kid. He's strong on his edges, really snaps the first pass. I think his game translates.
Alrighty, and then closing out the 11th round, 165th overall, that pick goes to Lincoln, and they select Brooks Demars from the Long Island Gulls 15U.
Yeah, Demars is actually a Minnesota kid who played the full season in Long Island. Was arguably their best player. They had two forwards have gone in front. No, three. Booten's went in front of him. Rooney was a tender, and Samper also went. So he's the fourth, but he's not the fourth best player. He's got good size. He's got real skill. He can score. Pretty good north-south game. He doesn't activate the power element of his game enough, I don't think, but real skill for that size, and he just makes plays. It doesn't matter where he is on the ice. He even makes skill plays on the breakout. It's kind of surprising that he slipped this far. We have him as a top 50 talent in the country. and he goes here at 165. So he's someone to keep an eye on. He's going to impress a coach at training camp.
All righty, starting off the 12th round, 166th overall. That pick goes to Omaha, and they select Danny Patch out of Pingree High School.
Yeah, Patch is straight, direct, left shot forward. I've seen him play center and wing. Another kid who plays for the Junior Eagles. He's really no nonsense and very, very direct. He played on the Eagles team that had, kids that, are playing with NTDP right now. So he wasn't a primary guy. But he was a player whose style you noticed every game because it was just nonstop effort, very, very intense, tenacious. He attacked loose pucks. He was going to win those battles and he was going to bring it to the net. And then with Pingree this year, he had a great year, 28 games. He had 12 goals, 19 assists, 31 points. I think next year he's going to take a huge step because he's got the mentality and the work ethic just to be a real go-to guy. He was second on their team in scoring. And the team's leading scorer had 39 points. He had 31. So he's definitely a kid to keep watching as this goes on. I think it's a great pick because in 2 years with his mentality and his competitiveness, he could be playing in the league.
All righty, moving on to the 167th pick overall. That goes to Chicago, and they select Alex Wang out of Groton School.
Yeah, Wang. I saw him earlier in the season at their Christmas tournament. They host a prep Christmas tournament. The first game I saw them, I don't remember who they were playing, but it wasn't necessarily a great team. I thought he was really sharp. He's composed. He's got good positioning in the net, both his depth and his stance. I think he's someone who's always squared it to the puck, to the shooter, and he reads the play well. The next game, he got shelled. I think it was like St. Andrews or Cushing or some team that they were just overmatched, and he struggled a bit in that game. So I've only seen him twice. I've got kind of inconsistent reads on him. But when I saw him play really well, he was long, athletic, and I thought he had good body control, moved well with the puck, was square.
The times that I've seen him, when the games get a little bit chaotic, he can chase it a little bit. But when it's more of a controlled game, or predictability isn't the right way to put it, but when guys are playing with purpose, he's very dialed in. And that kind of leads to what you were saying with, St. Andrews. I'm sure they were going back and forth across the Royal Road over and over, and he was probably scrambling. But when I've seen him, he's been square. He stays planted. He's got an excellent frame to build on. He's a big kid. He's like 6'3".
Yeah.
So.
All righty, and then with the next pick, 168th overall, that goes to Des Moines, and they select Miller Wankus out of Edina.
Another twin here.
This is amazing.
His older brother went earlier. His older brother, I think, is one of the best D in the country. But I wouldn't shade Miller. He is strong on his edges. He can really zip a first pass. He's got some toughness to him, some snarl in his game. He was playing hurt at 54s, and I thought he was still should make it through to national camp. I'm not sure if he did or not. But he's just an honest player. He's kind of a throwback, a little bit old school. He's not trying to be flashy. He's not trying to pass through, traffic. He just makes the high percentage play, and he's really tough to play against. I loved his game. I think he played Bantam or JV this year. I know he wasn't on the varsity, but he'll be on the varsity next year with his brother, and those two are going to be fun to watch.
All righty, moving on with the 169th pick overall, that goes to Green Bay, and they select Cole Mazzoni out of Victory Honda 15U.
Yeah, this was a guy. Him and the next guy taken were both at OHL Cup. They played on that TPH hockey team. Mazzoni was someone I wasn't that familiar with. Our Michigan head scout Jordan Jacobic really liked him and had pointed him out, but it was my first viewing of him. I thought he was excellent. Gave him a B+ against really high level competition. Puck protection guy, big power forward. He's got deceptive skill, knows when to use it, knows when to lower the shoulder and drive the net, rides his edges to the goal. He's got a powerful shot. There's a lot to like about his game, and it will translate at higher levels. He can play up and down the roster. He can play a depth, power forward role and just be a pain to play against, or he can be a top 6 guy, take the net front and be a scorer.
Alrighty, and the next pick, 170th overall, goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Cooper John out of the Ohio Junior Blue Jackets 15U.
Yeah, I think he's the best player on that Ohio team. Again, like I said, he was at that OHL Cup, and he was excellent, strong, hard on the puck. He's physical. He's got some jam. I think he's more athletic than he might get credit for. He's kind of sturdy. I don't want to say stiff, but he's not as elusive side to side, but forward and back, he gets off from a standstill quickly. He rode some big power forwards clean off the puck, which is hard to do, and he's got a strong stick. So I like him a lot. And he's another guy I think junior hockey he's going to be a better junior player than he is a midget player.
Alrighty, and then with the 171st pick overall, that goes to Tri-City, and they select Cade McLaughlin out of the Phoenix Junior Coyotes 15U team.
A minute on that one. I haven't seen them since the fall.
So he's a 5'10", 160-pound left shot D-man. We have this year's staff we've seen 10 times from our notes here. He's developed into a very reliable right shot defender, poised under pressure, accurate passes that are tape to tape. He's got a great first step, very explosive, cause separation, and to close and take away time and space. He possesses deceptive strength, pushes players off pucks, and makes the hard play defensively. He's a mobile two-way defender who can effectively move the puck with smart first passes, controls the puck in pressure situation, and maintains possession despite being checked and four checkers playing the body on him. His agility allows him to zip passes across the blue line and create shooting lanes and to distribute the puck down low. He's calm and composed, settling bouncing passes and delivering hard, accurate shots on net without trouble or having to stick handle. Defensively, he controls. He plays in control and relies on his footwork. Doesn't get overeager or lunges at the puck or lunging at opponent. He sees the game well and makes high percentage decisions with and without the puck.
All righty, moving on to the 172nd pick. That goes to Fargo, and they select Finn Spihar out of the Sioux Falls Power 16U.
Speed.
This kid can fly.
Fastest player in the draft. No question. Light on his feet. Not only straight line speed, but first step quickness, explosiveness, change of direction.
Buzzes. Absolutely can fly.
Yeah. I'd like to see him play at different gears. I think he always goes all out. But boy, what he can accomplish at top speed.
When he learns a change of pace, especially offensively, he's going to torture defensemen that are trying to gap up on him because he can change angles. He changes angles without even looking like he's going to do anything, go left or right. It's just a subtle movement. Boom, he's left, right. When he develops a little change of pace, look out because he can absolutely screw.
Alrighty, and then the 173rd pick overall goes to Sioux City, and they select Tyler Muchmore out of Okanagan, Colorado 15U.
I don't have him, and I don't have him on the – I've got my roster here for the Colorado team, and I don't even have him on that.
Let's see what you got here.
Unless I'm missing him somehow. From Elite Prospects, he's got 27 points in 47 games, 5'10", 175, left shot defenseman. Number 43. Don't have him.
We don't have anything on him.
Don't even have him on the roster.
No.
Alrighty, moving on to the 174th pick overall. That goes to Waterloo, and they select Miles Ginman out of Bishop Kearney Selects 15U.
Yeah, you can make the argument Ginman was their best player this year. I know they've had a couple guys off the board already. He's a high IQ player, playmaker, makes really smart reads. He knows where all of his teammates are on the ice at all times. He's one of the rare players in this draft that can slow it down. and can kind of dictate the pace and pick defenders apart with his passing. I think he's probably a better passer than a shooter at this point, but that's a nice value there in the 12th round. He's probably a middle round talent.
All righty, moving on. 175th overall goes to Muskegon, and they take Mateus St. Gelina out of Seacoast Performance Academy. And then I think mid-year he switched to Pittsburgh Penn's Elite 15U.
Yeah, exactly. He's an interesting player because he's got the skill set of a finesse forward in terms of his puck handling, his shooting, but his lower half, he's got the build of a power forward. Really strong on his edges. He's hard to knock off the puck, and then he'll make defenders look foolish if they try to poke it from him. Just saw him recently at the Q Cup. He's a 4-star for us. We have him as a top 50 player in the draft, so he's slid probably because he's Canadian. There might be fears there, but he's a really talented kid. He's got excellent puck possession skill. He can make defenders miss one-on-one, and he can score. I think he's someone that at a training camp is going to wow some coaches, especially as a 12th round pick.
Yep. Moving on to the 176th pick overall, that goes to Madison, and they select Dean Sarton from Dallas Stars Elite 15U.
I pull up Sarton. I don't have anything on Sarton. I saw this team in the middle of the year. A lot of their guys that have been taken off the board so far in the 16s played up a year, and their 15s didn't make it to nationals. So I don't have anything on Dean Sarton.
I'll tell you. Let's see. Left catching goalie says 5'11", 165. Last year, playing U15, 32 games, 2.36 goals against, 937 save percentage, 5 shutouts, 17, 13, and 0. In nationals last year, he played 1 game. That's kind of all we got.
All right, and then 177th overall goes to Sioux Falls, and they select Dean Zaro from North Jersey Avalanche 15U.
I like Dean Zaro. I think Zaro's actually quite a bit underrated. He's got really good size and athleticism. He's strong. I think he's deceptively tough. I say that because he's not like lining guys up and bodies flying all over the ice. But if you watch him in his net front game, he does not let guys get inside positioning. Strong bottom hand. He pushes guys off pucks. Strong poke checker. And I just think he's tough to play against. He moves well. He can defend speed and power, which there's not many defenders in this draft that can do. I think he translates. I think his game's going to translate well at juniors. He's going to be able to go into a training camp and stand up an 18, 19, 20-year-old.
All righty, moving on to the 178th overall pick. That goes to Dubuque, and they select Spartak Chukriev out of Boston Hockey Academy 16U.
Yep, so we have him from about a year ago. He's offensive-minded. Let's check out his stats. So he's September 21st, so he's late, 6 feet, 170. Boston Hockey Academy, 16U, 63 games, 9 goals, 29 assists, 38 points. And then our evaluation on him says although he didn't find himself on the score sheet, he's very offensive-minded. He was constantly jumping in the rush and wanted the puck on a stick at all times. He was very vocal, called for it, and was helpful to communicate well with his teammates. Showed creativity in his passing and also showed speed and vision. One-touch passes were hard and crisp. Looked off players to find other players open. Selling movements by looking for checkers off and making hard flat passes to teammates. Defensively, had solid gap control and forced opponents to make decisions at the blue line. Good skater north and south, not overly fancy, but simple skater. Get to A to B very quickly.
I don't know this particular player because I didn't see Boston this year, but I was asked by a GM in this league that was not Dubuque about him. So I think there were several teams in this league that were watching this kid.
Alrighty, moving on to the 179th pick overall. That goes to Youngstown, and they select Dario Blengino from Paizen in Czechia.
Another Euro that
Pilsen. Let's see here. 5'11", 145 pounds, plays for Pilsen U17. He's been an assistant captain this year at the U17 level, 41 games, 23 goals, 21 assists, 44 points. Represented Czechia at U16 level, 13 games, 7 goals, 5 assists, 12 points. If you go back, look at his stats, he definitely is a goal scorer. Everywhere he's been along the way, he's scoring goals at basically the same pace he's been getting helpers. It's about all we've got on him. You got anything, Brennan?
Nope.
Alrighty, then with the last pick of the 12th round, 180th overall goes to Lincoln, and they select Daniel Greenbaum out of the Anaheim Junior Ducks 15U.
Coach, you're going to love this kid. Works his tail off, plays a high compete game. He wants the puck on his stick. He's not someone that is waiting for someone to get him the puck. He's the one going in the corners and doing the work. He's got pretty good speed, but more it's his motor. Never stops. He's pretty smart. He's not just chasing pucks around for sake of being, a high motor kid. He takes good angles. He pressures guys into turnovers, and plays an honest 200-foot game. I think he's an excellent pick when you're picking late in the draft and you're looking for someone who's going to be a good teammate and a good presence.
Alrighty, opening up the 13th round, 181st overall goes to Omaha, and they select Luca Santala from Keko Espoo, U18. Sounds like it's from Finland.
Yeah. Another Euro. I'm not sure on him.
Let's see here. Plays in the U18 Sarja. He's 6'1", 170. U16 last year in 4 games. He had 6 goals, 9 assists, and 15 points. And then they bumped him up to the U18, 38 games, 20 goals, 16 helpers, 36 goals. Playing on Finland internationally in the U16, 16 games played, 16 goals, 13 helpers, 29 points. In the WSI last year, he had 10 points in 6 games. Obviously, he's a creative kid, goal scorer. They have him here in his new size and was measured, well, now he's in here 6'1", 170 pounds. So last year, I have him growing a couple inches. So we got.
Alrighty, moving on to the 182nd overall pick goes to Chicago, Dean Deschamps from CompuWare 15U.
Yeah, Dean's an underrated player, good size. He's an honest defenseman. His father's the assistant coach, Matt Deschamps at University of Michigan, formerly in your league with the Chicago Steel. You can tell this kid's got a dad who coaches. He plays the game the right way. He's got really good stick positioning. He's got some toughness that I like about his game. I like when he plays, when he activates and tries to play a man's game. He's a mature player. He puts pucks in the right areas. He's got a crisp first pass. And like I said, he's a tough guy to get around. So I think he's someone that knows who he is, plays to his strengths, and will end up in this league. This isn't sometimes, when your dad's a coach, you might get a favor pick. This isn't a favor pick. This kid, I actually think, should have gone earlier.
Alrighty, moving on to 183rd overall pick goes to Des Moines, and they select Henry Fisk out of Chicago Reapers 15U.
I love Henry Fisk. I think this is the right spot to take somebody like this. He is really long. I think he's 6'5" plus.
6'5", 195.
Yeah, and still he's a project. His best hockey is several years down the road, but he's got real upside. You can tell in the way he catches passes. Usually tall, lanky defensemen don't catch passes very well. This kid does. He can snap it off. He's got really good poke checking, uses his reach to his advantage. He's physical. He's got some toughness. He doesn't just rely on being the biggest guy on the ice. He bends his knees. He gets down low. He wants to engage physically. Keeps a pretty clean net front. Really like this kid. I think he's got a really high ceiling, but he's probably 2 years away in his development.
Alrighty, and then the next pick here, 184th overall, goes to Green Bay, and they select Matthew Leeming out of the Colorado Rampage 15U.
Yeah, Leeming's an offensive defenseman, moves pucks. He's got a really hard shot from the point, gets it off quickly. I think he leads all of Tier 1 defensemen in scoring at the midget level. But he does subtle things well. He pulls pucks off the wall. He walks the blue line well. He activates from the blue line. And he makes high percentage plays. He's not a turnover guy, even though he does try to force, not force, but he pushes the envelope. He's up ice a lot, put it that way. He's got pretty good instincts defensively. I think he makes pretty smart reads. He's well positioned and has a pretty active stick.
Alrighty, moving on to the 185th pick overall. That goes to Cedar Rapids. They select Liam Power out of St. Louis Junior Blues 15U.
Yeah, let me just make sure I've got the right kid here because I think one of my notes from Nationals. What number is he? Does it say? Or is that
Number 5.
Number 5.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Okay, he's a composed defenseman, handles the puck pretty well, has a tight gap. No, sorry, that's number 4. Number 5, quick spin off pressure, smooth release, heady, breaks down defenders, has some one-on-one skill, quick release.
Yeah, we've got
quick
here,
decision making.
a little bit undersized, 5'8", 145 pounds. Is quick, agile on the ice line to evade defenders and create scoring chances through shifty movements. He has a knack for getting pucks first and positioning himself in favorable areas to receive passes. It gets to the front of the net, showed good hand-eye coordination, tip shot past goalies, can be in the bumper position and be on the goal line. Has a good one-touch pass. You got anything else, sir?
No, I think that's good.
Alrighty, moving on, 186th overall. That pick goes to Tri-City, and they select Brody Lockman out of Blaine High School.
Yeah, Brody we just saw at the 54s. Really like his game. He's big. He's strong. He's got good speed. We gave him a BB plus there. Kind of a Swiss Army knife, versatile player. Can do a lot of different things well. He's got experience playing at the high school level, which not a lot of these kids are playing age-specific hockey. So he's done it against bigger, stronger competition. He showed that at 54s. I thought he was really good at protecting the puck and driving the net, absorbing contact, and getting shots off.
Alrighty, and then now the 187th pick overall goes to Fargo, and they select Gunnar Schock from Moorhead.
Yeah, this would be Gunnar played on the Bantam AA team that ended up winning the state championship. I didn't see them this year. I saw he wasn't at 54s. I'll look, see what our guys think on him. Okay. Left shot defensive defenseman, a smart, steady game, utilizes his size well, high percentage player, smart on his pinches. He's responsible, positionally aware, good stick placement, moves the puck quickly, doesn't need to dust it off, makes quick reads. That Bantam team is ridiculous. When they won the state championship, the high school team, there was a tweet that someone said the only team in the state that could beat the Moorhead Spuds high school team is the Moorhead Spuds Bantam AA team. So,
alrighty, moving on to the 188th overall pick that goes to Sioux City, and they select Troy Hamlin out of Pope Francis High School.
So we have Hamlin here. He's about 5'11", 160 pounds. He's a tall, thin, athletic winger. Plays for Pope Francis in Massachusetts high school, MIA. It's the second MIA player selected so far. We have him here at Nationals. He showed he played against stronger competition or against older competition at the U15 National Championships this year. He played the game the right way, physical, finishes his checks, and was able a great F1 on the forecheck. He's light on his feet, has good straight line speed, and showed some way to escape pressure and get to pucks in open ice. He took smart angles when pressuring the puck and had deceptive closing ability to take away puck carriers' time and space. And he lowered his shoulder to skate right through them and separate them from the puck. He was effective on the rush, drove the net hard, maintained balance through contact, and shielded the puck from the defenders using his reach. He knows how to use his size and reach to leverage defenders off the cycle and then attack the net. He's got well-placed passes to the slot for his line mates. He's a solid foundation and will continue to improve as he grows into his frame.
All righty, moving on to the 189th pick overall that goes to Waterloo, and they select Benjamin Zellweger out of North Jersey Avalanche 15U.
Yeah, he's got good size. He was quite impressive at Nationals. I think we're going to give him a B+. He moves the puck well, kind of a good breakout defenseman. He's pretty tough physically. Obviously, he's got the size to move bodies, but he doesn't just rely on his size. He's engaged. He gaps up, and he's really good at jumping up into the rush and becoming a fourth forward. I think he times it well too. He doesn't do it every play. He kind of picks his spots, is smart about it. So he was someone that climbed from our midterm to our year-end rankings.
All righty, and then 190th overall pick goes to Muskegon. They select Xavier Rowe from Toronto Titans U16.
Yeah, he's a late birth year, a little bit undersized, but really high IQ. He's well-rounded, two-way forward, plays a 200-foot game. Gets back on the back check. He knows, I'd say he plays to his strengths. He knows he's a speed guy on the perimeter, so he goes wide. He doesn't try to bully his way to the net because he'd get knocked off the puck at this point. And he doesn't try to, make flashy plays and he waits for space to open. He has a quick accelerator, smart, puts pucks in the right positions. He's kind of a complementary player at this point. As he gets a little stronger and can play between the dots, I think he's got a pretty high ceiling, but that's a nice pick. He's smart. He makes guys around him better.
Alrighty, and then with the 191st pick overall, that goes to Madison, and they select Colton Samas out of Deerfield Academy Prep School.
Yeah, he's a right shot forward, primarily a right wing, 5'11", 165 pounds. We saw him quite a bit this year playing at Deerfield. We'll just go off our notes here. Tireless work ethic can create scoring opportunities for himself through hard work and driving the net. He's strong, consistent stride, and gains possession of the puck when winning 50-50 puck battles. His aggressive approach along the boards allows him to win battles for loose pucks and then attack the net, giving his team a chance to extend possession and control the play. He's athletic. He's got quick hands. And he makes plays in tight spaces. Has the ability to catch defenders leaning and go the opposite way. He has a good sense of timing. He uses his reach and body position to protect the puck from defenders, and again, roll off and attack the net. While not flashy, he consistently shows a willingness to get involved in scrums and create chaos and havoc around the net front.
Alrighty, and with the 192nd pick overall, that goes to Sioux Falls, and they select Noel Stenlin from Malmo Red Hawks, J18. Sounds like a European kid.
Malmo.
Where's Malmo? Is that Sweden?
Sweden, yeah. Let's see what we got here.
They've stayed in North America this year.
Haven't ventured that far out yet.
Not this year.
Hold on one second.
Let's let Ian work some magic over here.
Let's see here. He's 5'11", 180 pounds. Physical D-man, moves the puck well. 200 feet, playing for Malmo. This year, started out U16, 15 games, 3 goals, 8 assists, 11 points, 18 PIMs. And then he got moved up into the J18, 7 games, a goal, an assist, 2 points, 27 PIMs. He's played for Sweden internationally, has 3 games, 1 assist. He's been captain on some of his teams growing up. This is a kid that he's obviously he's representing his country, like he said, but physical defenseman, strong on his feet, moves the puck well, two-way, 200-foot guy. Looks like a player that maybe they could potentially have come over in a couple of years, or maybe after next year for another year in J18, maybe moves up to the J18 national.
Alrighty, and then with the 193rd pick overall, that goes to Dubuque, and they select Tyler Cooper with the Chicago Reapers 15U.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler Cooper had a dominant performance at USA Hockey Nationals. He was the best forward on a really good Chicago Reapers team. Big, strong, physical. He's tough. He can really shoot the puck. Every time I've seen this kid play, whether it was in the fall, in the middle of the winter, in big tournaments and single games, he scores. Really quality goal scorer, and he can score in a lot of different ways. He can score net front. He can score from the top of the circles. He creates havoc in front of the net. He can play all 5 positions on the power play. We have him ranked as the 50th best player in this draft, which includes NTDP. So we think very highly of him, and that would be a real value pick if Dubuque can get him.
All right, moving on to the next pick, 194th overall goes to Youngstown, and they select Thomas Charbonneau out of Shattuck St. Mary's 15U.
Yeah, Charbonneau was the best defenseman on that 15s team. I really like Drew Roscoe, but Charbonneau admittedly is the better player at this stage. One of the top defensemen in Quebec, really talented player, and he's a complete player. He's got the full package. He's got the size, skating, hockey IQ, puck handling ability, defensive instincts, positional play. He's got it all. This is a first-round top 10 pick in talent. So again, if Youngstown can get him, that'd be an unbelievable pick at this stage in the draft.
All righty, and then closing out the 13th round, 195th overall, that pick goes to Lincoln, and they select Jonah Neuenschwander from Beal Bene Jr.
BLBN.
BLBN.
6'3", 180 pounds. He was literally just measured in April by Central Scouting, so those are up to date. 6'3", left shot forward. So this past year, he was an 09. He played in the U20, 34 games, 15 goals, 16 assists, 31 points, 12 PIMs. Played for BLBN in the NL, which is the top pro division there, 15 games, 0 goals, 3 assists, 3 points. It's pretty remarkable being 09 playing in the top professional league in Switzerland. Age group, he's represented Switzerland internationally. U16s, he had 13 points in 6 games. U17s, 1 helper in 3. U18s, 4 helpers in 5. That was at the World Juniors that just took place. So you see, he was just down there playing against the 07s in Dallas. Overall, internationally, U18s, 12 games, 2-6 for 8. World Junior Championships for the 20s, 3 games, no points. And he's played 5 games overall for Switzerland U20s, and he has 0 points. But obviously, this is a high end kid. who's got NHL size and is currently playing and played this year in Swiss's top professional league, which is pretty fantastic.
Pretty good.
Just pretty fantastic. This is a name that I'm guessing we're going to have no difficulty pronouncing in a few years.
All right, so that concludes the 13th round. Let's take a quick break. We got 2 rounds left, the 14th and 15th. We'll get a second win here, and we'll hit the final 2 rounds strong.
Let's get after it.
Tipping is out of control these days.
Tip, score! Swayman, a tough one for a goaltender.
Everywhere you look. Tip, tip, tip.
Tip and goal! Under the arm of Sarles.
Sometimes all they did was stand there.
This goes off the left leg. That's pretty much how you're going to beat Markstrom.
And it's always when you're trying to save.
Tip in front. No chance for Ottinger.
What? I love tipping.
Because you had a bad man in front of the net.
If I were an influencer, I would realize that there are no shortcuts in life. Hard work and dedication to my sport would matter most. My likes and thumbs up would come from my success of my team, the cheers from the fans, and the approval from my coaches. I'd realize I was a part of something bigger, and my leadership would be displayed not only in my words, but in my actions. My name is Gavin Gary, and I play for the Minnetonka Skippers.
Proudly made in the USA.
USHL, our stars rise.
Welcome to the United States Hockey League.
Puck comes back out. Levshunov skating down. Nice move and a goal!
Just spectacular.
That's what an all USHL player does when the lights shine the brightest.
Celebrini, Finley, cuts in.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot 'em a shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down.
All right, and we're back for the 14th round, 196th overall pick. That goes to Chicago, and they select Malik L'Italien
Yep.
from Stansted College.
L'Italien. I would argue, and that if L'Italien was American, he wouldn't just make the national team. He'd be the best defenseman on that team. He's one of the best defensemen in all of North America in the 09 age group. He is a high level skating, super athletic.
NHL size right now.
Yeah, I just saw him at Q Cup. I thought he was the best kid in the whole thing, and those are the best players in Eastern Canada. So I think he's a stud.
He's got a chance to be big time.
Yep. And he's played high school level. Playing varsity at his age at Stansted is quite an accomplishment. He's the real deal.
Yeah, playing Stansted last year, 41 games, 8, 26, 34. Like he's that's what you'd call real.
All right, moving on to the 197th overall pick that goes to Des Moines, and they select Bo Christie out of Hermantown.
Undersized forward, but he's really skilled, really smart. Had a nice season this year with a good Hermantown team. Yeah, they played A level, but still he's playing against bigger, stronger kids. He's smooth, he's skilled. He plays a possession style. He's not a chip and chase guy. He's intentional in everything that he does. Light on his feet. Needs to add some size and strength to be effective at this level. But a player who's going to be one of the better players in Minnesota high school in the next couple of years.
Moving on to the 198th pick overall, that goes to Green Bay, and they select Sawyer Thompson with Seacoast Performance Academy.
About 5'11", 165 pounds. He's left shot forward. We've got eight evaluations on him. We'll just kind of sum it up here. He's a physical presence on the ice, using his size and strength to protect the puck and create scoring opportunities. He has good instincts at both ends of the ice and can be a threat in the dirty areas around the top of the crease. Speed allows him to drive the net and capitalize on loose pucks, winning races to loose pucks and creating offensive opportunities, creating transition. In possession, he is a force breaking through sticks and bodies with ease. His hard passes are accurate, and his shot is on the net, making him a threat from anywhere in the offensive zone. When shorthanded, he is relentless, using his stick to dictate passing lanes and take them away, and then create scoring chances.
All righty, moving on to the 199th pick overall. That goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Tyler Purcell from Pittsburgh Pens Elite 15U.
Yeah, I think Purcell he's got some grit to his game that I think might be underrated. When he loses the puck, he battles to get it back. He's got good speed. He's got some wiggle. He's kind of shifty, hard to take the puck from. And I think he's elusive when he's in a crowded space. So like in the corners, in traffic areas through the neutral zone, he knows how to navigate little areas and accelerate to create separation for himself.
All righty, moving on to the 200th pick. That goes to Tri-City, and they select Paxton Couture out of Victory Honda 15U.
Yeah, Paxton, I believe, was the leading scorer on that Victory Honda team. Sturdy on his edges. He's an honest centerman. He defends in his own end. He picks up bodies in front of the net front. Because he's got that kind of a sturdy, strong core, he can push guys off pucks. Not overly flashy, but can make every play. He's got good touch on his passes, real vision, smart, and another guy similar to the last player that can make plays in traffic. He doesn't need to be in space or off the rush. He can create off the cycle. He can bounce off checks and has a really hard, accurate release.
Alrighty, the 201st pick overall goes to Fargo, and they select Luke Christopherson out of Two Rivers High School.
Yeah. Dominant season this year at the high school level, led his team in scoring, 6 feet, 150 pounds. We have him as a, top half of the draft kid. He's signed in another league, which is probably how he fell a bit here. But really skilled, has real touch on the puck. He can shoot it. He can score from all levels in the offensive zone. Pretty good vision. I think he does a really nice job understanding who's defending him. And, if he's got a big, strong guy, he uses his speed. If he's got a speedy guy, he can use some of his size and quick cutbacks. He's smart, he's skilled, and he can make plays in a lot of different areas.
Alrighty, and then the 202nd overall pick goes to Sioux City, and they select Lucas Johnson from Chicago Reapers 15U.
Yeah, this one's an interesting one. I actually thought he might go early in this draft because of what he did at USA Hockey Nationals. And he's a bounce back story. He went to the NTDP camp. He did not perform well there. High pressure situation. It was the worst I've ever seen him play. I've seen this kid play a lot. He's been excellent all season. Really struggled at NTDP camp. Then he goes to nationals. His team relies on him not just being good, he's got to be great. And so I thought, okay, he might struggle at nationals because he's coming off, his worst performance. He was unbelievable at USA Hockey Nationals. He was the reason that brought him to the national championship game. I'd say him and him alone, even though they've had 6, 7, 8 guys drafted already. He had some huge games down the stretch, especially against the Mission. Really athletic. He's composed. You can tell he's been coached. He's got all the technical ability, quick reflexes. He's flexible. This kid's a gamer, and at his best, I'd put him up among the top 3 goalies in the country. But he's got to find that consistency.
Alrighty, and then the 203rd overall pick goes to Waterloo, and they select Gavin Venaruzzo from White Bear Lake.
Yeah, this will be our 3rd player out of that White Bear Lake team. His numbers aren't going to jump out and shock you. He's a little more defensive, and he's a bit of a project. I think he's close to 6'3" now. Didn't make the 54 camp, but I thought he was very good at the CCM high performance camp before that. I thought he should have gotten a bid. He's long. He moves pretty well for his size. He's got to improve his transitions, but he defends well, and he's strong on his edges. Pretty good stick placement. I think he's a little bit raw positionally at this point, but I think he's got a really high ceiling. I like the pick because he's a project that could pan out and be an NHL guy down the road.
Alrighty, and then the 204th overall pick goes to Muskegon, and they select Ty Rapp out of Long Island Gulls, 15U.
Yeah, Rapp's a bit understated on that team. He's probably their most stable, reliable defenseman. Because they use Palmer a little more up in the rush and offensively. This kid's got some toughness to him. I think he's hard to play against. He doesn't give away the middle of the ice, so he doesn't drift out like some young defensemen where he's getting outside the dots and chasing puck carriers. He stays in his lane, lets the play come to him, pushes guys off, has some strength, has some toughness, and he's athletic enough to maintain a good gap.
Alrighty, and then with the 205th overall pick, that goes to Madison, and they select Carter Oliphant from Madison Capitals 15U.
Yeah, Carter's another, good size winger. Plays a power game. He's got pretty smooth hands. So he does have some finesse components to his game, but his base is playing a power north-south hunt down the middle of the ice, attack the net, and he's got a hungry stick for rebounds. He's got good touch and tight. He can elevate a puck up and over a pad with very little space.
Alrighty, the 206th overall pick goes to Sioux Falls, and they select Oliver Parent from Colorado Rampage 15U.
Yeah, I believe this is one of the leading scorers, not just on his team, but I think he's one of the leading scorer in the Tier 1 Elite League. In the early season, when we saw him, not early, mid-season, in 16 games in the league, he had 29 points. It's pretty impressive. I don't care what league he's playing in. He's got good size. He's got a two-way game, which is impressive given his point totals. Hard on the puck. Even he's got to get a little bit stronger on his edges. He does tend to get knocked off the puck when he's driving wide on defenders trying to get to the net. But on 50-50 scrums in the corners along the wall, he seems to come out of those with possession every time. He's deliberate in what he's trying to do with the puck in the sense that he doesn't just chip it around, chip it off the glass or try to dump pucks in. He's making direct passes. He'll regroup in the neutral zone. And in the slot, he's lethal. Got a really quick release. He reads goalies. He knows where the holes are. and shoots to score.
All right, with the 207th overall pick, Dubuque selects William Sorensen from Chicago Mission 15U.
I think Sorensen is an underrated player. I get the fall. He's going late here because he's a little bit understated and he's a little undersized. But in terms of hockey sense, he's a guy that creates space for himself. He knows where all of his teammates are on the ice. He's got some subtle stick handling. He's not flashy, but he can get around guys. His head is always up. He's always looking for a teammate, always looking to make a play. I think he's going to get better as he gets stronger, and he's pretty reliable defensively. I think he's a great player and somebody a coach will really appreciate.
Alrighty, 208th overall goes to Youngstown, and they select Henry Giroux from Wilkes-Barre Scranton 15U.
Drew's a little bit of an undersized D-man, right shot. He's about 5'9", 145 pounds. We saw him 5 times this year, just some of the evaluation. He possessed a well-rounded offensive skill set on the back end, characterized by good puck control and the ability to move the play efficiently and carry the pace. He's a smart decision maker, often finding ways to simplify the game without sacrificing possession or creating turnovers. Plays a high percentage game. So this awareness enabled him to facilitate fluid transitions and contribute to offensive momentum.
All righty, with the 209th pick overall, that goes to Lincoln, and they select Jamin Park out of Shattuck St. Mary's 15U.
I believe this is Aiden Park's younger brother. He's not a burner in terms of elite speed, but he plays a fast game because he thinks it quickly. He's smart. He can make plays in tough ice. I think he's got excellent vision. Reads defenders well, knows where his teammates are. He can place passes. He's got soft hands. And you know, we saw him most recently at Nationals. I thought he was dynamic. He's a little bit buried on that team. So I can see why he went late, but I think it's a smart pick by Lincoln because I think he's the type of player. I think he's going to get bigger. And I think he's the type of player that utilizes all of his teammates. He feeds pucks to the point. He can pass across ice and activate an offside wing. A high IQ player.
All righty, and then the last pick in the 14th round, 210th overall, goes to Des Moines, and they select Sarvir Jaworski with Little Caesars 15U.
It's a kid who I've been kind of hot and cold on throughout the year. I think he's pretty well-rounded. He can score. He can break the back off of defense because he plays at different gears. Got some strength and some power to his game, but I think he leans more on he'll settle for an outside shot, and he's got the release to do it. I've just seen him. I've seen games where he's an A. I've seen games where he's a B-. So consistency is his the area of his game that he's going to have to improve. But that's a steal at 14th round. He's definitely a top 100 player.
All righty, and then that gets us into our final round, the 15th round of the 2025 USHL Phase I Draft. With the 211th overall pick, that goes to Green Bay. They select Will Micken out of Edina.
Love this kid. Talk about a motor. His feet are always moving. He can fly. He hustles. He's quick to pucks, quick handler. We ranked him at 17th out of the 54 kids at Minnesota High Performance Top 54 camp. He can score. He's not someone maybe he's going to score a lot from the top of the circles, but he gets in tight. He beats defenders wide. He's got excellent change of pace and change of direction, which makes him elusive and deceptive. He's got like nifty head fakes and got a whole bag of tricks that he can beat defenders with.
All righty, moving to the 212th pick overall, that goes to Tri-City. They select Bennett Bergloff with the Sioux Falls Power 15U.
Yeah, so he started the year with Sioux Falls, and then during the high school season, he moved over to Cambridge Asante High School, where he put up 2 points a game, was a dominant player, one of the better younger players in the state of Minnesota this year. He was excellent at the high performance camp. We were surprised that he didn't make the top 54s. I think he deserved to be there. I think he probably would have gone higher because pretty much most, if not all, USHL GMs are in town for that. But this is a kid who's got an excellent shot. He knows how to score. He understands spacing in the offensive zone, knows how to play off defenders, knows how to get off body checks, and can make you pay. And he's a dual threat. He's not just a shooter. He's a passer as well. Like his game a lot. I think he's underrated at this stretch.
Alrighty, with the 213th overall pick, that goes to Fargo, and they select Alex Ferreira out of Zvolen U18.
Yep. So he's a 6'3", 195, 200-pound left shot defenseman, playing U18 in Slovakia. This past year, I split some time between. Well, he played one game for U16, and then he played 39 with the U18 team, or the U18 league. 39 games, 4 goals, 7 assists, 11 points, 26 penalty minutes. He has represented Slovakia internationally, but it was just this past season, so there's not a whole lot to build on. But this is a kid. He's got total NHL frame, big kid. He's a dual citizen with Slovakia and the U.S. My guess is he's going to probably come over here this year and play U16 someplace, and then be with who drafted him. Fargo, probably 2 years as a big body D man who's going to make huge steps once he's here playing on a small sheet.
Alrighty, and then the 214th pick overall goes to Sioux City, and they select Samuel Bennett out of Lakeville North.
Yeah, this kid played Bantam AAA or Bantam AA this year. We really liked him at the Minnesota High Performance Camp. He's got good acceleration, creates space for himself, back pressure in the neutral zone, lifted a stick, stole a puck, showing he competes at both ends of the ice, utilizes his speed well in the rush, has touch, and plays a heady game. I didn't see him during the season. I only saw him at that CCM high performance, but we would have had him going to the 54 camp.
Alrighty, and then the 215th pick overall goes to Waterloo, and they select Mark Papp with Pittsburgh Pens Elite 15U.
This is a dynamic playmaker, excellent speed, and not only in his footwork, but in the way he processes the game. I'd say he's fearless. He's undersized, but he doesn't back down from anybody.
He's a player,
and he was at NTDP camp. I thought he pushed the pace.
Yes, always, every shift,
and not just flying around to fly around, like intentionally knowing when to put the burners on. He's got some deception with the puck, and a really skilled player.
Alrighty, going to 216th overall pick to Muskegon. They select Connor DeBoer from Shattuck St. Mary's 15U.
I love Connor DeBoer, and if I had any guts at all, I would have ranked him, well within their top 100 in our draft board. I didn't, because he plays like a depth role on that Shattuck St. Mary's team, but his size, his athleticism, the way his stride mechanics, smooth skater, does a lot of difficult things well, which is a sign of a good hockey player. The way he settles bad passes, the way he supports the puck, his ability to protect the puck while still handling it. I really like his upside. I think he could be a great player. And at 54s, I thought he was outstanding. DeBoer's, he's an athlete right now. He's not a hockey player yet. He's got to learn what he is and play to his strengths a little bit better. But in terms of raw tools, I love this player. I think he's a top half of the draft guy, and I think that's a steal for Muskegon at this stage.
Alrighty, 217th overall goes to Madison, and they select Jack Rakelli out of Andover High School.
Yeah, I mean, Andover High School had a great team this year. He wasn't necessarily a feature guy on that team, but he definitely had a regular shift. He's a good fit for Madison in that he's going to bring a physical presence. He's a tough kid. He drives the net hard. He makes no bones about it in the corner. He's going to knock defenders off the puck, and he's going to try to create separation with his body. He's not going to try to do it with his feet. He's got to get a step quicker. But he's really tough to play against, and he'll challenge you. He'll go hard to the net and force you to get one body or two bodies on him to slow him down.
Alrighty, and then with the 218th overall pick, that goes to Sioux Falls, and they select Tamirs Malasevs from Luleå.
Yeah, so he's a Latvian. Grew up playing for Riga. In younger levels, lower levels, he torched it playing for Riga. At 15, as 15s playing in the U17s, he had 26 games at 43 points. And then 37 games, 50 points. Then he transferred to Luleå in Sweden. Started out in U16. He had in 18 games, 18 goals, 18 assists, 36 points. Move up to the J18, where he had 5 games, had a goal, 4 assists. And then he went to J18 National, where started to slow down a bit. When in 9 games, he had 1 assist. And then he's planning on going, it says here that he's going back to Luleå next year. He's a player that, honestly, I think you're going to probably see him over in 2 years, and that someone's going to take advantage of him. He's going to end up in college and looks like a pretty offensive player and be a point producer in NCAA hockey and possibly beyond.
Alrighty, and then 219th overall goes to Youngstown, and they select Rhett Owen from Fox Motors U15.
Yeah, he's undersized, but in terms of kind of dynamic offensive ability, I think he's great. He's got excellent change of direction. He's elusive. He's hard to get a body on. He's so quick laterally, and he likes to challenge defenders and play with pace. So his feet are always moving, and he's a playmaker. He's a pass first type. So he can play on the perimeter on the wing, and he can push the pace. He can get defenders back on their heels and then create separation with both his stick and his feet. I think he's really smart. And again, that's Kazeki again, drafting a guy that he's coached. So he knows this kid. He's familiar with him and feels confident to take him despite the size.
Alrighty, and then 220th overall goes to Lincoln, and they select Christian Lee out of Eden Prairie.
Yeah, Christian's, good size, really athletic forward. We loved him at 54s. Let me see I think we had him as a top 10 guy there. Played a regular shift on a pretty talented Eden Prairie team. Smooth stride, gets to speed quickly, shoots the puck with authority. I just think he's really athletic. I actually would have had him a bit higher because not only do I think he had an impressive high school season, he's coming off a strong performance at 54s. I believe he made it to Buffalo for national camp, but he's going to be even better in the next few years. He's a little bit light on his feet at this point, but he's got a nice stride and puck skill. So I think Christian Lee is you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg there.
Alrighty, and then with the 221st pick overall, that goes to Des Moines. They select Matthew Sweetland from the Buffalo Junior Sabres 15U program.
Yeah, let me look them up. I haven't seen them since November.
So he's a little bit undersized defenseman, about 5'8", 145 pounds. He's a right shot. We had him this year, saw him 10 times. Got our reports here. He's a good two-way defenseman who brings value through his offensive skill set and ability to defend through his feet. He excels at moving the puck with his mobility. and puck handling abilities, allowing him to create opportunities for his teammates in transition and off the rush. In addition to his offensive contribution, he's very good at supporting in the defensive zone, using body positioning at his feet to take away time and space. He also shows good anticipation, picking up passes to create transition to disrupt, being very disruptive. He controls the gap, makes reliable decisions, plays a high percentage game. He plays an understated game, but he's very effective.
All righty, 222nd overall. That pick goes to Green Bay, and they select Reed Ashton with the Windsor Junior Spitfires U16.
Yeah, Windsor didn't have a great midget team this year, but he was probably one of the bright spots. It's really smart puck moving defenseman on the back end. He's got some wiggle, makes guys miss. Really smart on the breakout. High percentage player, and then defensively doesn't get quite the credit I think he deserves defensively. Maybe because he's a little bit undersized, but he's instinctual, very well positioned. Another guy that takes away the middle of the ice. He doesn't allow for those passes across the Royal Road, and anticipates well. Kind of a guy, might not be most physical, but he breaks up a lot of passes.
All righty, 223rd overall goes to Tri-City, and they select Luca Ciara, goaltender from Cretin-Durham.
Yeah, just saw this kid. Pull up my notes. Big kid. I know that.
Yeah, 6'2", 165.
Yeah, we liked him last year at the 15 development camp. That was the first time we'd seen him. Good size. He's compact, quick laterally. Needed to, at that point, said need to play bigger. Puck tracking ability. And then at CCM High Performance, we have him down as highly athletic, can come out and play the puck. He's a good skater. Poise, track pucks through traffic, and quick reflexes.
Alrighty, 224th overall pick goes to Fargo. They select Ethan McCamey out of Eli McCamey out of the Penticton V's in the BCHL.
Big time player.
Big time player, big time pick right here. He's the first player, right, to get exceptional status out in WHL.
Yep. No, the BCHL.
Or BCHL, I mean.
Yeah, McCamey. Here's a kid who was came out of played on the island there as a Bantam. Shawinigan. That place is better than any prep school I've ever seen. It's the most beautiful campus I've ever seen.
Really?
Shawinigan. It's like Harry Potter almost. Shawinigan Lake. And he was an outstanding player his Bantam year, played at U18s as an underager, then went up to Penticton in the BCHL and was played this year as an 09 and had a very strong season. Some earlier in the year, the BCHL showcase, some maybe a month ago, and he keeps getting stronger. He's a terrific skater, one of the best 09 skating forwards in the country. In North America. It'll be exciting to see where he goes. Not quite sure, but he's an outstanding player. And if all things equal, again, if he was on the U.S. national team, he'd be on the first line. No question.
All righty, the next pick is the 225th pick that goes to Sioux City, and they select Tyree Ehrenberg from Northern Alberta Extreme U17.
Yeah, Northern Alberta, NAX, that's a very deep team from Bantam all the way up. We last saw them months back. I'll just read one of our most recent reports on them. Aggressive on the forecheck, makes defenders come back and play the puck, pushes the pace, Good speed, one of the top undrafted 09 prospects in Western Canada. Strong with the puck under pressure. He was able to accelerate quickly, create separation, pressures defenders in all three zones, makes accurate, crisp passes with his head up, moves to get open, quick release.
All righty, moving to the 226th pick. That goes to Muskegon, and they select Deshaun Wilmarth from Honey Baked 15U.
Yep, I'm going to pull my notes on him.
One second.
I'm spelling it wrong. Here we go.
Wi-Fi slow.
Okay, let me pull up our most recent two-way defenseman who made the transition from forward this season. He uses quick, short stick handling to be able to stick handle through defense and escape in tight spots. Holds the puck in at the blue line. He uses his hands quickly step around lungers, edges to turn away from pressure, and then moves the puck to the open man. He shows good anticipation, keep pucks in and intercept passes in the neutral zone, intercept a pass defending a rush, and skate it all the way to the other end. Got a B+ at the state tournament, got a B at MLK Showcase, which is a really good showcase, B at Honey Baked Invite, B- at Whitby Silver Stick. So seen a lot of them, seem to like them. I can't picture this kid in my head. So
All righty, moving on to the 227th pick. That goes to Madison, and they select Christopher Weiss from Honey Baked 15U.
yeah, we've got an NTDP camp invite. Big, strong kid, really athletic. Another guy who's kind of figuring out what he is as a hockey player, but in terms of upside, really high. He's a little bit raw in some of his positional play. He chases it a little bit. He gets caught puck watching, but he's big. He's tough. He's physical. He gets in front of shots. He's got some decent instinctual play. And he's deceptively offensive. He can jump up and be a fourth forward. He's got active feet at the blue line. He's got a heavy release. So I think he can impact your team in a lot of different ways.
All righty, then moving on to the 228th pick overall. That goes to Sioux Falls. They select Jack Hintman. Started the season out with Mount St. Charles Academy and then switched to the Long Island Gulls 15U.
Got him in?
Yeah. So he's got, let me try about that. He's about 5'9", 165 pounds. He's a left shot forward. Like you said, moved to the Gulls midway through the year. He's got a unique skill set, very balanced stride, allows him to compete for pucks through contact, initiating contact. His agility enables him to navigate into the slot, avoiding contact when necessary or initiating to create space. He's effective in both possession and battle situations. He is a supplementary scoring threat and provides an added layer of depth to a team's offense. He can be a bumper on the power play. He's very conscientious in the defensive zone and is a strong two-way game and back checks with a purpose.
All righty, moving to the 229th pick overall. That goes to Youngstown, and they select Brogan Chinland from the Chicago Mission 15U.
Yeah, I think Chinland is actually a kind of an underrated player. He's got good touch. He's pretty smart. He's got speed. But really what makes him the player he is he's really honest, two-way guy. He competes really hard in all three zones. He's a great teammate. You see him supporting his teammates when he scores. He plays like a third-line role. On most teams, he'd be a first-line power play guy. And he doesn't seem like frustrated by that or he supports his guys when they score. He's somebody that I think is better than what he showed this year. And I think he's just one of those guys that got caught on a really good team. But I think his best hockey's ahead of him.
Alrighty, moving to the 230th overall pick. That goes to Green Bay. They select Cooper Martin out of Okanagan, Colorado, 15U.
Yeah, Cooper's well-versed, well-rounded defenseman. He can play physical. He can play tough. He can also advance the puck. He's got decent transitions, but not necessarily the quickest to stay with kind of the speedier forwards. But what he'll do to compensate for that is good positioning, takes away the middle of the ice, and he'll gap up and hit you in the neutral zone. He forces a lot of dump ins and turnovers on zone entries because the puck carrier doesn't anticipate that he's going to step on him. He'll step up at the red line. He's that aggressive. And I like a player that shows that kind of confidence. Does he get beat a couple times? Sure. But like his game, and I think if he keeps playing like that, he's only going to get better and better.
Alrighty, then going to the 231st pick, that goes to Fargo, and they select Caden Clark out of St. Michael Albertville High School.
Yep, big frame defenseman, kind of a shutdown at this point. Really liked him at the CCM High Performance. I believe he served as captain of that team or assistant captain. So obviously has some leadership there. I think his skating has gotten better and better over the last 2 years, really. But I thought at High Performance, he really proved that he can defend speed and defend skill and defend an open ice. Where typically a year ago, if you had asked me that, he was kind of a retreat guy, just kept backing up. Now he's challenging guys. So I think his ceiling is pretty high. That's a nice pick late here in the draft.
All right, moving to the 232nd overall pick, that goes to Muskegon, and they select Lawson Kearns from Mid-Fairfield Junior Rangers 15U.
Yeah, Kearns is another guy I think is underrated. He, plays on a really talented team, and that Mid-Fairfield team had Boganecki, who was NTDP, and Manella, who was an early pick.
Went to 40-man camp.
Don't sleep on Kearns. He's a little bit bigger. He's long and lean.
Big righty.
He defends well. I think he takes pride in his defensive game. His first pass is deliberate. He doesn't turn it over. I believe he's heading to Salisbury next year or prep school. And he's just a subtle player, but the more you watch him, the more you appreciate him. And you can tell the coach has confidence in him because he plays in all key situations.
All righty, moving to the 233rd pick. That goes to Madison, and they select Jackson Morrison with the Madison Capitals 15U.
Yeah, well, so they grab the local kid, which is
probably a guy they've seen a lot of,
yeah.
I think.
I'll pull up our notes on them. I haven't seen them in a while. 2009 rugged, diverse game on the blue line at 6'3", decent stride, still developing, steady in his own zone, makes a hard first pass, collected pucks on regroups, moved it up to the wings quickly, finished plays, hard checks, rode opponents off the puck, well positioned, looked controlled, showed a lot of promise and has a high ceiling. Intriguing prospect. That was from
Murph. All right, the 234th pick overall goes to Green Bay, and they select Gunnar Gullstrand with Little Caesars 15U.
I like Gunnar a lot. I actually think Gunnar on that team that has a lot of talent all around, I think he's one of the most intriguing guys on that team. He's skilled. He's got good speed. He's got good size. He shoots to score. He's got a good compete level. He wins pucks, plays the game the right way. Another guy that can make plays in traffic. He's used in every situation. I think he's got a really high ceiling.
All righty, and then moving to the 235th pick, that goes to Fargo, and they select Owen Conrad out of Eden Prairie.
Hold on, let me pull up what I got on him. This is a Bantam player. I believe he's not a high school.
Nope. Yep. Bantam.
Yeah. Skill forward, skates with good balance and mobility, able to cover a lot of ground, plays in all three zones. Some of his best skating may have been away from the puck. Owen is not afraid to go to the hard work areas and has the ability to create scoring chances at a moment's notice. Blocks shots, goes hard to the net, shoots to score. He has multiple shots in his toolbox and looks to choose just the right one at the right time. As a situational player.
Alrighty, and then with the final pick of the 2025 USHL Phase I Draft, 236th overall, goes to Green Bay, and they select Massimo Santamaria with Little Caesars 15U.
Yeah, it's an intriguing player. He's smart. He's super skilled. He's a playmaker. Makes really quick decisions. He doesn't need a lot of time or space, which will translate in this league because there's very little time and space. He's got vision, can find his teammates in crowded areas, really slick hands.
He's very good on the rush.
Yes. He's probably better in space than he is in traffic, being honest. But he's got great balance. He's very good at riding his edges to the net. And there's games. He's kind of a streaky player. There's games where he'll put up 2, 3, 4 points, and then he'll go quiet the next game. So another guy needs some consistency, but from a skill perspective, he'd be a top half of the draft for sure. Might even be a top 3 or 4 round guy. So Green Bay can get him. That'd be a great haul for him.
All right. Well, that concludes the draft. Any final thoughts, Brendan? I know your brain's probably fried, but any final thoughts as we conclude the draft here?
I think it's a good class. I think the 2009s in the U.S. particularly are better than the 08s, 07s, and 06s. So I think the future of the league is bright in that regard. Didn't see a ton of Canadians picked today. We saw more Euros in this phase than we normally see. So you usually see a lot of Euros in the phase 2. So I thought that was interesting. I didn't see many that I thought were misses or snubs or anything like that. Have to go back and look at the list, but overall, I think this is a good berth here. And there's guys in that 10th through 15th round that are going to play in this league.
Yep.
So it's not just for show, to get drafted. I think there's legit players here late in this draft.
Ian, any final thoughts here?
I was going to talk about rounds 11 through 15. That I think there's some players in there that are value picks, but I also think there's some players in there that the teams took big swings at because if they get them, they're going to come in and be real impact guys. Weren't as many Canadians as Brendan said. I think overall the depth of this draft is deeper than what we've seen in the last few years.
Good timing to make it a 15-round draft.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I did this a couple of years ago. It'd be pretty sleek.
Yeah, because I think if you didn't have it, I think you'd see a lot of these kids going tomorrow in the phase 2.
Sure.
Yeah. See, because they're certainly good enough. It's interesting to see I'm interested to see what happens tomorrow. It's still going to be as chaotic as it's been in the past. Was it last year? There was 22 goalies taken or European goalies taken in the phase 2. It was something insane.
Yep.
And that one's much longer, so strap in, fellas.
Yeah. Tomorrow's hard. Tomorrow's hard.
I was saving my
But we're
voice.
ready for it.
All right. Well, that concludes the 2025 USHL Phase I Draft Show. As always, Brendan and Ian, I want to thank you guys. Great job today. We'll be live again tomorrow, May 6th at 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. And that Phase 2 draft will be the 2005 birth years to the 2008 birth years. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Have a good evening.